Our third panelist is Ms. Naina Krishnamurthy, founding partner, K-Law. And last but not the least, please welcome on stage Mr. Nishit Desai, founding partner, Nishit Desai Associates. And the stage is all yours, Ms. Jain.
Thank you, Ashima. As Ashima mentioned, I'm Head of Strategy and Group General Counsel at Everstone Group. I have 25 plus years of experience in the corporate law sector, financial markets. I've practiced in the US, in India. I went to Oxford, Harvard. The reason I'm mentioning all this is, if I have to sit with these luminaries, I need to justify that, I have the necessary background to be able to, carry this panel. Have no doubt, today's conference and tomorrow's is a celebration of these people. If it is not for, their efforts in the corporate legal sector, our profession wouldn't be where it is today. And if not for their support and their willingness to come, 3 of them have come from Bombay, as mentioned on an Easter weekend. If they had not taken that effort to support us and do all of this, we wouldn't be having this conference. So a big applause to all of them, please. If we talk about the journey of the people on the dais today, we'll talk about the journey of the corporate law firms in India and the growth of the corporate legal sector. That's how well woven it is with the people sitting here. So if I may just start, I agree with you. And this is a question, I think, for everybody, because I think what we all want to hear is about your journey and the journey of the corporate legal world and how you see that different from the 90s when, it all started in India to today, and are you happy? Is there something you would like to change?
Thank you very much, Pratibha. Thanks for inviting me here with my esteemed colleagues and you, and delighted to be here. So I'll talk a little bit about the journey of Khaitan and Company. We started in pre-independence in Calcutta in 1911 as a firm for the Indian entrepreneur. And that was really in British India. That is the origin of the firm, and at that time, the capital of the country was just moving to Delhi. A small firm, we remained a small niche firm, and until much, much later. And the real change, as Pratibha put it, started happening in the 90s with liberalization. And with liberalization, we saw an opportunity that, we, as India expands and as the world looks at India, we have to also expand and get ourselves tuned to be able to cater to the new legal needs. So we set up, we were already in Delhi, but we set up in Delhi, then in Bangalore, then in Mumbai, and we changed the sort of focus of the firm being a firm with generalist lawyers to a firm having specialized lawyers within one roof. So, pretty much like you go to a multi-speciality healthcare center with top specialists, and that was really a change in the firm. We attracted a lot of laterals in the firm in the 90s and from about 2001. Our growth was linked to India's growth. So I should say we were very fortunate to start expanding the firm, building talent, investing in technology very early. And one more thing I must say is investing in management teams and allied professionals. So very early on, what we realized is that lawyers would be best doing what they are doing, and that is the practice of law. In terms of getting all the infrastructure, management, technology, finance, HR, we would need to rely upon specialists. So as a firm, we really invested very early in that. And that really led to providing all of the wherewithal to the lawyers to really excel in what they are doing. And the firm was really joined by fabulous talent from across the globe. My partner, Bharat Anand, is here. He joined us from London, really instrumental in building the corporate practice. And we went into more and more new areas like intellectual property, technology, law, and that really. So from a firm, in the 90s, about 30 lawyers, and I think the growth of the country and the growth of the firm to about 1,200 lawyers today, and that's really been our journey from, say, 1 office to 6 offices, and that's where we are today.
So Hygrie was extremely modest. I can say these things because they are all also, very close personal friends. Khaitan's the largest firm in the country today. Actually, I was a paralegal with the firm in the 90s, the era he's talking about when it was known as a litigation firm, and then we've seen the growth since then. Thank you, Hygrie. Mohit, your journey is completely different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. I came to Delhi not to become a lawyer. I became lawyer by accident and took civil services, qualified, and started working as a lawyer just before I could join the services. And then I think there was no looking back. So just formed a firm called Luthra & Luthra with 3 of us, and then built it to a 350 lawyer firm. And now I've set up another firm called Saraf & Partners. We are 250 in a 2.5 years journey. So I would say it's a very, very interesting journey. And let me start by saying Pratibha has been very modest and I would say, very kind to all of us on the dais. But you can imagine, if Pratibha sits and all of us show up, it probably is volume about Pratibha than us. So I think that's being fair to Pratibha. But having said that, when I started working as a lawyer in early 90s, I think what is very important is to think about is how the journey started. Basically, lawyers, GCs, were nothing but they oversaw the litigation bit. They had no idea about corporate law. The corporate law, whatever was done by CFO. And he would work with a chartered accountant firm.
Still partly is.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But that was the time, and the institution of GC, the institution of law was not there. I remember when I started legal practice, my parents never saw me wearing a black coat. So my sister actually did a due diligence with a client, trying to see, I hope I'm practicing law, nothing, something else. So you can imagine lawyers as corporate lawyers just did not exist. And I remember everybody was very, very small. Largely lawyers doing corporate practice did lease agreements and things like that. I remember in 2000, early 2000, not 2000, 99 or something, I was supporting Government of India on a divestment company. And it was one of the first listed company as a firm we were doing. So my associates who were supporting me kept reminding me that it's a listed company. We have never done a listed company, so I don't know. So on the other side was one of the top law firm in India. Shardul was there. And then that time I used to smoke. So I went outside and smoking. And the associate who was briefing Shardul told me, sir, we are also doing the first deal. Please be careful in what we take, positions we are taking. We have done a research, but we have no idea. So that has been a journey. And again, I would say, as Hygrie said, that we've done wonders, and most law firms and legal practice are proxy on what the Indian economy has done. But I would say, and a lot of youngsters are in the room, I think what we have done in 77 years, we have a $3.5 trillion, $3.75 trillion economy in last 77 years. In next 10 years, we will triple ourselves. We'll be $10 trillion. So imagine what fun we have seen. You will see that fun, much more, twice the fun in next 10 years. So I would say the amazing period is yet to start. It's going to be crazy. And I think will be very important is how to work. Because when there is a growth, when people collapse. When there is little growth, nobody collapses. So I would say to manage growth will be the biggest challenge for all of us.
So well said. I think if we achieve the $10 trillion economy mark, which we will, a lot of that credence has to go to the work that the corporate law firms do. You're at the forefront of bringing foreign investment into the country. And I'll come to you last because you're the youngest, and so there's a journey. But Nishit Bhai, you've been at the forefront of getting that foreign investment into the country. And again, I think you're the doyen here just in terms of when you started. You want to tell us about your journey?
How much time do I have?
We can write the book later, but the synopsis today.
I don't know how much patience people have, but thank you so much. Wonderful to see you all in the morning. Actually, just to tell you a line about the firm, we are what we call India-centric global law firm that is purpose and research-based. And so we have, across the globe, we have about 7 or 8 offices in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, in New York, in Amsterdam, in Singapore, and most of the work is cross-border. So my journey started 50 years ago. This is my 50th year of legal practice. I did my law in 1973. And I hope I don't look even 50 years, hopefully. Not to brag about myself, but just on the lighter side. The journey started when I did my law, and I was very much interested in employment law. I started as a labor lawyer. Those days, it was not employment law, it was more like labor lawyer. And I used to deal with unions and other kind of stuff. But somehow or the other, I couldn't find a good senior to work with. So ultimately, I landed up in a tax work. And it was, when I started tax practice at that point of time working, I didn't know what is balance sheet. So I had to ask chartered accountant because I'm a student of arts, right, liberal arts. And I don't know, if you ask me to total 10 items 10 times, I'll still be wrong. So anyway, so I asked him, what is balance sheet? And he said, okay, if you want to learn about it, go to Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And then there is a book called How to Read a Balance Sheet. So that's how my journey started. Because I had no option, I was not lucky like others to have, some mentor or otherwise. But I got very good opportunities once I started tax practice to work with Mr. Palkiwala and other ones. My office was just next door to him. So every morning, T.R.D. Tata, Palkiwala and I would converge when we park our car together. Anyway, very inspirational, very inspirational. But then over a period of time, I started focusing more on the international side. That was my passion, because for a long period of time, I was in the globalization mode. And the seeds of those thoughts was sown by a saintly politician called Vinoba Bhave. He is my icon even today. And in 1955, he wrote an article in which he said, time has come, because we already got independence, to move away from Jai Hind to Jai Jagat. So all his letters, and that is where that you don't look at only India. We want to grow, we want to do best in India, but we also want to help the world and change the world. I'm sorry, I'm going too long, but I'm just giving you the background as to thought process that evolved. And so over a period of time, I started focusing more international side. I really loved that. Did my master's with those kind of things. I wanted to do PhD, but I couldn't find a guide. So ultimately, I had to do my own research for 3 years. Did comparative law studies, especially tax and other kind of stuff. And then in 1981, I ended up on a first client from the US, Bechtel. And that's how the journey started on international tax side. So my specialization remained international tax. And over a period of time, in 1986, the legal head, managing partner of Bear Stearns, one of the investment banking firm, which died some time ago during Lehman crisis, he suggested, Nishit, why don't you set up a law firm? I was a counsel. And so, whole journey has been shifting from one to the other to the third. And I said, why should I set up one more law firm? for a long period of time, I thought whether it is worth it, not worth it. And then I thought, let me study how law firms are organized, how they behave, what they do. So I interviewed close to 100 managing partners of the global law firms. Great experience to learn from all the stalwarts. And then decided to set up, I wanted to be more purpose-oriented. I want to be happy in whatever little I do, okay? And that's the whole ethos of the firm even today. So in 1990, we were the byproduct. 1991, India opened up. We were the byproduct of liberalized economy. And that's where we started this law firm. Now, who will come and join me, right? That's very classic issue for a startup. Ketan and others have been there, stalwarts, they have survived. To survive 100 years is not easy. So learning from them is a great opportunity. And so ultimately what happened, one day somebody came to my home crying, and he said, Nishit Bhai, I am electronics engineer. My visa for the US has been declined. Now what do I do? And I thought, oh, in the US people do law after engineering, right? So I said, why don't you start law? So he said, whatever you tell, I'll do it. So I said, okay, come tomorrow, start working and start your law. So he started law. Next person was MBA. Again, he was seeking a job and he couldn't find a job. So he said, okay, why don't you do law? He did law. Okay. So over a period of time, we became a zoo. So today we have a number of people, engineers turned lawyers to MBAs turned lawyers, accountants turned lawyers, PhD in artificial intelligence, to medical surgeon, Again, I had to persuade all these people to become lawyer, So that's how it has become a zoo. Sometime you want to visit us, most welcome. Of course, I can't compete with Mukesh Ambani with Vantara, but at least we have some interesting animals in the farm. And it's a great fun to work and, but it became more technology oriented. And the whole philosophy of the firm came up that we should add 1 cent value to all the existing law firms. We are part of it. And so the approach is to look to next 3, 5, 10, 20 years from now, look at what new technologies will be coming. What would be the new business models, social, political, economic development. So trend assessment and forecasting you do, and visualize today the future strategic, legal, tax, or ethical issue. Because every technology, every business model brings those kind of issues. And that's how we spend almost 40% of our time on research, academics, thought leadership, and just put a lot of material. Some of you must have seen some material that comes out from our firm. But we thought we should try to be part of it. I have gone too long. Pratibha is already signaling me without...
Like I said, Nishit Bhai, it could be
but
a
I can
book.
go on and on and on.
Exactly.
But I'll stop here for a moment.
But I must say, I've had the pleasure of working with Nishit Bhai for over 10 years, and there should be a book or a case study on his management model. I think, how to infuse innovation into lawyers and make that your core mindset. I think that's an amazing talent that we have learned from you. Naina, I think there are a lot of students here too. I think what people want to know, especially, you're a generation a little closer to them, though we're all ancient for them, I'm sure. But how do you start a law firm? How do you get out of law school, start a law firm, and scale it to what, 150 today, in a market that's already established? When they started, there was not an established market. When you started, there's an established market.
Thank you. Thank you, Pratibha. I think my esteemed panelists have brought about a lot of clarity on the objective sort of goals, for the next 5, 10 years, and also their amazing journey. But I think I'm going to sort of give you a little different perspective of what I want to see, where I started from. So I was 3 years out of law school, and I was 27, and I honestly, with no disrespect to any of my panelists, I just didn't have the right bosses. Really, it was necessity that made me start, right? I had 2 choices. One is I could continue working, be miserable, not bring my best self to the job every day, and just, rail at the world and say that, oh, you know, I'm such a victim, or I could do something about it. So I chose option 2, and I did something about it. And that was, how did I do it, Pratibha? Honestly, it was, you know, when you're young, you know, there is a certain sort of hubris that you have when you're young, and you just decide that you'll do something and you do it, and you don't really think through on the consequences. So I started the firm in 99 with me, lawyer, 1 client, and I grew from there. And I think what has kept me going and what has worked for me, I mean, if you'd like to take something away from this, is that just don't be arrogant, but be confident. So be confident about what you are bringing to the table. And I know that a lot of people may have questions about gender, but please don't bring gender into the equation. Bring your professionalism into the equation. I think that is what has worked for me. I have always gone in as a professional, in competition or as good or equal to any other male lawyer. I mean, I've never brought that into whatever I'm dealing with clients, and a complete conviction in what I want to do. Just to take it a little back, I graduated from law school, National Law School, Bangalore in '96. And I say this why? Because I was in the top 10 percentile of my class. I got the best job on campus. And, you know, I had this big chip on my shoulder. And I say this to the students here today. You know, I was like, oh, the world's my oyster. I'm going to walk into now I've got the best job. You know, my life is set. And the first job that was given to me was to review a lease agreement. And I didn't know what I was supposed to do, right? I still remember going into the bathroom and sort of crying for the next 20 minutes because I didn't even know whether I'm supposed to review it from a lessee's point of view or a lessor's point of view, because nothing was told to me. Law school doesn't teach you those things, right? Life teaches you those things. And I still remember my seniors in that organization, who are the trilegal founding partners, Sridhar and Karan. I think they kind of guided me, and I was lucky to have them, and they're also from law school with me. So, you know, it was a very humbling experience that I sort of had when I started my journey. So don't walk into any job thinking you know it all, even if you're at the top of your class, because life is very, very different from education. I started in the 90s. We've come a long way from clients, when I walked into a meeting, from clients waiting for my senior male partner to join me when there was none, you know, to expecting them to come into the room to start the meeting, to today, you know, I walk in and I'm asked for, I'm requested for in meetings, on transactions. I think we've come a long way. I think the world is changing for the better. But I think we still have a lot more work to do. And what I want to see, AI, technology, goals, the economy, all that apart, I want to see much more diversity in our profession. There's definitely more than when I started in the 90s, but there isn't enough. I still believe there isn't enough.
But I do need to ask you this question. So does the gender come into the room?
It does. I think at my age today, it doesn't anymore. But I don't want it to reach, I don't want that to happen, you know, when you reach a certain level in your profession. I want that to happen in terms of there is no gender sort of bias or prejudice, even when a first-year associate walks into the room, right? It's even today, I think it's seen very differently when I bring in my male colleagues into the room and they're working on a transaction. And it is not obvious, mind you. It's a certain perception, it's a certain dynamic that you feel. And I think Pratibha understands what I'm saying, because this happens even today, and I just hope the new India, the new way forward, I think that I wish that for all of us that stops, that starts diluting. It's not going to happen overnight, but we are there. We're doing our best to help remove that sort of bias. So we'll continue doing the work.
I must say, I think the corporate legal firms in India have done a much, much better job in terms of diversity than I have seen anywhere else in the world or any other profession in India. And that's, again, credence to the founding partners of the various law firms to have built that culture and provided, that space. I think if you just provide the space, everything falls naturally. I think the challenge is more when you are outside in a society that still has a different perception sometimes of who they're dealing with. I think that's where the real challenge is. I must say in India at least, and in my law firm at least, I've never felt treated differently from being a woman.
At least I'm not asked in client meetings, and I was asked this earlier, is where is Mr. Krishnamurthy? And when will he be joining us for this meeting? And I had to say, I'm Mr. Krishnamurthy. So, so at least that doesn't happen anymore.
Like Indira Gandhi said, call me sir. Digressing a little, Mohit, if I may come to you about, I think everybody, clients, associates, students, the community as a whole is looking at how AI is going to influence the legal profession, right? Because we are going to be at the forefront of it like probably any other industry, probably a little more, because the tools that you will use will decide on how does a first-year associate gets used? How do they get billed to clients? What sort of a product? As a client, I'm going to start asking the legal service providers, what extra am I getting from you now that ChatGPT exists? So how are you preparing for that?
I think let me recall I was just traveling for Holi outside Delhi, and I have a 14-year-old daughter, and she tells me, "So, Papa, what? One thing I dislike, that every time we talk about parity, disparity, diversity, we have male in the centerpiece." And I thought it was a very profound statement. And I would say the same thing is today. And I want to just pick up the last bit before I get to AI. That if you look today, in 1990, it was largely a male-dominated profession. Mostly were male. But today, if you look at our recruitment, majority, actually 60%, 65% are women. Not because we are supporting them, just because they are very good. They are very good students, they are very focused, and they outshine. So I would say clearly, the world has changed because the performance and the capabilities have dramatically changed. On the AI bit, I would say what I was telling my partners, and we are actually launching a closed AI system in the firm. We launched actually last weekend. So it's a process, and we'll have a proper closed AI system. Now, traditionally, if you think about is when young lawyers go to law schools and then they go to law firms, what do they typically do? They do transaction documents, the first draft and the second draft of that, due diligences, basic research. Now, a lot of these things actually will be done by machines. Huge amount of this will be done by machine. So therefore, to some extent, and it does worry me at some stage, that how would we train our next gen? Because this is really something important. The problem here is that if you start getting these things so easy, then reliance becomes heavily dependent on that. And therefore, your upskilling gets challenged. I think that's really the problem. Is that because really that time when we started the profession, if we had to be given a research, there was nothing available. So we have to really work hard way, go through that. Now, if 80% of it is given on a touch of a button, will the next generation look for 20%. And that I sometimes, it worries me. Because when it starts coming so easy, then you start taking it for granted. I would say really, if you think about today, yes, a lot of time, I would say, if you think about typical lawyer's life, 80-90% of things what they normally do will be done by machine. Drafting, annexing documents, research, due diligence. That's 80-90% of the time. Most lawyers do not do that 20%. Like remember the 80-20 principle? The 20% thing gives you 80% benefit and 80% give you 20% benefit. So the 80% which used to give 20% benefit will be taken by machine. But the 20%, which is the top up, which is critical research, strategy, most lawyers don't do that. I would say in a way, what you should think about it is how do you use this as a tool and upgrade yourself. If you are able to do that, I think you guys will do far better in next 10 years that we did in last 40 years. And that's a chance. But if you overly rely and you're pushing what the machine gives you, you'll be really badly affected. I would say that's the greatest opportunity, but also a very big challenge. How to stay disciplined, how to improve your upskilling. Again, the important thing, like I was talking to the Chief Justice of India appointed a committee to look at how they teach at NLS. And professors from Harvard were here, and you also did organize a party. And I think the critical question was, what we need to teach them. And I think another important part will be team, how to work as a team. Because law firms are all team effort. Law schools are all individualistic effort, largely except when you do moot court. Then how do you be part of the team where you think that you swim together and you sink together? And that's an important part, and that's an important thing. The other important thing will be very important, like now you have time, is how to learn the personal skills, soft skills. Remember, you don't go to a doctor who's confused and very busy. You don't go to a lawyer who's equally confused or too busy and is all over the place. You go to somebody who's very busy but very calm and who can think through, who can give you confidence. So I would say now you have that opportunity. You probably don't have to work round the clock, but the value you will bring to the table will be far more. If it is basic, then I'm sorry to say that you will be replaced by machine very shortly. So this is a great opportunity, but great challenge. And I think the profession, this is a profession which has not opened up. It has been a closed feudal system in last 77 years. I would say this is the first big opportunity where I would say it will become democratic. And therefore, there's a great opportunity for each one of you in the room.
So I agree. How are you preparing for this big earthquake? Are you training your people? What are the tools you're looking to use?
No, I think, very well said, Mohit. And I agree that, look, you can look at it as a threat or an opportunity. And if you look at it as an opportunity, the one thing you have to do is whatever training you do or whatever you do, it has to be top down. It can't be bottom up. And it's very easy in law firms or in the practice for the top to say that, look, you guys, you are the future, you all learn AI, you all learn what to do. But I don't think that will work in law firms. And what we are doing, for example, we have our own KCO chat GPT. We have our chief tech officer right here helping us with our tech solutions. We have our own data lake where we can use AI. And we are top to bottom adopting AI. And we've seen that, look, you can't fear it. You have to learn it and you have to adapt it. And so we can take baby steps. And, I get reminded by, what Yuval Harari said in his, I don't know if you all heard him in his latest talk, and he said, look, when I wrote my first book, I didn't even think of AI. When I wrote my second book, I thought of AI, but I didn't think it will be as powerful. Today, when I think of AI, I really feel that the human mind and the human species will be overtaken by AI. And the power and control will not be in the human species anymore. It will be in the machine. So we have to adopt to this new world. And that I think we have to accept. I feel we are taking baby steps. I can't say that I understand everything. But Pratibha, to answer you, we have an open mind. And with that, whatever we can do, we are doing on a virtually every day. The other thing is we have a very flat organization. So in that flat organization, everybody has to contribute to look what AI can do or what tech can do to today's profession.
You know, Haikri was mentioning before we started that it's a long panel, it's 1 hour. I'm already on the 15-minute mark. That's what happens when you're having an interesting conversation. I'm going to quickly change gears, Nishit Desai. This is close to your heart. The topic for the conference is on law, governance, and philanthropy. And the importance of philanthropy, I think, as far as the legal profession is concerned.
I think we are very clear about the purpose of the firm. And we are not unidimensional purpose, but three-dimensional. So the purpose of the firm is to do highly complex, innovative deals and litigation, because the research base, we think we can do. We focus on those kind of things. Second purpose is to foster next generation of socially conscious lawyers, just not the lawyers. I think the time has come to do that. So if that mindset is not there, then it's a wrong firm to be in. Third purpose is to shape the future of law. As I mentioned, look to next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Prepare today, so when time comes, then you can. Number 2, we believe, and I think all of us now going towards the flat organization. So several years ago, we went flat. So in legal profession, there are only 2 kind of lawyers, right? Advocates and senior advocates. So we have members and the leaders. So, oh, sorry, can you all hear me? All right. I was loud anyway. So, so hopefully you understand me. So idea is freedom with responsibility and accountability. So we do not have strict hierarchy, only 2 status, and that is the model that we have driven. And third thing, you talked about governance. So what we have done about 15, 20 years ago was that as a law firm, usually we are not open and accountable to anybody. So we have a global board on our independent board to whom I am answerable and others are answerable. Otherwise, we don't account for ourselves. So the members consist of McKinsey senior partner, other people, and I won't go into details, but independent board to whom I have to report. And third thing is governance is all about organizational behavior. So I don't want to again take too much time, but there are 3 things in a behavior or the model. Is this that there is, what you call culture is very important to us. Okay, it's not always gold medalist who necessarily we take. We also take 2nd tier, 3rd tier people, but who have learnability and desire to learn. Avis and Hertz, very famous management study in marketing, and it says that Hertz is number 1. Avis statement is we work harder because we are number 2. So we also seen that a lot of other schools, so we diversify our portfolio, including gender, what you call, and all that thing. But that mindset should be there of freedom with responsibility and accountability. We follow balanced scorecard as a part of our governance. I'll be happy to share anybody is interested in learning. And so some of these things are behavioral pattern, or I think behavior of an organization is the strongest competitive advantage. There are 3 ways to compete. 1 on price, product, and third is organizational behavior. If you do not have innovations on new product, okay. If your pricing strategy is not, it's up to you. But most important thing is people want to see how your organization behaves. So again, I can go on and on, but I won't detail. Again, like all of us now are looking at gender. We are looking at gender, male, female, etc. But I think, how many of us think of third gender? Okay? How many of us? We always talk about two genders, but I think now the, eunuchs or queers and other people, very little attention is paid, and their life is miserable. Okay? So I think that is another part we try to do. Philanthropy, I think we all, especially when I started going to the US, I found, and this is the last point I'll make, is that every lawyer has to spend 50 hours on pro bono work. Okay. Again, I would not be hung up on hours, but do something about it. Just being commercial minded, I think it doesn't suit our firm. It may be elsewhere, I don't know. But that is what we look into when we hire people. Are they into sync with purpose? And do they want to contribute to the world, make 1 cent change? And that is what people come with passion and not hierarchical mindset. And all that is becoming a part of life now. It's no longer something new. So we are doing the same thing. And I think, have I covered everything? Because 11 o'clock is the time. I still have 3 minutes, 4 minutes, an Indian Standard Time. But I think I have to leave something for our boss,
for Naina. So, absolutely true, Nishbhai. I think, if we go on your management philosophy again, it's a much longer talk. I think it'll be a solo talk someday we have to do. But Naina, staying on pro bono, one is the intrinsic good and the social consciousness that Nishitbhai has talked about. But, how important is it also from a practice perspective?
If I can just say this, that I think that people need, it's important for just humanity, for people to have other interests other than what they do. And those interests is impacting something or someone or a section of society, whatever that is, right? Be as passionate about that as you are about your profession, because it does have an impact on how you show up every day in your profession. It does. It has an impact on how you deal with your colleagues, with your clients, with just your friends, your family. If you're just focused and you've just got one sort of goal and you identify only with that, and for whatever reason you've had a bad day at work, what happens? What sort of effect does it have on your mental state? But if you have something outside that, if you have a purpose that is so much bigger than you, trust me, and I speak from personal experience, and okay, my passion is animals. My entire sort of time that I devote outside my work, as all my lawyers in my firm, and they're sick of hearing this, is rescuing animals or taking care of animals or doing something about it, right? And that's my passion, and I don't impose that on anyone else. That's what I want to do. But and that gives me so much of fulfillment that even if I've had a bad day at work, and I go back and I do something about that, and I see the effect or the impact that I'm having on something else that is bigger than me and it's not about me, it makes me a better person. And when you are a better person, you're more, and this is science. This is science. This is cognitive science, right? And I do a lot of reading on that. Is that it sort of expands your neural pathways, right? It sort of makes you see things better. It gives you clarity. It gives you presence. It gives you awareness. It gives you mindfulness. And these are not woo-hoo terms. These are things that are actually today scientifically based concepts. And when you do something that is not about you, your life becomes richer for it. And you are a better lawyer. Trust me when I say this. So I think social consciousness, like my panelists were talking about, I think it's the need of the hour. And if I can just say a little bit of AI, I think we have, I mean, the human race has survived pandemics. I'm not talking about this pandemic. I'm talking about even before that. We've survived pandemics, wars, natural disasters. We survive. We are survivors, all of us, right? AI is here. It is here to stay. We can't fight it. But what do we do as human beings? We adapt. We are so good at that. We adapt. We adapt to any new situation, any new environment. So don't be disheartened. And I say this to the students that are graduating, the new lawyers. Don't get disheartened. You will figure out a way that where you adapt to this. You work with AI. AI is not your enemy, right? It is a collaborator. It is a platform where you work together. And you will figure this out because we do that. We do that so well. And we've done that generation and generation. And evolution has shown us that, right? So I am not disheartened. I just feel like my panelists said that your skill sets have to be different now. So colleges, universities have to teach their students a different type of skill set. How do you connect better to clients? What is the power of your analytical mind? How do you look at complex data and come to a solution, a quick solution for your clients? These are things that maybe when we all graduated from law school, I speak for all of us, we didn't have to do that, right? Because we still could do due diligence and still have a job, right? But today you will have to do that. And so be it. That's the way you're going to not survive, but you're going to thrive in this new world.
Pratibha, can I take just 1 minute here?
Yes, of course.
I think the AI is going to change the model of law firm. So you'll be doing highest quality work in shortest possible time with smallest teams. So you'll have a lot of time at your disposal. Maximum need today is human touch. You will have a lot more time to work for NGOs. You'll have a lot more time to be empathetic to old people, to new people, young people, but also for animals and others. I think it will spare you. So there is going to be a job, but if you are only money-minded, perhaps that may be a different ballgame altogether. I don't want to comment on that. But you have a lot of opportunities to change the world for the better and make it more humane than, so I'm sorry I went on a little long.
No, that's actually very useful, Nishit. I think, again, as a general counsel, I can tell you, when I am looking at a law firm or a particular partner to work with, it's no more just the technical skills. If they don't have the social consciousness, the soft touch, in fact, our firm is mandating that a certain amount of hours that any law firm that we are going to use is providing pro bono services for certain causes that we espouse. So these are all very important, and you can see the change happening in front of our eyes. And I think that, Naina, that's a very useful advice for students in terms of reskilling. I think that's what they're looking to understand. Where is the reskilling that they're required to do? Staying on governance, because, I think the ESG bit came up from what they were talking about. Mohit, you've been working with the National Judicial Academy and conducting sessions for High Court judges on judicial reform. I think, that's part of that social consciousness. How important do you think that interaction between judiciary and the corporate profession is to the future of the growth of the country?
I think it's very, very important, because sometimes when you are in judiciary, you're a little away from the litigant society or from a law firm. So I can give you one example about my discussion. Really, I was talking to sitting High Court judges, and I was telling them, I said, sometimes when senior advocates appear, you're very, very considerate that, the client is paying so much of money, it's so expensive, and we have to give the relief. And therefore, sometimes you actually hear matters which you should not be hearing. And I'll give you an example. And I explained that maths to them. I'm a maths graduate. So I was telling them that how we lawyers can leverage judicial system for advantage. Because remember, lawyers do not have really legal duty except to the clients, unlike auditors. We have public duty. So I was just telling them that if you look at Singapore, at the first level of resolution of dispute, it takes under 100 days. In India, it takes 1445 days. 100 days to 1445 days for the first level. So let's look at, and this is an example which I shared with them, and I want to share that with each one of you here, that if you are a litigant and you have to pay 100 crore to somebody, and you say, hey, if I litigate with this guy, then I have a 4.5 years of period of litigation. So remember, he has 100 crore to pay, he doesn't pay, he litigates on frivolous grounds. And what he does is, he actually saves. If you look at corporate loans, I think we have general counsels here, your general counsels here. So really, the typical cost of borrowing for a corporate is 12-13%. So virtually you have saved 60 crore of interest for 4 years. And you litigate, at the end of 4 years, you do a settlement, offer 90 to $1, $90 to $100, and do a settlement. And virtually, this is the best money-making machine in India. And what it does is an important thing is that you are able to leverage system, the Indian legal system, to make a lot of benefit. And I think the critical question here, and from the judicial reform perspective, is that the substantive law in India needs to be dramatically changed, particularly Section 73 of Indian Contract Act, the cost which the courts award if you have frivolous case. If those things change, a large part of litigation will go out of the window. Because if you remember, most of our clients, when we are advising them, and they have a matter outside India, they look at the merit before they go to the court. But when they are litigating in India, they easily go to the court because time works for them and delay works for them. So really what is important is, these are important issues that the judiciary, the lawyers, everybody has to understand, that often hiring very high quality seniors and getting a relief works very well in India when you have a very bad case. And also it's a very rewarding because you make more money. And the other important thing is really technology. For like I remember you were saying that lawyers are good at lawyering, not other things. And same thing is also on the judiciary, that if you actually have a chief operating officer or a technology officer like you running the show, then the judiciary, the pendency, and all those things can significantly improve. Malaysia used to be worse than India, and Malaysia has dramatically changed by adoption of technology. So just a small bit.
Thank you. I'm going to Haigreve give you the last word because it's not easy to get you out and get you to speak. But just on this very important topic, Mohit is saying we can work on reducing litigation. That's not good for lawyers. But you've got to balance it again to, the social consciousness, what we need to do to further, the interests of the community as a whole. How do you see that balance working out for you at Khaitan between the social causes you espouse, working for, bettering, working for your clients to get better rules and regulations, and yet focusing on that, important billing number?
No, I think a very important issue you raise, Pratibha, about this conflict. And the way we look at it is that two parts to it. One is, if the judicial whole process cleans up, will it result in less work or more work? And I think it will really be more work for lawyers. And it will really be something where the litigant or the parties won't be hesitant in litigation because they'll know that there is relief there. So I think that's one part to it. The other part to it is that when we really get a client and we think that it's frivolous litigation, well, we will ultimately do what the client wants, but we will really do our best to see if it's frivolous that you don't litigate and you come to a compromise, because it's really a waste of time, effort, and money. It's not just about those billable hours where you can drag on a litigation. And I think that is not thinking for the short term, but thinking for the long term, thinking for the benefit of the client, thinking for your duty to the profession. So I think there is a huge duty to the profession as well. And I think that we are very conscious of, I should say.
Thank you, I agree. And I must say, they are not only talking the talk, they're actually walking it. They're actually creating a lawyers pro bono club that we'll announce in more detail later on in the conference. But thank you very much. Time's up. I have to make sure that we run the conference on time. So thank you very much. Again, a big round of applause, please, for
Thank you.
My panelists. Again, this conference would not be possible without their personal time and law firm support. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your invaluable insights. And I request Ms. Jain to present a token of appreciation to the esteemed panelists. Can we have the certificates on stage, please? Yeah. Panelists, can we have you back on stage for the token of appreciation? Ms. Jain, could we have you back on stage? Big round of applause for all the panelists here. Thank you, everyone. Well, moving forward, our next session, Growing with Climate Change Energy Transition, delves into a critical conversation on the legal intricacies of the energy sector amidst global climate challenges. We are honored to have with us Mr. Jayant Sinha, Member of Parliament, to grace us with a special address. Sir, can we have you on stage? Here, sir, for the special address. That's the clicker for you.
Good morning, everyone. If everyone can get settled, I'll start with my presentation. And after the presentation is over, we will have a panel discussion with some very distinguished panelists. So I think all of you, I'm sure, are looking forward to that. I, for one, am very much looking forward to the discussion that will happen after my presentation. So if folks can get seated, we'll get started. Can you close the doors now so that we have everybody's here? So once again, good morning, everyone. And I'm very, very excited to be with all of you, excited to be with this very distinguished panel to talk about climate change and the energy transition. And this is an area that I have been working on for several years now. And the headline that I like to provide when I start talking about climate change in India is in fact the headline that you're seeing right now for the start of this presentation, which is that net zero and India's transition to net zero is actually massively net positive for India and the world. We absolutely have to do it, and it is a very positive set of developments for India if in fact we decarbonize and we move towards net zero by 2070, which is what our Honorable Prime Minister has set for us as the goal. To put that in context, most OECD countries, most developed countries are planning to get to net zero by 2050. China is planning to get to net zero by 2060. And as of now, given the kinds of commitments and investments that are being made in the OECD countries and in China, I think there's a very high degree of confidence that China and the OECD countries will get to net zero by 2060. India, of course, has to get to net zero by 2070 as per our goal. And what I want to tell you is why net zero is so important for India and why it's going to be so net positive. So with that, let me get started. And the first chart I want to present to you all is the chart that tells you where we are with respect to carbon in the atmosphere. Remember that when greenhouse gases go into the atmosphere, they act like a blanket around the earth. And because they're acting like a blanket around the earth, they're heating the planet up. And so one of the things that atmospheric scientists, climate scientists, and people like me who study climate change focus on is what is happening to carbon particles. Carbon particles in the atmosphere, and as you can see, we've crossed 422 parts per million, 21 parts per million. And this is unprecedented. This has not happened in the last 250,000 years. So as far as climate change is concerned, we are in unprecedented territory. Humanity has never seen this level of carbon in the atmosphere. Now, what happens when this carbon goes into this atmosphere? We have a blanket around the earth. The earth starts to warm up. And the rate of warming increases as the amount of carbon in the atmosphere increases. So the way climate scientists are tracking global warming is through global average temperatures. And if you look at pre-industrialization, before we really started using fossil fuels, we have gone from about 1850 to 1950 to 0.5 degrees centigrade of global warming. In the last few years, we are at 2030, the projection is we'll be at about 1.5. But we are accelerating faster than people had anticipated. 2023 was the warmest year on record, and we pretty much got to 1.5 degrees centigrade of global average temperature increase. And the projection, the UNEP projection, is that we will get to 2.9 degrees warming by 2100. So not only are we seeing unprecedented warming for the planet, the rate of warming is also increasing very, very quickly. So those are two factors to consider. 2.9 degrees centigrade, folks, is really, really going to be scary. I'm not going to be around in 2100, but many of my young friends in the audience are going to be around. So folks, get out your air conditioners because it's going to get really warm. We are already seeing that right now. Extreme weather events in India and around the world are becoming much more frequent. The belief is that South Asia, 85% of Indians are at risk. The estimations are that South Asia is the most at risk when it comes to climate change because of the combination of heat and humidity. So 85% of Indians are at risk. We're already seeing extreme weather events in a way that we've not seen before, and it's already causing significant damage. Heat waves are happening. Unprecedented heat waves. We've already seen temperatures of 65 degrees centigrade in Gujarat, and the estimate that should scare all of us is that Delhi is likely to see maximum temperatures somewhere in the next few decades of 54 degrees centigrade. Right now, maximum temperatures in Delhi are 46, 47 degrees centigrade. We are likely to see maximum temperatures that go to 54 degrees centigrade in Delhi. At 54 degrees centigrade, you cannot survive without air conditioning. That's going to be absolutely necessary. And climate change is not something that we need to think about in 2100. If you just have to look at what happened in Pakistan in 2022, basically Pakistan has plunged into a macroeconomic crisis because of global climate change. Unprecedented rainfall, unprecedented glacial melting resulted in a third of Pakistan being inundated with floodwaters and a total macroeconomic meltdown in Pakistan. A lot of the political turmoil, a lot of the violence, a lot of the instability we are seeing in Pakistan is directly attributable to climate change. So these are not theoretical, abstract things we are talking about. This is your life, this is your city, this is your destiny that you must confront and deal with. Now, I'm just giving you what we know. But there are a lot of things we actually don't know. And what we don't know right now is what is going to happen when multiple tipping points interact with each other. Now, what climate scientists have figured out is that there are actually 5 different tipping points, each of which can interact with each other. And these 5 different tipping points are, of course, the Arctic and the Antarctic ice sheets, which are melting at a rate much faster than anyone had anticipated. Coral reefs are dying out. Has anyone of you been snorkeling in the Maldives? Anybody snorkeling in the Maldives? Anita has been. So if you go snorkeling in the Maldives, you will find that the coral reefs there are bleached white because ocean temperatures are much warmer than anticipated. Coral reefs can't die. When coral reefs don't die, they don't cool the ocean waters down. The ocean warms faster. The ocean warms faster. You have things like the Atlantic current collapsing. Obviously, as the world gets warmer, you have glacial melting, which is what's happening in the Himalayas right now. The Himalayas are losing their glaciers at a rate that nobody had anticipated. And when all of these things start to work together, the permafrost in the Siberian tundra is releasing methane as it melts. That methane is a very powerful greenhouse gas. That goes into the atmosphere. And oh boy, all of this comes together and starts to interact. Could we end up in a situation where we have runaway climate change, runaway global warming, not 2.9 degrees centigrade, but 4 or 5 degrees centigrade? We don't know. This is beyond the realm of the models because this is very tricky non-linear behavior which we cannot really model very well right now. So we have to really be worried about the tail risk of cataclysmic climate change. All of that, friends, is to tell you that net zero development for India is absolutely essential. And net zero development for India will really revolve around 4 very important areas. We have Gurdeep ji who runs NTPC, and he will tell you about what needs to happen as far as the power system is concerned, what we need to do as far as the electricity grid is concerned. But all of our transportation has to go to electric vehicles. What the modeling is telling us is that we have to move to 100% electric vehicle sales by 2035. Are we going to be there? Absolutely not. The estimates right now, probably 30-40% of sales will be electric vehicles by 2035. But the modeling is telling us it's got to be all electric by 2035. That's not installed base. That's just sales. Then, of course, we have to scale up green hydrogen, industrial decarbonization, and we have to have a working global carbon market. Unless these 4 elements are in place, it's very hard to see how India can get to net zero by 2070. But these are the 4 important elements of a net zero development model. The other important aspect of net zero development is the kind of investment that's required. Anita and others, Shalabh, Saurabh, who will be on the panel, will tell you about climate finance. But the reality is that we need trillions of dollars going into climate finance. Let me be specific. Total corporate capex in India right now, and everybody studies private sector investment very closely, including myself, is $65 to $70 billion a year. That's our total corporate capex. We need to do an additional $50 to $100 billion a year immediately in private sector capex to be on any kind of meaningful net zero trajectory. That's a very heavy lift. We have to go from where we are right now, and we have to add virtually the same amount of corporate capex that we are doing right now to be on a net zero trajectory. We have to double corporate capex. And that requires a lot of capital, a lot of financing, which we will have to find out how we are going to raise. I'm sure Anita and others will talk about that. But if we do so, and we have now very, very extensive analytical economic studies and modeling that's been done, net zero is massively net positive. And the first and most important impact of that is from air pollution. If we get rid of fossil fuels, in Delhi's air quality improves dramatically right now. We are the most polluted city in the world. We are killing in India 1 to 2 million people a year, more than we did in COVID. Every year we are killing because of air pollution. We're going to stop that. Obviously, GDP and jobs will grow faster if we make those kinds of investments in the green economy, and our balance in payments and our energy security will improve dramatically. Right now, friends, we are on track to import $1 trillion worth of fossil fuels. At the rate at which we are going, we are already importing about $300 billion a year of natural gas, coal, and crude oil. $250 to $300 billion a year we're importing right now. If we continue on the trajectory we are on, we'll be importing $1 trillion. Guess what that does to our balance of payments? We need a lot of IT services engineers, let me tell you, to pay for that fossil fuel. And ultimate and final point, which I will make, is that if we are able to do that, if we are able to get that climate finance, make those investments, we will have a win-win-win, a win for the planet, a win for the global north, and a win for the global south. But the key to all of that is trillions of dollars of capital flows from the global north to the global south. Private sector capital, not concessional capital. There's not enough concessional capital or government money to fund net zero in the global south. It has to be private sector capital. It has to be all of you in this room who are working on these deals and who are trying to make this happen. But this is the war that we have to fight. This is the war that we have to win. Otherwise, as I said to you earlier, the implications are absolutely catastrophic. They're existentialist. This is something that we have to really, really dedicate ourselves to, and we have to enable all of these things to happen. Otherwise, we won't have much of a planet to live in. Thank you very much, and I guess we are now going to move to the panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for those truly enlightening words. And I request Mr. Nishit Desai to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Sinha, please. So, can we have the certificate, please? Have the panelists here, but I'm going to formally introduce all the panelists and the moderator, of course. So now we're moving on to the panel discussion on the same theme. And to moderate this discussion, may I please invite on stage Mr. Amit Kapoor, Joint Managing Partner, JSA Advocates. He's already here. Big round of applause for him. And I'll introduce the other panelists as well. Or sir, do you want to do that?
I'll do that.
Okay, great. Over to you then.
Thank you. We are short on time. And I would rather get the wisdom of the people around me rather than waste energy on introductions. They're all well-known people. As we go along, I'll introduce. I'll start with Anita. And thank you, Mr. Sinha. Jayant has set the stage truly for the discussion that we have. The immediacy of the problem and the gravity of the problem is clearly there. One remarkable thing you'll find in the thematic reality is that other than me, there's no lawyer here. Because climate change is a reality where lawyers and the legal system will have to work to find answers within the framework which is understood across the board. It's systems thinking. You have to look at all aspects of life. The footprint of climate change comes from the time you get to sleep to the time you wake up in every walk of life. We don't seem to be conscious about it adequately. We are not doing enough. And that truly brings me to the first speaker. Anita has been an investment banker, worked with the IFC for long years, worked with CDPQ, invested significantly, pension funds from Canada coming into India and investing in renewables on highways, and now leads her own investment structure. So without more, may I invite you to share your thoughts. And what I would do is, the wisdom on the dais will go for 5 hours. My challenge is to control and make sure you get something meaningful within the hour that we have, or 40 minutes maybe.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I have to thank Mr. Sinha, because I think if all of you are not yet convinced about the need for action for climate change, we will not have any harmony and no growth. So it's amply clear, and that's really the passion that drives me to bring about that mobilization of global capital into emerging markets, including India. So as Mr. Sinha rightly said, we need trillions of dollars, so I'm not going to repeat the numbers. But a key notation from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, is that 90% of those trillions have to come from the private sector. And therefore, one has to think about what gets the private sector to invest in climate change. So way back in 2008, 2009, when solar was a new technology, IFC actually invested in the first megawatt of commercial solar, and it took that risk. And mind you, it was not a unilateral decision. There were a lot of ifs and buts. But this is my big message, and Shalabh, I'm turning to you as the development finance institution representative here.
really to push to take those risks, because today we have several technologies in all of the 4 sectors that you mentioned, which need that kind of risk-taking capital. And like Mr. Sinha, I truly believe, and my own personal track record speaks to it, that you can get good, decent investment returns. So it's not as if you're putting your money down a black hole. However, these early stage investments need a lot of hand-holding. And that's what the development finance institutions can do. The big pride and joy for me is the fact that in India's renewable energy sector today, every single Canadian pension fund has a stake. Other sovereigns like ADIA, GIC, Temasek have considerable stake. And that's great. So we've enabled these large institutional investors to come in. It's not a picnic. They have faced problems, and all the lawyers in this room will know that it's not an easy sector. But having said that, once they've come in, and they come in usually into brownfield assets, and then once they get the confidence, then they can invest through those platforms into greenfield. And you know, we are at a very lucky position, despite all the risks that Mr. Sinha pointed out. We have large global institutional investors who have a commitment to do more green investments. So, for example, in CDPQ, and I would share that as Amit asked me to, we had our bonuses linked to the carbon index performance for the institution, which rested on 2 parameters: the carbon footprint of the portfolio and the new green investments that were being done. And if a department underperformed, they would actually have a direct impact on their bonus. And that actually changed the whole institution into looking at even the youngest analyst in the team started questioning why we were investing in fossil fuels. And it's very clear to me that more and more the large institutional investors will have that pressure. It's up to us in India to have a coordinated approach to mobilize those dollars. And often in India, I hear people saying, where else will these institutions invest? One big fact that we have to keep into account is that every single developed country's infrastructure today is at least 30 to 50 years old. So there's a huge opportunity to revamp their own infrastructure and to make it green. So we are competing not with Pakistan or with Afghanistan. We are competing with the United States. We are competing with every European country to get that capital into India. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. So my attempt will be to try and dive into the experiences that we have on the table. Next, I'll invite Gurdeep. Mr. Gurdeep Singh is the Chairman Managing Director of NTPC. But he's one of the strange men who worked very well in the private sector, were doing very well, gave it up, and came to the government, and has stayed with it. Normally, we find the flip. And he's done extraordinarily well in the experiment of leading the thought from the PSU side on the climate change, energy transition, particularly on green hydrogen and various other initiatives in combining the renewable energies along with conventional power and coal. But he wears a crown of thorn for which he's beaten up every other time, because he has the burden of carrying the coal reality of India. And as Mr. Sinha was telling us just before we came in, the 2070 trajectory is driven by the fact that all coal must stop by 2045. Now, that's a hell of a challenge to bear with. So, Gurdeep, over to you.
Thank you. And I think then my job is becoming a little tough because Sinha Sahab has just almost covered from all angles. But let me try to attempt this to give some perspective. I think Anita just mentioned that how comfortable they were when they started investing in the first or the second one when the tariff was around 15 rupees or something like that. I'm sure that many of you will be knowing that NTPC is one of the company that's our then a trading arm which is called NVVNL. That was the first one to come in, and we signed the power purchase agreement from that, and in turn we had signed with the DISCOMs. And with all confidence I can say that till date there has been no delays in the payment of anyone. I think this has been kind of as I'm just trying to give this flavor that this is the kind of your security of your investment, whatever you have bidded on that, returns, etc. I think it is insured on that side. So the company like ours, which was primarily set up as National Thermal Power Corporation, we realize that climate change is inevitable. Transition will be there. The only question is, what is the speed at which it is sustainable? And when we are talking, and thanks Amit Jain for adding that, we have the responsibility that energy security is paramount. We cannot really compromise on the energy security. And along with that, how we can expedite, how fast we can move on the energy transition. And with that motto, we had been taking up our renewable journey. And I'm happy to share with all of you that the company which was only doing the cost plus nominated projects, we have changed the structure, and anyone who is interested in the renewable sector, I'm sure Amit will be just getting almost every day, that we have started giving competition to the private sector on that. And in addition to that, what we aim is that we should be reaching to at least 60 gigawatt of the renewable energy by 2032. Today we have only 3.5 gigawatt which is commissioned, but as of today when we are talking, it's 8 gigawatt which is under various stages of the construction. And every day we are able to connect to the grid about 10, 15, 20, whatever this is going to come. So we are on track, and we will ensure that we fulfill our objective of reaching towards that. Out of that Panchamrit, what Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned about the 500 gigawatt. Today as a country we are having almost 192 gigawatt of the non-fossil fuel, and the work is going on in many ways. We are the renewable energy implementing an agency also, so that we are just calling the tender and helping the private sector. I think more than anything else, what I'm just trying to give thrust here is that we are doing everything possible to invest on our own, but at the same time, we are enabling the others also to come in and invest, and you can rest assured that it is going to be the very, very safe investment. Give me another minute or so. I think when we are saying that this energy transition, how sustainable, how fast it can be, I think only solar and wind may not be able to fulfill the requirement of the whole energy. I think we all know that the best way to start is deepening the grid and greening the grid. I think this is the first and foremost method where we can make a lot of difference. Like in India, we supply almost 1/4 of the electricity, and incidentally we become the highest polluter. But that is a bigger challenge and bigger opportunity for us. What we are doing is that we are aggressively going on renewable, so that during the time when the renewable is there, without any storage solution, we can still implement in the grid, and we can feed the renewable energy. Probably India is among few countries where renewable energy is a must run. We have given the transmission waiver, not only the transmission charges, but the losses are also then waived. I think there are n number of this kind of things which have been extended by the government through the policies, and we keep finding ways. But the other thing which I wanted to mention, which is important, there are other two aspects in addition to the solar and wind. That is going to be something carbon capture and utilization, because we don't have the much scope about the sequestration here. We will have to work on that, but as of today it is limited. And the other one is going for the nuclear. I think that is going to satisfy our needs. Whereas the solar and wind plus storage is eminent, and it is in this short-term journey which we are looking at. But on the larger side, we are also working how we can repurpose our coal-based power plants, and whether we can replace at some point of time through the SMRs or the smaller size nuclear power plants. If we can address the question of the safety, it is already addressed, but at the same time how we can convince the public that yes, the perception that it is safe to run. I'm not here to just bat for the nuclear lobby, but at the same time I think that's what we believe, that to keep the grid safe, I think we will have to go in all directions. And I think it is quite clear that we are having only around 1200, 1300 kilowatt hour consumption, and this is around 18% of the energy usage, which need to go up to 30-40%, and the total energy is also going to increase. So there is a immense opportunities, and I don't think then there can be anything better than the last thing what the policy decision government has taken, and through that everybody is being paid for their electricity what is supplied. I think there was one concern which was coming around about a year back, that people are having their overdues for more than about a year or 6 months, but today I think that is something which is gone. So I think please get reassured that government as well as the corporates like us, being in the public sector, we are doing everything possible to invest on our own and try to help the others also to come in on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurdeep. So as we ponder over the discussions and the points made by Anita and Gurdeep, one thing which comes up very clearly is we need to innovate. We need to step out of the usual thinking, and we need to do things differently. The reason is because to mix conventional energy with renewable, to transition out with energy security is a challenge. To attract finance which is going to be viable rather than expect only subsidies, and to move forward on growth path requires some thinking out of the box. Next, I invite Saurabh Kumar. Saurabh was with the government, IRS officer, who moved to a kind of a semi-joint sector, founded Bureau of Energy Efficiency along with Ajay Mathur, moved on to EESL, Energy Efficiency Services, and CESL, and e-buses, battery storage, particularly very interesting experiments made in some of those, and the Bachat Lamp Yojana. So I would request you, but before I invite you in, I can't help but bring in one of the eminent jurists that we have known and we've heard. Lord Denning said, if we never do anything which has not been done before, we shall never get anywhere. The law will stand while the rest of the world goes on. And that's the challenge that you and I as the legal fraternity face today. How to work with the realities and to create new structures, contractual, legal, regulatory and policy, which will support, as Anita said, in the initial phases, their challenges. Risks are higher. And can't help but quote Albert Einstein, who said, theory is when you know everything and nothing works. Practice is when everything works and nobody knows why. We have put both together, theory and practice. Nothing is working, nobody knows why. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit. I think you've laid the perspective very well. And let me start off by saying, what is India's unique proposition today? I mean, we hope to get to be a developed economy by 2047. The pathway between now and 2047 is very, very different from any other developed country that has become developed country, including China. And the key differential, which almost everybody has highlighted, and let me articulate this, we will be developing using non-fossil fuel sources primarily. I mean, that's the hope. And that is the unique proposition. Is it a challenge? Is it an opportunity? I see this as a huge, huge opportunity, where you will need very different business models. You will need very different regulations. Some of it has already witnessed, and you mentioned about the electric bus program that the country has rolled out, very unique in itself. I don't think a program of this scale and magnitude exists anywhere in the world. And we are already attracting attention of other developing countries who want to emulate this in this whole thing. The second opportunity that the Honorable Prime Minister announced, the 1 crore rooftop scheme. Now, if this is implemented well, I think it's going to change the face of the power sector in India. But having said that, I also want to pick up what Mr. Sinha and also Anita, you mentioned that 90% of what is needed investment will come from the private sector. And the question is, most of this in context of electricity and energy will come with the state government as a counterparty. Now, the one of the key issues is, are the state governments ready to receive such kinds of money? Do they have the institutional wherewithal to absorb this capital? And quite frankly, the answer to me is they need a lot of support. And one of the key aspects which we were discussing before we came here is such kind of in private investment will also need a counterparty which is robust financially. Now, if you look at states which have very high renewables, and I'm taking the example of Tamil Nadu, also Rajasthan, almost 20 to 30% of their state debt comes from the power sector. While, as Mr. Gurdeep Singh says, the problem of day-to-day payments to the developers is no longer there, hopefully. But the fact remains that if you want to get massive pools of private investment, you have to turn these utilities around. And therefore, what is needed is to put together a comprehensive pathway for energy transitions for the state governments, one after the other, which is very comprehensive. It looks at where the new capacities will come, particularly in renewable energy. Number two, the unserved area of solar is the decentralized renewables. Now, this country has, for the first time, we have upped the ambition on decentralized renewables on the rooftop. But equally, if you look at agriculture, that's 150 gigawatt. We have hardly achieved anything. And this will directly impact the state finances, because if you generate electricity at the farm and consume it, you will reduce the cost and just to give you an example for Maharashtra, the cost of delivering power today, and these are all regulators' approval, and of course Amit knows this is something that we work together in creating CSL. The cost of delivered electricity to a discom at the agriculture feeder is about 7 to 8 rupees per unit. That was about 3 years ago. Now, if you generate at 3 rupees and consume it there, it's going to have a massive impact, particularly when you look to scale this up. So I think what is needed here, and all of us in the room, including the government, philanthropies, MDBs that we have here, we need to work jointly together and support these states in creating that institutional capacity to start to absorb private sector capital in a much faster way. So let me hand it back to Amit.
Thank you, Saurabh. So I think we have a mix, but the fundamental issue which has been raised time and again is that ultimately climate change, energy transition will come with serious private capital. Question is, that's the desire. Will it? Are we there? What do we need to do to make sure it happens? Canadian pension funds happily investing in India. Indian insurance and pension funds not investing. We are not willing to take our own risk. What's the problem? Why is the regulator and the policy maker not willing to see that problem and solve it? Can we do something about it? We were told right now that we've seen the change with the 2 rules notified by Ministry of Power in 22, the change in law rules and the late payment surcharge rules. The past is not covered. The subsidy game continues. RBI report of 22 noted that the highest level of subsidy and freebies belongs to the sector. The largest NPAs belong to infrastructure and energy in particular. So in that context, I'm inviting the last on the panel, but not the least, Shalabh. Shalabh Tandon, career spent on financing from the private sector, infrastructure, IFC. He today is responsible for the region as also the climate change agenda at IFC. And sting in the tail is the fact that IFC funded a mega coal project in India where certain residents in that area took an issue back to US, and US Supreme Court declined to give the protection that any international body would get. And that changed the perspective and the thinking. Though it was a clean technology on coal, it was something where they had used the supercritical technology, emissions were low, but they realized that it has to be dealt with differently. So over to you, Shalabh. What is required to get the private capital in? Will wishful thinking be good enough? Or can we do more?
Thanks, Amit. And I think you have provoked me to remember 2008 when I was the investment officer for the Mundra project, which was the 4,200 megawatt coal project. And I have got a lot of flack for that within the system, but I still am very proud of that because it still moved the needle as far as the country was concerned at that time. And Mohit knows it. And after that, we worked together to do the first mega solar project also in the country. And I was the investment officer for that, which is the Rewa solar plant. So let me touch upon the key question Mr. Sinha addressed in the slide. How do we get the trillions of dollars from north to south? And let me add a wrinkle to it. How do you get it in sectors which are hard to abate or where it would not flow naturally? Because there is a business as usual scenario where Canadian pension funds and others, where they, if they find the risk return profile okay, they will invest. So we don't have to do much there as long as those sectors at a country level are have the good ecosystem. And therefore comes in the multilateral development banks and all the reforms that are happening there, or there's a lot of talk on that. I've been part of a number of discussions as part of the India's G20 presidency. Mr. Sinha is fully aware of that. We've been also at the center of a lot of bashing that MDBs have to really change and reform. And let me tell you where we are in the thinking today to address Amit's questions. So while today the MDBs do about $125 billion per annum, that's not enough. It's still a drop in the notion for the trillions of dollars that we are talking about. But what the MDBs are now discussing as part of the product of the G20 reform report is how do you make each dollar there count, which means how do you make it count towards mobilization of private sector capital. Unlike Anita, we don't have financial incentives or bonuses linked to that, but we have a very hard KPI which says every dollar that you get in, how much of private sector capital have you mobilized on that? And since there are very stringent rules, how do you count mobilization? We have to necessarily charge a success fee and all, which would mean this would lead to a behavior change so that you put your dollar in a sector which is not easy to get private sector capital mobilization, which would mean necessarily doing a lot of upstream work on reforms for that sector in that country, building the ecosystem, building the regulatory environment, making sure that it becomes sustainable after a few years. So that's, I think, number one. Number two is a change in products. We are looking more and more into how can we do partial credit guarantees, first loss, first risk sharing, all of that, so that every dollar counts and gets leveraged into private sector capital. I was expecting Saurav will talk about blended finance, but he did not. Maybe in the next round we can ask him, how can blended finance make the difference for all these hard-to-abate sectors? And finally, I think considering that there are a lot of lawyers in the room, I think one of the big opportunities for lawyers and all here is as India or other countries are moving towards transition finance, a lot of opportunities will come up. Development of carbon credit markets, interoperability between taxonomies that are developed in India and those that are operating in EU, in US, the IRA Act and all that. When people talk of climate risk, I have heard it's physical risk and transition risk. Let me add a third one. It's also litigation risk. As you see companies, let's say steel, exporting to EU and all, you will find pressures even on the legal and litigation side, which is an opportunity for you guys. Therefore, you need to get deep into that. transition finance is critical. The business as usual sectors will attract the finance, but how do you get it for a steel? How do you get it for a cement? For things like electric arc furnace, for things like hydrogen, blue hydrogen, for waste heat recovery, for blending biofuels into the main fuel, for having some transition fuels. How to accelerate that? Right now, we don't even have a definition of climate transition. I was in Hong Kong 3 weeks ago where we learned a lot from some of the leaders in this field, including Singapore and HKMA and so on. And we're trying to see how we can develop India's own version of taxonomy on transition finance. I'm part of the IFSC committee trying to do that, and we'll pick brains from all of you how to get that. Once we have a definition, then we have a target, and then we get the finance for it. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Sharad. So given where we are in terms of the wish list, I would want to go back with a question in terms of when you're looking at climate finance, and particularly transition financing, why is it that we are not able to come up with a model, because you are all from the operational reality of practitioners, to finance the externality of green replacing black? It has effect on productivity, it has effect on longevity of life, it has in primary healthcare of a citizen, and coping costs. But why is it that neither private sector nor the government has come up with a model which will price that externality so that it can be fed into the pricing? And that pricing is the incentive, rather than go by the old model of license Raj. And therefore, I'm putting it because IFC, your platform, NTPC, and GAP, these are organizations which are emancipated, working towards it. And unless we put that across, and I welcome any or all of you to intervene and come back with it, because unless we have the technology and the finance, and we have actual long-term finance, not the 3-year quick turnaround PE funds which want 25% return. They have to be long-term finance, looking at investments long-term. Unless you price the externality, if your delta in the returns is going to be there, you can't continue with that negative financing stroke year after year. You can bury it under the carpet 1 year or 2, but ultimately it will come to bite. So where are we on that? Are we thinking? And if not, why are we not? And what could we do to take it forward? Because with this kind of a forum, and with please join us on that, unless we are able to do that, I think we are defeating the very purpose of the agenda that we set out for ourselves. And as he said, it is existentialist. Now it's not a question of sitting back and thinking that should I have a veg meal or a non-veg meal. It's survival realities, right?
So, Amit, as usual, you framed it extremely well, and I think basically what you're pointing us towards is the carbon price. But just to give you the example, where we see a big gap is something like a carbon pricing mechanism and system has to be global to work well. What are we seeing today? So there was the CDM mechanism, which today is pretty much non-existent. We have the voluntary market where there is a lot of talk, but I don't see the kind of flows that are expected to come through. So what we are doing as very small financiers in this ecosystem is actually to start mainstreaming that in our assessment and evaluation of companies. So similar to the weighted index that Harvard University has come up with, we are putting a very simple, quantified approach to how do we put a price on carbon. So that's a drop in the bucket. But I'll again turn to Shalabh, because I think the beauty of the multilaterals is that you have the convening power, you have the intellectual capability, and actually the world is ready for it. But we have to start taking those first steps. And I always say that in any of these changes, money talks the loudest. And if the capital providers start requiring this as part of their evaluation, that will change the reality.
So I will not opine why is it not happening at the country level, but I'll tell you what we are doing in the space and whether it's important. So yes, it's absolutely critical. Having talked to a number of private sector players, they They think a carbon price is important in the equation as they evaluate the returns. So what the World Bank Group and the multilaterals are doing is, you are all aware of the voluntary carbon markets, but a lot of it doesn't have the integrity of the carbon credits. So the verifiability and integrity of carbon credits is critical to avoid all the greenwashing risks associated with it. So we are entering into that space in a big manner to ensure that we work with partners to give it a stamp so that that integrity is preserved. The issue on the global carbon credit mechanism, and I talked to one of the UNFCCC members who was in India, I think a couple of months ago for the TERI program. And he says the biggest opposition that is coming, and even from countries like India, is what happens if you sell your carbon credits from India to a country outside under the mechanism? Then you don't get credit for the net zero goal that you are achieving with that. So you set up a hydrogen project, basis carbon credits, and you sell the credits, let's say, to EU. Then you can't do a double counting on that. You can't capture it in the net zero goals of this. Therefore, the government is coming out, I'm told, and maybe Mr. Sinha can shed more light on that, is coming out with rules saying which are those where we'll allow you to sell carbon credits outside. Which brings to the third equation, which is development of domestic voluntary carbon markets, which I think would be key. Just like development of local capital markets is key to take care of a lot of the currency risks that happen when you do financing. Similarly, development of local carbon markets will be critical. You have Tata Steels and you have cement companies and so on. Why not impose science-based targets on them? And if they don't achieve those targets, they have to take a price and start the trading mechanism within your country. You're not dependent on EU. You're not dependent on flight of credits going outside, and you start that. I think that is required. I remember this was one, and the biggest issue which I didn't talk about earlier, when foreign capital is trying to enter into countries like India, is apart from all the sector risk return and all that, is macro political and currency. Macro political, they'll take a view. Sometimes they'll take MEGA guarantee. Currency risk is also huge. Sometimes they take natural and taxation. And I remember, Mr. Sinha, you had suggested a very innovative idea on G2G swaps using collars and caps, which can take care of currency hedging. And I think that those can be very powerful.
Thank you. I think the challenge, and I would go to my left and ask them to answer that question, is ultimately the carbon markets have to be viable if we are going to be real about it. You have a Korean market where people are willing to buy off a carbon credit for $400 and in the US, and you have an Indian situation where you're working with $2 and $10. Somewhere the equity of that play has to come in besides the NDCs alone, because you can't keep working on subsidy and only on freebies. There is a limit that your GDP permits you to go. There are welfare objectives that have to be worked with. And therefore, I think the question that arises, which quite clearly and squarely in this panel is there, we can't keep thinking of long-term subsidized soft capital. You have to be viable. You have to earn enough to pay for it, which means you have to price it right. So what are the thoughts on this side, sir?
No, I think that's right. Ultimately, that need to happen. The question is then how soon we can make it happen. And coming back to the carbon pricing, what I can share with all of you is that there has been a couple of meetings after the rules were then specified, and I think then there will be framework which is going to come very soon, and we should be able to join that as soon as possible. I think from the policy side on that. On the industry side, I think then we keep hearing the noises from the different, except the one group, probably everybody was skeptical, but the one group which was having some courage, they're saying that we welcome this. So I'm not sure that how it is going to happen and pan out. Every industry will have its own, and how to abate is going to be much more difficult than some sort of the other sources. As I said then about the sector what we are in, I think it still looks like that it is going to remain in for a longer time in the regulated sector. I think the real issue what you should be just discussing on this platform is that how soon people like you can intervene or then you can help to create more and more market, and you can apply those things in the market. And just to add on that, I think you will all will be knowing that renewable energy for the consumers, and I think C&I consumers, I think that people can have their own captive plant now, or they can have the directly on that route. So these kind of solutions, I think, maybe developing some help in those areas.
Okay. Before I come to your question, let me respond to Shalabh on the blended finance. And it's not necessary that every sector and every private investment you need blended finance. And I'll give you an example. For the first time in about 25 years, I have seen 1 lakh crore of private investment committed to the distribution sector under the smart meters. 10 crore smart meters have been awarded, all by private sector. There is no risk guarantee fund, but it has happened. So again, I emphasize on the institutional capacity and how do you create a model which is adoptable. On blended finance, the bus, as you know, the electric bus, one of the bedrocks of why private investment is coming in is the payment security mechanism that we are building along with the government of India and the government of US. Now coming back to, obviously I'm no longer in the government and Mr. Singh is part of that, but I just hope that the rules and the design, market design of the domestic carbon market learns from our experiences under the PAT scheme and does not repeat the same mistake of creating a market failure. So I'm pretty sure the ministry and all others who are involved will be doing that. But yes, it is incredibly important that we have a domestic carbon market and a domestic carbon price. I know a lot of corporates have already started using internal carbon prices when they look at any project investment that they do. But I think if it gets mainstreamed, it will probably increase the mainstream, the climate agenda.
Thank you. So I think we're coming to a close to our session, and thank you for being here. Yeah, Nishit Bhai?
Sorry for my interruption.
No, please.
I'm just curious to know, you talked about innovation, you talked about nuclear energy. India has large deposits of, largest deposits of thorium, and it produces non-weapon-grade nuclear waste, and it can be modular.
Sure.
So we have great opportunity to innovate there because nobody has been able to crack that portion, except Chile or somewhere, something has happened. But I think we have a great opportunity.
Exactly what he was referring to. Yeah. Nuclear. The nuclear development is what he was alluding to.
This is non-weapon grade.
Sure.
Which is more safe.
Yeah.
So my understanding is it would be...
Absolutely.
I think you would have seen the news item that NTPC has already decided to enter in the nuclear field. We have the joint venture with NPCIL, and for the last about a year or so, I had been in various discussions and trying to take up some of the issues with the concerned and authorities. I think the thorium, what you are just mentioning, I think this is going to be the ultimate solution for Gen Energy for us. That's what is being talked about, but I think it's going to be another at least about a decade, if it's not more. But we should not lose hope. I think our scientists are quite upbeat on that. I think that's the only happy news which I can share. But more than that, I think the fast breeder reactor, I had a chance to visit in the Kalpakam, and it's a kind of, even that success is also going to be proving, because it generates 1.5 times on what it consumes. So it's the problem is, to some extent, is resolved on that.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. I think we are out of time, unless listen out. So I will end by just quoting a dialogue from Mary Poppins rather than a jurist. She said, "When the world turns upside down, the best thing is to turn right around with it." Time's come for that. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I request you to stay back on stage, and I request Mr. Kapoor to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Jayant Sinha. Sir, can we have you back on stage? And can we have the token of appreciation for Mr. Jayant Sinha? Very much, sir. And Mr. Kapoor, I would request you to present the token of appreciation to the other esteemed panelists as well. Can we have the certificates, please? Round of applause for all the panelists and Mr. Jayant Sinha, of course. Thank you, everybody. Well, in our next session, we explore driving India's growth through investments, importance of investor-friendly regulations. Please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Nivriti Rai, Managing Director and CEO of Invest India, for a special address. Hello. Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to be invited to this very special group. I must admit that I really need strong legal support because my DNA is technology. And by my characteristic, I'm a risk taker. So when risk-taking and technology come together, I really need my friends to be legal experts. So when I joined 6 months ago in Invest India, the first person I got on board, very seasoned person, was an HR professional. The second person I got, new, was a legal professional. Because I realized my corporate world was very different than Invest India world, which is part public, part private. When I was with Intel 30 years, 15 were in US, 15 were in India, so I love India and US a lot. Who I am is made by these two countries. But I realized that to be able to, work together, to be able to do things jointly, not only does your product have to be amazing, your process has to be good. In corporate world, you build a process, you build a code of conduct, and if you meet that, then you just focus on your product, the best possible product. What happens in the government side is you build a product, and you maximize the process to make sure no I is left dotted, no T is left crossed. So the optimization journey is process here and product there. And I realized why so. I was very unhappy about this, like my DNA is build the best product. And in this world, I'm saying build the best process and have a decent product. Then I realized what was at stake. When I'm at home, I'm at stake. When I'm in school, my school is at stake, my university is at stake. When I'm in an industry, that industry is at stake. But when I am working for a country, the country is at stake. And that is why you play a tremendous, tremendous role and legal experts from all over the country. When I say Invest India, I'm looking at the world. I'm looking at many countries. I'm looking at many countries' strengths. So we need support from the global legal experts. So why I came here? This is why I came here. Then I want to tell you, I'm going to just answer 4 simple questions, and I would love for you to ask me any if you have. Who am I? I'm Nivriti Rai. I have 30 years of experience with Intel, technologist at heart. The last 15 were in India. When I was in India, I was also the country president, so I learned working with the government, working with industry consortiums, working with academia, doing CSIR kind of work. So I did all of that, and I learned a lot of things about India. And then 6 months ago, I joined Invest India with 3 goals: investment, trade, and R&D. R&D came naturally to me because, you know, of some of my background. But in investment, my goal was, don't just bring investment, ensure return of investment. That's where my strength and my team's collective strength comes to play. We can work with government on policies, regulations, and legal experts. We can work on dollars with incentives, sovereign money, global sovereign money, or private money. Lastly, if there is any partnership, we have 100,000 plus registered startups within DPIT. We have access to that. Is there any R&D partnership? So that is the return of investment. In trade, which is also our charter, we said we care about exports. We care about converting imports to exports, but I also care about imports. Why? Because I am in a discussion with the business, making sure it's a win-win. I want to come up with strategic imports that India does not want to work on. There are strengths elsewhere. Lastly, R&D came naturally to me because of my background, but the way I think is trade enhancement will give me money today. It's you sell something, you get the money back. Investment is something that will get money tomorrow. And R&D is something which will get me money day after tomorrow. So that's who we are. The role that we've taken, we call it Invest India 2.0, is we are no longer marketing India or Invest India. Why? India marketing is solid. India marketing is solid. We've done it. We've demonstrated it. So now Invest India 2.0 is saying, okay, we've marketed ourselves well. We've demonstrated with some investment. We have to accelerate the investment. Success, we have seen with Mars mission, solar mission, the R&D growing in India. By the way, 20% of semiconductor designers sit out of India. So success, we've seen. There is velocity already. 7% GDP growth, some people will argue and say, okay, 6 point something. Some people will say 7 point something. I nicely take a median and say 7% growth is what we are seeing. We see velocity. So success, somewhat demonstrated, and also with fintech and also with national level platforms and the grassroots level innovation, velocity is there. I can honestly tell you, if nobody does anything extra, the way our country is moving with the momentum, it has its mass of 1.4 million people and it has the velocity of 7% GDP growth, it will grow. But that's not what we are stopping at. We want acceleration. So we are doing many things. So success is there. Velocity is happening. We'll power it with acceleration. And that is what is going to determine a promise for the future. So this is who we are. What are we going to do? So first question I was going to answer was who. Second question is what. Somewhat I've already told you. That we are going to do investment, we're going to do trade, we're going to do R&D, and in partnership with legal experts, because now we'll be dealing with many countries, many different legal requirements, and we want to keep ourselves safe because by nature, like I said, I'm a technologist and I'm a risk taker. I don't want to worry about did I miss any I or did I miss any T, so I want strong support. So what I answered somewhat, the way we are going to do is a little different, which I will explain. Why? Why is also very simple. We have a goal 2047 will mark 100 years of India, and our Prime Minister has set a goal of 10x GDP, 32 trillion. Now, if you take the rule of 72, it tells us that we should be able to achieve, 32 trillion, but we need that acceleration. We need more investment, whether it comes as FDI, FII, FPI, industry expansion, debt. We can do it, but we need a lot more concerted effort. So that is why, and why 32 trillion? Because India wants to work on the quality of life of everyone. There is an India 1 which enjoys 10 to 13 $100 per capita GDP. There's an India 2 which enjoys 3,000, and then there is bulk of India which enjoys less than 2,000, so 1,500 or so. What is the goal? Let all the boats rise, and that's the charter as to why are we working on the 10x GDP growth. How is the most important part. I have never, ever believed that, one smart person can drive the growth. In Intel, I'm not saying I had an amazing career, but I had a decent career. I did it because I had partners, I had supporters, I had people who I worked with, so I have a lot of collective intelligence to thank. That very same approach I've seen at the country level. I do not think United States without the immigrants would be the United States of today. And of course, the kind of economy it was, capitalistic, always encouraging more growth rather than, pumping people up with heavy taxes of businesses that were improving. So, how are we going to do it? We're going to look at partners. What did we do? We looked at many countries. Each country, believe me, has its own strength, but it has its weakness, has its opportunities, has threat. Today, it's very easy to say there are few threats looming over everybody's head. One threat is the so many wars that are happening. The second threat is supply chain non-diversified. If one country suffers, and if you are dependent on that country, you're going to see the impact. So, we're going to partner, and we looked at the SWOT of every country, and then we matched it with India. What does India have as its strength? India has 1.4 billion data-producing factories. Each one of us are part of it. If we are producing data each day, so much of it, guess who and what technology uses data as the raw material? It's expert systems and AI. AI is a horizontal technology that will impact health, that will impact industrial automation, and I have to tell you, it has to impact the legal folks. I really do not believe our law firms are using as much technology as can be. So, India has people, the data producing factories. India has, I feel India is synonymous to software. Do you know that we used to be building software for others? I don't see any Android which is made in India. I don't see any Microsoft OS made in India. But can I tell you, the people building these OS, whichever company they were in, more than half were Indians. Today, what has happened, the change, so the velocity that I was talking to you about, India decided to build its platforms, software platforms, whether it is your UPI, whether it is your GSTN, leveraging, of course, the JAM Trinity. Your bank accounts, your one solid device, which is your phone, and your bank accounts. So, biometric identification, bank accounts, and your phone devices has created such a revolution, and it is very heartwarming to see businesses rising at the grassroots level. The 600,000 MSMEs that we say, You walk out into a little bit of outskirts of Delhi, you will see a vendor, or within Delhi also, you will see a vada pav wala or a chola bhatura wala who has a QR code and you are paying through the QR code. My one experience in Mumbai was a Bihar boy, 17-year-old. If I was showing a slide, I would show the picture. But he said he moved from Bihar to Bombay because one, Bihar sells tea for 3 rupees and the same tea he sells in Bombay for 13 rupees. So business opportunity. Second thing, raw materials. His mom in a train sends his monthly requirement of tea and chai masala, which makes his chai very special. Then the Jam Trinity, he has a QR code and he made me pay 15 rupees for this one special chai, and there was an audio confirmation. 15 rupees received into this account, XYZ. He's confirmed. I'm not cheating him. In the end of the day, he walks through what is that fashion street or something, and he's safe because he doesn't have those rupees that, somebody hooligan can take. 17-year-old young skinny boy. Look what technology can do. So technology, leverage has to be absolute paramount. People, partnership. I already said US is a country of immigrants. Go to New York, you feel like home. And a lot of innovation is from people like us who are synonymous to software. If you look at products, the few areas that I'm talking about in the how is people, product, process, finance, and marketing. And by the way, legal cuts across everything. So people is in partnership with strengths, weakness, opportunity, threat between countries and partnering with like-minded countries. Looking at products is the focus area. Focus area for us as Invest India is semiconductor and electronics. It's pharma with focus on biologics, biosimilars, looking at cell and gene therapy. We have automotive with a focus on EV. Sustainability is very critical for us. If all of this digitalization is happening, green energy is very important for us. So our focus as Invest India is solar as well as a green hydrogen. We have to look at agriculture. Within agriculture, we are doing food processing. Just to let you know, 12 billion of food gets wasted each year, which means 1 billion a month in a country where many of the people are going, without food. So many of these things are our focus areas, and we will work on all of these in partnership with people. I also want to say what is the process that we are following. We will look at matching our strength to other people's weakness. So our strength is people, which is data, technology, which is AI, leverage of software demonstrated through national level platforms, and our R&D capability. Manufacturing, yes, they are behind. So what? We are putting incentives which make our country competitive. One, and this should not be viewed as a crutch that you can lean on forever. This is meant because we don't have supplier ecosystem. In the few years where you're getting the incentives, build the supplier ecosystem such that lesser export or lesser import is required, and you have local supplier that is built. So that's what Invest India is also going to do. In opportunities, we will join hands. EV is very important. Sustainability is important. So we are looking at partnership with Argonne National Lab, looking at how do we come up with other, cell technologies. What are the electrolyzers which are better? How can we change the cathode, anode, and build this cell? Now, this cell will go into solar. This cell will go into EV, make the batteries. We're also looking at many of these renewable energies need very stable and solid base load. So we are looking at nuclear energy. So those are opportunities. Threats, I already said, supply chain, non-diversification, and all of these so-called wars and cold wars are the threat where we're going to join hands. I believe India has a lot to offer. We can sit on the table and say, here's what we will give and here's what we will take. I will tell you, I was having a discussion with Taiwan, and two things I said. And believe me, sorry for using this word, but FOMO, I actually created a FOMO, fear of missing out, to Taiwan without intending it. But when he said, yeah, this is, Taiwan will get missed out. Here's what we said. We said today, solar energy is 75 gigawatt. By 2030, the plan is 350-ish gigawatt. We have a lot of dependence on China. For what? For our solar silicon. Solar silicon is not a very complicated technology. If given to India, we will build it. It'll take few years. But I said, you share the technology with us. We create the market, not just for India, for the world. Guess what? You and I win. Can we have a free IP agreement or a delayed IP licensing agreement that'll help us jumpstart? Because you don't give us, we will continue to build our own, but you will miss out on the growth that you would see, during these years. So those are some of the opportunities and threats that we have to work on. And I honestly believe that India is getting ready. In terms of patent filing, I was not very happy. This is something that I'm really focusing on. But I must tell you, of the last 2 years that we studied were 2021 and 2022. 2021, there was like 3.4 million patents filed globally. In 2022, it was something like 3.456. So the 56,000-ish increase in patents were coming from three main countries. 30-ish thousand from China. China is 48% of the world patents. 15,000 from India. That made me feel really good. At one point of time, the first response of your patent filing would come in 4 to 5 years. It was very disappointing. Now it's much better, but we have a lot of improvement that is required. In terms of greenhouse gas emission, if you look at per capita, India is less, but we have a lot of technology to adopt, so we have to prepare on those kind of technologies and that kind of funding. And I'm very happy to know that your firms are driving a lot of investment into India, but be assured the growth of India is not just for India. So therefore, I've created a tagline for myself with which I will end this welcome note to you is maximize India with maximum world. That's my goal. Maximize India with maximum world, but in return, maximize the world with maximum India. That's our commitment and that's our goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rai, and I would request Mr. Nishit Desai to present a token of appreciation to you. Thank you very much, Ms. Rai and Mr. Desai. Thank you, sir. Well, keeping with the same theme, we now bring to you a panel discussion on the same. Moderating this panel will be Mr. Rajat Sethi, partner SNR Associates. Can we please have Mr. Rajat Sethi on stage? And now I request our esteemed panel to join us on stage. Our first panelist is Mr. Anant Lakshman, partner Goodwin. Big round of applause for Mr. Anant Lakshman. Our second panelist is Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, Head Inclusive Growth and Investments at British High Commission. Mr. Gaurav Kapoor. Please keep the applause going, yes. Our third panelist is Ms. Nivedita Mehra, Managing Director, US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Prateek Shroff, Senior Vice President, Brookfield Asset Management. And last but not the least, please welcome on stage Ms. Vinita Sinha, Assistant General Counsel, Asia International Finance Corporation. A big round of applause for all the panelists over here, and over to you, Mr. Sethi.
Thank you. Please sit. So just a quick round of introductions for everyone on the panel. I think on my extreme left, I have Gaurav Kapoor. Gaurav spearheads the British government's direct investments, which are focused on climate and tech. So that's an extremely topical subject. He is also focused on the country relationship for British International Investment, which is formerly known as CDC. He's been a strong advocate for responsible investments and for inclusive growth. All of those are topics which we will hope to touch upon as we progress this discussion. Then next to Gaurav, Prateek Shroff. Prateek is Senior Vice President at Brookfield Infrastructure. He's been with Brookfield since 2019. Before that, he did a stint at Tata Sons. And before that, he was working at a leading Indian law firm for several years, working across sectors in transactions spanning telecom, real estate, insurance, and various other sectors. Next to me on my left is Vinita. Vinita is Assistant General Counsel at IFC, a member of the IFC International Finance Corporation, is a member of the World Bank Group. She leads IFC's legal team in Asia, based in Mumbai, Delhi, Bangkok, Singapore, Beijing, and Hong Kong. So quite topical to the subject at hand, in the sense that she has a view of different markets across Asia. And we'll ask about her experiences in the course of this discussion. On my right is Anant. Anant Lakshman is a leading corporate partner at Singapore. He's Singapore-based at Goodwin Procter. Has worked on M&A, PE transactions, early stage, growth stage, and has worked across sectors again for a number of leading global private equity and venture capital funds. On my extreme right is Nivedita Mehra. She heads the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. She was part of the 3-member team which co-founded it. Before USISPF, she established the India office of the US-India Business Council in 2007 and was its India head for about 10 years until 2017. So welcome to everyone. Thank you for being here. And I think the idea for this discussion is just to keep it informal. So happy for participants to, sort of engage whatever, exchange whatever thoughts they have. And, hopefully have a Q&A session, if time permits, right at the end of the discussion. Maybe I start with Gaurav. I think, Gaurav, the question and sort of following up from Nivriti's discussion, she touched upon why India and why now. And she talked about acceleration, that what do we need to do going forward. But what do you think in the last 20 years? What are the key factors which have led to India being such a investment destination that, it's sort of, and perhaps even though the valuations are high, but still relative to other markets at this point of time, it looks like an attractive investment destination. So what do you think have been the key factors? And then the second point perhaps to touch upon is that what are the structural shifts that you see in the next 20 years which could impact investment flows? So whether it's climate, which is a subject close to your heart, or whether it's water-related issues, but what are the structural shifts which will impact investment flows? So both of those topics, perhaps we start with you.
Great, thank you. So firstly, thanks to the ABA for the honor of calling me to this. So thank you very much for that. I think that was a pretty interesting question, and I'll follow up where Nivruti sort of left off, or the analogy that she used about, from an investment perspective, what's important is how easy is it for me to bring money into a particular country? Will my money grow? What is the return that I can get vis-a-vis opportunity cost there? And the final one is, after that, what returns can I get? How easy is it for me to take money back? So in the last 20 years, which is a big horizon, I mean, a lot has happened. And, talking to the legal fraternity here, it's almost very humbling, because you've been at the forefront of designing many of the regulations in terms of bringing that money in. And there have been a lot of other structural changes as well. So we've had a lot of the, the FDI norms, which were sort of looked at in a more favorable way, where a lot of the the sort of approval process was simplified, giving investors the confidence that, yes, money can come in. Then you have different routes. So you've got the FPI route and the FDI route as well. And, FPI as well has had some simplification, as well as the sort of the boost of the domestic market coming in has given a lot of strength to international investors there. There have been a lot of sectoral sort of areas as well, say in the unlisted space. In the last 20 years, the AIF regulations have really come of age. A lot of funds now in the private equity venture capital space are kicking in very strongly. So all of that has been really favorable from the, from a large perspective of trying to bring money in that sense. Now, when we look at, what is it that is going to grow my money? Will my money grow in India? The way to look at it is also, the first question international investors would ask themselves is, will my money be secure? Even before it grows, will it be protected? And then there have been a lot of the insolvency and banking sort of laws which have really helped. You've got SARFACI as well. A lot of, it has been put to test in the last few years. And it has sort of, given the assurance that, yes, these sort of regulations work in practice. And investors can sort of not only sort of go on the upside, but the downside is also protected. And on the upside, I think we'll get into it more later on, when I probably look at where I see the shifts. But there is a lot of gain to be had in India vis-a-vis the other sort of emerging markets. And the track record of the Indian sort of listed market shows that in the last year itself, it got a 20% gain vis-a-vis maybe a 7% gain in the emerging market index. So that's the relative sort of outperformance. The question is, will it last? And then I think on the money back part, before I can answer a bit more detailed, would be the money back has been easier in some ways. I think that's not also been tested because investments are long-term, 10, 20, 15-year sort of assets. So there is some things that we can sort of improve on there in terms of the shifts. And so one of the shifts I would like to see is, the money flow between people talked about, even in the panel on climate. They talked about the need for 50 to 60 to 100, the amount of private capital that needs to come in. So private capital will come in two ways. Again, it's hot money that comes in, it'll go out, and there is more sticky money that will create those assets at a strategic level and it'll go out. It's about making sure that, the shift is in terms of, will that money sort of, where is it that money can be meaningfully deployed? And I do think that a structural shift will be that it's going to start coming down from the likes of Bombay and Delhi and other places to the municipalities as well. So one of the big shifts is the money and assets being really attractive at that municipal level, which is where in the next 20 years I would see that. Tech and disruption is going to disrupt the whole industry in a big way. So I think that's going to be really important as well. And I think I'll leave the rest to the other panel members who are much more knowledgeable on this.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thanks for that. Maybe I go to Nivedita on the other side. Nivedita, you've been involved with, US-based investors for a long time. And from a US perspective, I think it would be interesting to get your thoughts on what is the dialogue currently, in terms of when they're looking at investment in India, what are the key things which are going on in their heads? Sure. And what are the key things which they feel have plus points for India? And what the impact of the changes, some of the changes that Gaurav talked about, how they feel about those changes and where they see India relative to the rest of the world going forward. So happy to sort of get your thoughts.
No, thank you, and again, thank you to the ABA for inviting me here. I'm a lawyer, but I don't practice, so I feel very welcome in this community. It's been a very interesting journey, really, to watch over the last 15 years or so at close quarters the investment climate and the changes that we've seen in India. And just the long horizon, Rajat, that you've picked of 20 years or so. Really three big shifts, if I could break it up. I think the first shift that we saw was interest in the Indian market where the demographics were bright, but companies were very unsure because it was the early days of really opening up the economy here. There were lots of stops and starts, and there was a lot of political risk associated with India in the minds of most investors. So we had a very small trickle and very little confidence in terms of large numbers and big investors coming into the market, and primarily led by consumer-facing companies which felt they could sell to the Indian market. The second shift, really the major shift that we saw in the US-India investment climate was the time frame of 2006-07 when we saw emerging markets come into focus really after the global economic crisis. And at that point, there was a sort of reinvigorated sense of examining, really the FPIs led that rush into India, but there was suddenly a sense that we could do more by, from the private equity players, the venture capitalists and others sort of re-looking at this market to see where they could partner and play a role. That was also when the US-India relationship on a geopolitical level started to get a lot more engaged. And that trust factor also opened the doors, frankly led by the nuclear agreement, which didn't lead to any actual business, but opened the doors really for defense, for a lot of other sectors, which laid a very good foundation for where we are today. So if I fast forward now to the last 3 years and where we find ourselves, really the interest is at the highest that we've ever seen. And the number one factor that has led to this interest at this moment in time is geopolitical. You see a number of conflicts around the world, and for what it's worth, India has been able to position itself in a way where we have a number of different partners. The alignments have changed, and we're able to not only benefit from the US-India partnership, but if you look at, for example, the India-Europe corridor that we're talking about, Middle East corridor, we're talking about the Quad, which is India, Australia, Japan, and the US. So a number of these other frameworks are actually lending themselves to finding ways to partner and to engage in the Indian market, which we've not seen before. I think that's one big part. I think the second part about deeper trust always leads to more confidence in a market. At a government-to-government level, there is a very good understanding about things we agree on and things we choose to disagree on. And I think that maturity in the relationship is something to note. There is not now occasions where we have companies saying we cannot operate in India. It's always a conversation about how can we do it better. And there is a similar openness from the government to say, which you just heard from Nivriti as well, how can we work with you, how can we partner, and FDI is welcome. So I think that top-level message in a world where there is a lot of nationalistic rhetoric is very important to keep in mind. Finally, I know there are a lot of panelists, so I'll stop here, but areas where we're seeing a lot of movement and where we're trying to push movement is global value chains. I think the one narrative which the China +1 strategy, if you want to call it, that offers India is to figure out how we play a role in global value chains. Services is happening despite it's been growing the last 20 years, does not need much support. We're going up the value chain there. But on the manufacturing part, while we've manufactured in India for India, we've not really been part of global trading regimes or part of that value chain. So a lot of our work now at USISPF is to work with the government to improve competitiveness. Tax tariffs is a big challenge, and then see how India can fit in better with global trading regimes to make it more attractive to actually set up and be part of a larger linked chain and appreciate that process. So let me stop there, and I'll be happy to elaborate more on some of these points.
Thank you, Nivedita. Vinita, I think the question, perhaps, from your experience, you are also in a unique position where you're sort of leading the legal function across offices in Asia. So what are sort of I think India is perhaps in some ways differentiated from those markets. So what are the points of difference, and what makes India stand out as an investment destination? I know you'll have your, obviously your constraints in terms of, what you can and can't speak about, but, would be happy to get your thoughts given the unique perspective that you have.
Sure, thank you. And I'll start by saying that we have the best lawyers. Not because I am from India, but to the point about, and I think Gaurav mentioned this, and Nivriti also said that, in terms of solving problems, so that we do have the legal minds. But more on, on about IFC. So India remains IFC's largest portfolio globally. So talking of, 20 years, what's worked for India, definitely it is a great opportunity for IFC. Just last financial year, we invested about $3 billion across 30 projects in India. So it is, for us, given our mission of development, India is key to what we do. And we, just in terms of the income disparity that was referred to earlier, that again is very, very important for us. And IFC's program here in India is very aligned to the focus of what the government has. Municipality was mentioned, and we are quite focused on working with municipalities in India because that's where we see that it can unlock a lot of opportunities for, if multilaterals like ourselves work with the municipalities. Couple of other things that I'd like to, what should India be doing, or the structural changes that we've been talking about. And by the way, I agree with all that was said earlier about what makes India great and what has worked in our favor in the last 20 years. I see climate transition, right? If India, the aspirations that India has in terms of becoming a high-income country, that should happen or will happen as a climate, resistant economy. The other thing that I see is the quality of the jobs that will get created, given every year the number of labor force that is going to join the Indian market. And the last thing to focus on is, we bringing in inclusive growth, which I say, and to my mind and to IFC's mind, gender is an important component of that. So bringing gender into the workforce will be important as India goes forward to meet its aspirations, which frankly it is very well poised to do so. That will be an important part of how we go ahead.
Thank you, Vanita. Prateek, I think the topic for you, we've heard about, that India's sort of had great potential. To some extent, I think it is still an unfinished story, and it's its own sort of story. You can't really compare it with, the paths which other countries have traveled. But I think you work with a multinational investor, sort of invests. You have $900 billion of assets under management. So clearly, I think there are things which are holding India back as well. For example, I would say with India's scale, at some point of time, India should be #1 on Brookfield's list of, countries in terms of number of, the amount of assets under management. But that is not the case. So what is it that we need to think about in terms of, potential areas to, what is it that would hold an international investor back when thinking about India at this point of time? And that could sort of segue into some further discussions.
Sure. Thanks, Rajat. I would begin by saying, of course, while we have 900 billion across the globe, we've grown in India to almost 27, 28 in a very short span of time, less than 10 years. So obviously the India story is real, and globally the focus, even for an organization like ours, is India. maybe taking from what Gaurav said on is our money safe? That is the primary concern our investors, our LPs would also have whenever we are investing. What we would look for from a regulatory perspective is when we are thinking about an investment or when we've made such investment, the regulatory climate does not shift. There is no uncertainty given we would invest for a specific period of time. While we are long-term investors, it would typically be 8, 10, 12 years. But there needs to be some amount of certainty for our exit and the regulatory environment not changing by the time we are looking to exit. I think that's one of the key things that any foreign sponsor, any foreign investor would look at. While we have moved multiple strides in that space, the regulators are a lot more approachable today. You can have conversation with all regulators, be it the SEBI, be it CCI, be it the RBI. You can explain to them where you are facing your challenges. Almost every regulation that comes out today from the major regulators, there is a discussion paper, there are panels, there are committees. So I think a lot of great things are happening in that front. But the stability of regulations, I think, is a challenge that the country is facing. That's probably got to do with the cusp that India is at between where, historically as a developing country where we are, and we're trying to move to a more developed country sort of a structure. That's what we would face. The other challenge I would like to mention is on the judicial system. While from a foreign investor, foreign sponsor perspective, we would typically have our contracts governed by international arbitration and things like that. But the Indian judicial system and the court system is lacking. We all know that there are challenges there. We all know that there are millions of cases pending. If there are ways to speeden that up, that would, of course, help give our investors, our LPs, more confidence in investing in India.
Thanks, Prateek. Coming to you, Anand. I think the question I would put to you is, when you work on an investment transaction for a client, and the client is looking at India for the first time, then what would be the issues that would be most bothersome for that client? And I think the second part of that question would be that you are an old, a seasoned India hand. So what would be the issues which you are most bothered with about India? Because those may not be matching. There are issues which an investor would be concerned about. And there are issues which, as a seasoned corporate lawyer, you would have at the top of your list. So perhaps you can, sort of shed some light on both of those.
Thanks, Rajat. First of all, I'd like to thank the American Bar Association, Ms. Jain, Ms. Rai, and Mr. Sethi, and then all my co-panelists here. Rajat, I'll perhaps take your second point first as to what, and I'll touch a bit upon what Prateek just mentioned in terms of the two main focus areas for any investor coming in are twofold. One is, and both revolve around the pillars of certainty. The first one is certainty of interpretation, as to certainty of the rule. What is the rule? They're okay with the rules being framed in one manner or the other, but what is absolutely important for the client is to know, why is the rule drafted in a manner that it is, and how is that going to be interpreted? A couple of years ago, or actually it's been more than a couple of years now, there was a rule that was brought in, and since, I used to be with Goodwin's office in Hong Kong, now moved to Singapore. One of the hot button items that came up there in 2019 was an investment regulation in India which prevented people or nationals situated or located in a land bordering country from India to be investing in India. And there's a lot of hullabaloo over that circular when it came out. There was a lot of gray area in it. So, clients spent a lot of time trying to decipher what the legislative intent was. And till date, there isn't much. The market has gravitated towards taking one view or the other. Each bank takes one view. But there is no certainty of interpretation. And this is just one example that I'm giving you. Sometimes what happens also is there is a law which is being interpreted in a certain manner for the longest period of time. You undertake an action based on that law, and then suddenly, it could be a new government change, the judiciary could have changed, and retrospectively, you apply the law in a different manner, which creates an imbalance in outcomes. So that's not taken very well. So that's the uncertainty of interpretation. And then, of course, there's the uncertainty of enforcement or delays in enforcement, as Prateek, what you just pointed out. There's a high-profile case going on right now, which several in this room might have been connected with. It's a K-12 company, it's an edtech company in India. The founders are currently being sued in court. And there are sides of the story to both sides, and either which way the courts decide, it should be done swiftly, because on one hand, assuming the founder and the company is right, there are people who need to be paid out and their payroll is stuck in a bank account which is funded. And on the other hand, if the investors are right, then you have the company being run by management which shouldn't be running the company in the first place. But either which way, it needs to be enforced pretty quickly. And then coming, I'm just being mindful that we're running short of time, Rajat, so I'll hand it back to you, though.
No, why don't you finish your point?
All right. So coming back, I forget the first limb of your question, Rajat.
An investor, when an investor is looking at India,
right.
and, it's a first-time investor.
So one of the key, I think India has done immensely well in the past 20 years. And the fact, of course, there are things that it could have done even better. But I think the fact that we have several people on this panel who are from organizations that are from overseas and that have set up shop in India or invest actively in India speaks volumes. There are several issues that typically plague a new client investing in India. The first is procedural and mechanical challenges of making an investment in India, which seemingly are a bit more complex as compared to other jurisdictions. The cost of making an initial investment is a bit high in India, as opposed to if I'm a seed investor in the US or Singapore, it's much more easier for me to deploy rather than in India, where right now it's, I might need certain tax registrations. Come September, I might need an electronic share account. That just adds to the cost of doing business. Then, of course, there's the whole tax situation where, it depends whether it's a bit more complex. I wouldn't say it's inefficient. I would just say it's a bit more complex, and there's a lot of hand-holding involved for clients. And the third bucket really is when I look at other jurisdictions and India. India has the FDI policy in India has evolved a lot over these past 20 years. It's been rewritten, so to speak. But, when you look at other countries, everything's permitted. In fact, there would just be a small list, maybe one page or a few bullets where they would outline, if these are the sectors, you need to be speaking to the government first, but the rest, just go ahead and do it. India, it's a bit more, it's different. It's like it needs to be permitted, and it needs to not be permitted, but one of the two needs to feature, as opposed to just having a full-fledged negative list.
Thank you, Anand. That's quite insightful. Thank you for that. Gaurav, I think the question for you, India presents a fantastic landscape for some of the subjects that you've been involved with, which is impact investing. So Where do you see that going? What do you see the challenges with impact investing in India? Because opportunities and potential as well to do a lot of things, and some of the points we've already touched upon, because ultimately economic progress will only be possible if it's inclusive growth. And so what do you see as the challenges? What do you think we should be doing better to attract that capital, given that that capital is available globally for investment?
Yeah, so I think that's an excellent question, and I agree with you that the opportunity is huge, and I think the two challenges that I see are largely about ambition at a sector level, and ambition at in terms of the sort of financial architecture that we're talking about. And then so let me just unpack that, because that might sound a bit strange to you. So when I say ambition, I think it's very clear that there is a clear roadmap, or at least the vision that the government has with Amrit Kal, 25-year roadmap. I think people want to understand a bit more sectoral detail in it, and try and figure out how that will happen. And then looking at it from an impact investment, I think we had the other panel talking about how existential it could be, and the need for us to have that 50 to 100 billion tomorrow in terms of doubling up the private equity venture capital flows, the private capital mobilization sort of number that was being talked about in that sense. So the big challenge is, that problem is now. So what is the solution now? What are the and there is a role for public capital to come and attract private capital as well. There would be blended structures and others, but also where are the vehicles that will be created to be able to absorb that amount of private capital? Who is ready to absorb that and to manage that capital into assets and then bring that money back to shareholders in that sense? So are we thinking ambitiously enough from the delivery perspective? Is there that realism, which, coming in from a public sector perspective myself, which is, I'm not directly involved in delivering at the operating level, it's easy for me to say that I'm seeing a lot of individual ambition, but it's not at the meso level and at the level that governments can pull in trillions of dollars, which is the need effectively in a growing economy over the next 5 to 10 sort of years. So that's one big challenge. The next big challenge is about standards and other things about how it can happen. So, for example, you've got a lot of technology that's coming up. AI is going to disrupt in a big way. And we're just beginning to figure out how it's going to be. And will it sort of lead to exclusion? Will it lead to inclusion, gender, and other sort of aspects? How are we going to make sure, 1/5 of the workforce that's productive now in India, and we get that more even, and they can contribute and be skilled to be able to do that? So we've got some great examples in terms of drone didis, etc., which I think the Prime Minister talks about. But that's just one odd example. How do you sort of take that to scale for a country of the size and the breadth and diversity in India? And that would be the second sort of thing that I would look at. I'll stop now. Thanks.
Thank you. Vinita, that's a subject which you've been intricately involved with. So.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, IFC was doing impact investing before it became fashionable. So, and that's what I would start by saying, and you spoke of standardization. What exactly is impact investing? How do you measure impact? So I think what is needed is a framework or a benchmarking of what exactly do we mean, what are the definitions, the taxonomy, because there isn't, whenever we do impact investment, investors and stakeholders would want to see it demonstrated, measured, and the standardization of that against global standard would be key. I know there's been green bonds, but internationally there are certain guidelines. We're now talking of blue bonds. So standardization, to my mind, will be key. Measurement, standardization for the purposes of really making impact investing critical. The other thing I'd mention more broadly is just in terms of certain instruments, because again, we spoke of scale, and I don't want to get into numbers, but if you look at the numbers that India needs, particularly if you're talking of climate transition, and I know India is doing extremely well, but that kind of numbers, there has to be scalability. We have to have structures that can be replicated. And one thing that I can speak about ourselves is the whole risk-sharing products, right? IFC as an institution, and I know there are many others, we do a lot of guarantees, credit enhancement instruments, all of that, and I'm sitting among lawyers, and they know that our frameworks do not enable us to deleverage, to do that kind of guarantee structures, complex guarantee structures. So I would add to what has already been said is that's another aspect. So what are the kind of instruments, innovative structures that will really help institutions like ourselves to mobilize and bring in more private capital? It is definitely needed. And what are the structures? And some of these are, like I said already, around guarantee, risk sharing, credit enhancements, the FEMA, and they don't allow that, and we can get into the details. But I would add these two things: standardization, and then framework for innovative structures.
Thanks, Vinita. So I think probably one round of questions I will put to all the panelists, starting with you, Nivedita. So we'll have a new government elected in 2 months, right? So what do you see, and staying with the theme of this topic, and with your experience from a US investor perspective, what are the three sort of, if you had to call out three key regulatory changes that you would like to, have some work done on in the next 3 years? Because I don't think it's going to, there will be 100-day mandates, etc. But, I think any change for it to be meaningful will need to happen over a period of time. So what would you like changed in the next 3 years?
So I think the first thing is really broadly, and again, it's not one change, but it's ease of doing business. Because while, when this government came to power initially, there was a lot of focus on ease of doing business. Somewhere that focus got diluted. And what we realize now is, as we engage, that 90% of the pain points or the hesitation of India is still a myriad of small issues which add up to really holding back investors, right? So I think that reinvigorated sort of focus, we know one window clearance does not work. It's never worked for a country like India, which is as complex as India. So just a much more focused approach on ease of doing business is one big part of it. I think the second where we've had a lot of concern is, I would broadly use the word regulators, but where we've struggled quite a bit is the unpredictability of regulators, if you will. And we have different regulators which sometimes could be personality-led, they could be policy-led, they could be politically led. And I think that across the board has become, again, a point where companies feel nervous. Right? You have oftentimes deals which have very little impact in India being held up and falling through because we've not moved fast enough here. Right? So I think education of regulators, working with them to appreciate new age technology, regimes like AI, new investing models, I think all of that is work to be done on our end. And I think that's a possibility if there's openness. The third is where I started, is really integration into trade regimes. Again, it leads to the final mile where customs and tariffs and those kind of things are very critical and painful. But again, if we have a much bigger picture approach, we've started with baby steps. You've seen the EFTA. But I do think that opens up a whole world. We've been hungry for something with the US. If there is change in the US, that will give us a big opportunity to make that happen. Right? It immediately makes it very attractive for global value chains if there are trading agreements that India is a part of.
Thank you, Nivedita. Prateek, from an international investor's perspective, are there key things that you have in mind, like some expectations that these are the things which we should quickly solve, to make, things improve India's standing in the global pecking order to receive investment?
I would say a couple of things keeping with the theme that the panelists have been discussing. I think there needs to be a balance drawn between minority protection, which is of course key given where the economy is, but the ability for sponsors, be it local or international, to take out money from companies. I think Ms. Rai was also mentioning earlier in her address that there needs to, for capital to come in, there needs to be ability to take the capital out. That's what gives investors the confidence to bring money back in. And like I said earlier, and as Nivedita was also saying, regulatory comfort, regulatory certainty is something that we all as investors look for, and as long as that is there, there is enough confidence in the economy to and have the ability to invest.
Thanks, Prateek. Anand, I think over to you. Any specific things in mind?
Yeah, so
I think on the process, I get the point that we need to do a lot better and greater certainty and stability.
Yeah. So very quickly, noting that we just have a couple of minutes. The first item that I would like to be addressed perhaps in the next 2 to 3 years, if not sooner, is the whole tax situation where we perhaps do not tax people on a non-cashless transaction, or in a cashless transaction rather. So, several people are looking to collapse structures which they previously externalized. And, so they actually want to bring value back into India, list the company in India. But what they're grappling with is there would be a huge tax leakage there. I see no reason. So, for instance, in several other countries, that would be a tax-free reorg. And we should have something like that in India. And that could help add value. One of the other points is, I've already touched upon it, making it more procedurally easy for investors to, so, you could take away certain registrations you need, electronic share accounts you need, perhaps bring in more certainty to existing legislation. And a third and often overlooked point is we're all talking about investments into India, but I also feel a lot of people are actually investing into either fund houses or enterprises in India that have interests overseas. And so, Indian enterprises and funds are building value, but you also want them to be able to invest easily overseas. So Indian overseas investment norms have undergone a lot of change over the past 15, 20 years. They've somehow, I feel they've become really restrictive in these past 12, 15 months, and that needs to be opened up. And, Indian entities do need to invest overseas because it's not a leakage of capital, but it adds value to businesses in India.
Sure. I think that's a great point. Thanks, Anand. Vinita, and then finally to Gaurav. I think the same question for you.
Sure.
And perhaps from an impact investor's perspective, what changes would you like to see in the next 3 years?
Sure. I see time's up, so I'll try and keep it brief. So particularly from an impact investment perspective, what impact investors typically need, as we all know, not just financial returns, but it relates to social or climate impact. Now, if we have to measure those, as you can imagine, our documents have certain rights. So the request is to look at these rights not as special rights, but rights that benefit all shareholders. Because, and what happens is, particularly in the listed space, investors like ourselves cannot have those rights, while those have been commitments to our shareholders. And once we look into impact investments, there will be commitment to your LPs, and you have to have those rights. So a thinking around how you can treat these rights, not as special rights, but rights that benefit every shareholder, the company at large, and therefore should be allowed. The second, and I do appreciate that we've seen changes where, the class of capital is recognized. So, for example, in the whole listing and disclosure regulations by SEBI, they recognized MDB as a separate class. But then there are not, the regulations as drafted is not very clear, and there are a lot of questions around it. So to your point, regulations are fine, but certainty and clarity and specificity. And the other example to that, again, is when you're making regulations, can you consider the asset class or the specific issue that you're trying to target? So, for example, the AIF regulations, right? The opt-out right. An opt-out right is very different if it is with a commercial intent, but for institutions such as ourselves, an opt-out right is related to, again, policy-related issues. So, point being that regulations, but specificity of what is the purpose of the regulation, what are we seeking to achieve? And the third one I've already mentioned around, risk sharing and other guarantee-related products.
Thank you, Anita. That was great.
Great. So I won't take much time, but in tongue-in-cheek, one world, one regulation, and by that I mean the how in all the regulations that fellow panel members have said. The legal fraternity here is very knowledgeable. You've been part of every sort of case and issue, every regulation on the other side. So just a request for you to look at the international best practice, and then more power and voice to you as you help shape some of the regulations in the future so that India can actually attract a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav.
Thank you, everyone. And I request Mr. Sethi, if you could present the token of appreciation to the esteemed panelists, please. Can we have the certificates here on stage? Thank you, everybody. Well, as we break for lunch, let us take a moment to reflect on the insightful discussions from this morning. This break is not just for nourishment, but also an opportunity to digest the plethora of knowledge we have shared. Please reconvene here at 2 p.m. sharp as we resume our exploration of the evolving legal landscape. And as you share your thoughts and lunchtime discussions on social media, please do not forget to use our event hashtag ABA India Conference 2024. Please enjoy your meal, and we look forward to an afternoon of engaging and insightful sessions. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are recharged after the break. Our next session, Financial Cross-Border Dynamics and Investment in India, is set to unravel the intricacies of international finance and its impact on India. This promises rich insights into the dynamics at play in cross-border investments and the frameworks guiding them. To kick things off, we are honored to have amongst us Mr. Siva Subramanian Raman, Chairman and Managing Director of SIDBI, to share his expertise. His leadership has significantly propelled the MSME sector forward. Please put your hands together and welcome here on stage Mr. Raman.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure we still have some people at lunch, so maybe we'll hopefully get a few more people trickling in, but great to be here. Why SIDBI is something that some of you might be asking, because I can see that the audience has a lot of non-grey-haired people. So what does SIDBI do in this entire space? I quote from, people who have sort of told me that SIDBI is like the sovereign fund of India, which it is not. So let me be very clear. A sovereign fund normally gets made when a country is in a budgetary surplus, and our country is not anywhere near a budgetary surplus. SIDBI is the largest LP in India. Might be. I mean, there could be somebody else who's larger, but I think what SIDBI has really done effectively is, over an 8-year period, starting somewhere in 2016, we've handled 10,000 crores of funding that was given by the government of India to SIDBI. And the process which therefore unfolded is something that all of you may be reading in whichever business paper that you're looking at. Maybe you don't read papers, but whatever screen you look at. So it's really about those startups and those investors or the funds that you keep reading about. Many of those funds, being AIFs, have received some contribution from SIDBI, and therefore it is an LP. So we have given money to about 110 AIFs. We have committed little over 9,000, actually 10,500 crores. Certain AIFs have not sort of picked up whatever was committed to them. So the net figure that we have committed is 9,500 crores, of which about 4,500 has been drawn down. What have the AIFs done? So the contract between SIDBI and the AIFs was, if we give you 100 rupees, you will get 200 rupees and put that 200 into startups. So this is really, if you feel like clapping, you can actually applaud the leap of faith that Government of India has actually taken. So the government actually has put money in the hands of several firms. I mean, these are fund managers, these are first-time fund managers. Some people have probably come back from abroad where they have a considerable experience. Some people are just, sort of homegrown, who have decided that, yes, I have done some sort of investment banking and now I want to start an AIF. So we have fund managers of all kind. It's about 40% of those funds have first-time fund managers. But effectively, they have looked around the country for startups. And it is this 1,100 startups in which money has gone into. Amongst them, we have counted 23 unicorns. Maybe yesterday it became 22, maybe tomorrow it will become 24, but that's a valuation game which I'm not getting into. But the fact is that it has been an immensely successful engagement with the country. And therefore, the AIFs today have come to stay. The AIFs, as you would all know, is a lovely pooled vehicle, and therefore we are only at the beginning of a very large journey of capital coming into the country. Another statistic, from that commitment of 9,500 crores, the AIFs, as I said, were to get twice the money, but actually they have gone into the market and got an additional 56,000 crores. So that is really the catalytic effect of this leap of faith of the government. And SIDBI has really run a very steady, transparent process by which the money has been given out to these 110 AIFs. We're now getting a little more serious about the monitoring of the portfolio companies. So I think it is really the role that SIDBI is also seeing for itself as an LP, as a mature LP, and therefore we are part of the entire journey of how investing in India is really happening. So a lot of that 56,000 crores is foreign money. So I think the ratios which I hear is about 70% is foreign and 30% is domestic. But over the years, I think the share of the domestic has been increasing. So it also tells you that as a country, we are maturing in our ability to invest. And this is all investment in private capital. This is not the public capital. Some AIFs do make investments in listed companies, but that is not very many. What is this generating for the future? I would say the first and biggest problem we are facing from SIDBI's side is how do we understand what the value of that portfolio company is when my GP comes and says that I need to sell this particular asset and therefore sign off. Now, it's a different matter that being a public institution, you have a few more sort of do's and don'ts that are in front of you. But even otherwise, if I were to look at it from a purely commercial term, we have no idea what is the value of that portfolio company. We've got some of the funds coming to us and saying that we have a follow-on fund. You are not part of that follow-on fund, but this portfolio or this set of companies in our portfolio need to now move from your fund and we'll give you an exit. We're now taking it to that fund, but it's a 30% discount of whatever that value is on paper. This has really led a few of us, and I've therefore been talking to a few people, including within SEBI, that why is it so difficult to create a more transparent secondary market? And I think by doing so, willy-nilly, we are trying to mirror the public markets. It's not a wrong thing to do. I think it's all about allowing more capital to come in. So if I were to be anybody, be it a family office in India or a foreign pool of capital wherever in the world, if I know that there is an exit possible, which is transparently available, and the exit could be of two types. Today, the beauty of our system is that the entire set of units that I hold as an LP are dematted. So I know that I have a demat account, I have got a set of units, and those units are actually attached to a set of ISIN numbers which are representing portfolio companies. So it is quite an interesting, mechanics if you were to look at it. Now I have the ability to say that these are the units I own from AIF X. Now these units have an underlying. I therefore know exactly what property I hold, and it is possible for me to sell those units to somebody else. So if I wish to exit well before the fund actually expires and dissolves, I have that ability. Now, what's the effect on a very large number of LPs who are looking at India? As I said, within India as well as outside India. You might get encouraged by the fact that there is some transparency in a secondary market. That you call on, I can get into the technicalities, but it's a very simple call auction that we can hold for a matter of 1 hour, 3 hours, whatever is chosen. And in that process, we have people who are interested in buying that particular set of units. Second, we have, as I said, a GP coming and saying that this portfolio company, this asset, I need to sell. We again open a call auction. We give the entire disclosures of that particular asset. And it's like selling an asset which we are today doing under what is known as the Insolvency Act or the Insolvency Code, where we have a system of selling an asset under an auction because that asset today is an impaired asset. So if we can do it for impaired assets, we can do it for, well, these assets may be impaired or not, I don't know, but the fact is that an asset can be sold in a much better way. And that is really what I would look forward to, sort of working with the industry and trying to get this into some sort of a platform. So in the debt market, some of you might know, we had illiquid debt securities. We used to run something called a request for quote, an RFQ. And going back even to the public markets, we have, out of 7,000 listed companies, there's just 1,200 companies that trade properly. The remaining are all illiquid. We used to run regular call auctions, and I'm saying I spent a few years in SEBI, so that's what I'm relating it to. So we ran call auctions for illiquid securities, which at least evinced some interest. So I'm saying the illiquidity of a stock need not necessarily be a hurdle to its, sort of transfer from person A to person B. So that is something which we should certainly look forward to. The second is really, if we're looking at the AIF industry to today, if it's brought in, say, $25 billion US in a particular year, are we looking at just stopping at that? And therefore, what do we see in the immediate future? We see the government announcing a 1 lakh crore fund, which probably may flow in a very similar way to another. So today, I think the count of AIFs in the country is 1,000. We have dealt with about 110. But what stops that 1,000 from becoming 5,000? So, it is about entrepreneurship being discovered in the country. It's very generally put, but the fact is that there are excellent companies in different spaces, in different industries, which are doing some work with some great profitability. We just haven't discovered them. Now, the scale of growth in the country, as all of you know, is genuinely, sort of the greatest in the world right now. And I don't see us moving back from that kind of a growth path, because the sheer demand that we are seeing in the country is huge. The MSME demand that we look at is upwards of 22 to 24% year-on-year credit uptake. So, our own balance sheet has grown 3 times in the last 3 years. We do both refinance to other banks as well as we give direct loans to the MSMEs. So I'm just saying the growth is certainly happening. We therefore need to look at a lot more private capital coming in. And those many more AIFs. So we actually ran this program in 7 different Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, Surat, Indore, and a few other places. And you'll be surprised as to the amount of wealth that is there in these cities. The number of people who are just keen on putting their money into a variety of startups. And startup, again, is a very, wide definition. It could be companies which are even 100 crores, which is also coming at the top layer of the startup definition. So we are really talking about the wealth generation and the discovery of wealth within the country. So the 1 lakh crores is probably headed more towards deep tech, science tech. You've all heard about the fab that's getting set up in India, which is an absolutely seminal event. But what we're looking for is the climate tech, the green tech. There are a variety of requirements that we have as we move on. And therefore, it is an industry that's only growing. And therefore, how do we make this industry a little more easy to operate in? There's one big suggestion which is there on the table, and some of you would obviously know about it, is the whole concept of allowing for an accredited investor, and therefore we get away from any concept of retail investors in an AIF. And I think that is really a very big way for us to move ahead, because as an institution like SIDBI, you'll have an SBI, you have an LIC, they'll be very happy to put in 40, 50 crores into a particular AIF. And if we have an AIF structure that is only accredited investors, then we have the possibility of a very light touch regulation. So that's another very important, sort of conversation that's going on. And it'll be great if we can sort of look at things going forward. I just saw that I'm supposed to wind up. So thank you so much for hearing me out, and we'll certainly have a lovely panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raman, and I request you to stay back for the panel discussion. I think you're part of it. Or you could, yeah, if you want, you can. Great. Thank you. It is clear that understanding financial flows into India is more crucial than ever. Now let us delve deeper on the theme with a panel discussion, and guiding our panel is the insightful Mr. Bharat Anand, partner at Khaitan & Company, whose expertise in legal frameworks will anchor our discussion. Please welcome Mr. Bharat Anand on stage. And now welcoming our esteemed panelists on stage, may I please have our first panelist, Mr. Andrew Cohen, counsel at Skadden Arps, Slate, Meagher and Flom LLP. Mr. Ashley Menz, partner and COO at Chris Capital. Mr. Avnish Mehra, head of private equity at Everstone Group. And please welcome, last but not the least, Mr. Shantanu Naravne, partner Herbert Smith Freehills. And the stage is all yours, Mr. Anand.
Yeah. Am I audible? I suppose I am. Okay. So firstly, let me just thank Pratibha Jain, chair of the India Committee of the ABA, to pull this event together. And Pratibha, only you could have pulled this absolutely star-studded panel. So thanks for that. I think before we kick off, I just want to get a sense of the room. So can I just request hands up for people who are currently in law school or within 3 years of having passed out law school, so we just get a sense of the room and how we want to, peg our comments maybe accordingly. I think the private equity industry and the venture capital industry, clearly we've heard Mr. Raman's comments, is a great source of opportunity. So I think what we'll try and do is explain some of the facets of that industry in the context of some of the issues that we take up. Just for the panelists as well, I think we've got some interesting issues that we've identified. Feel free to jump in if you want to make a contribution to any of your panelists' comments. I would request we try and keep our comments to within 4 or 5 minutes. So hopefully we can cover, some of the topics that we've discussed. I think, Avnish, I wanted to maybe kick off with you, if I may, which is, really in the context of, we keep hearing about funding winter. Anyone who picks up the paper would have come across that term. And it seems that funding winter is kind of spread to the PE industry in some respects and caused a bit of a cold there. Exits seem to be down. As a result of exits being down, distributed capital is down. The whole fundraising and investment cycle seems to be down. So can you maybe just kick us off by explaining, what's happening at a global context?
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think about the funding winter or the private equity industry in sort of two elements. We've got the fuel for us, which is the money, and then we've got opportunities, which is the investments. I think on the fuel side, because there's been a significant slowdown in exits by large private equity funds, which itself has been led by the high interest costs and the lack of leverage available. There has been a significant slowdown because our funders are effectively large pension funds, endowment funds in the Western markets, and they have actually got less money back, not just from private equity, but also in other avenues as interest rates have been continued to rise. And so that's really throttled back a lot of the capital going back in. However, we do see now that interest rates have probably topped out and coming down, a lot of interest coming back in. But I think the interest is going to be very differentiated. So over the last 10 years, 50% of the capital that went into private equity went into the large bulge bracket funds. But in the next cycle, you expect a lot more coming into the mid-market funds because interest rates are pretty high, and so bulge bracket private equity funds rely a lot on leverage. So we do see that kind of thawing in a lot of ways, particularly in areas like Asia, where there's been a lot of interest, non-China Asia. On the investing side, again, because of the high cost of leverage, the markets have seen very slow activity. But again, I think 2024 has started off reasonably a lot more robustly. Again, there are pockets of a lot more proactive activity. I think Asia, non-China Asia, has recovering a lot faster than China. China is, really far behind. I think US is recovering. Europe, given where the European macro situation is, it's kind of sideways. So I would say 2024 is a year of recovery, both for funding as well as for deployment of capital.
Sure. Shantanu, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, sure. So I think on the fundraising side, the one thing I'd note is, although the picture has looked quite bleak across the board, there have been, as Avnish was saying, some bright spots. So things like the PE buyout sector has had a record year of fundraising last year. Again, concentrated around the big players, but it's been a lot of capital flowing in there. And then the other area which has been particularly promising is the secondaries funds, which I think we'll come on to a bit later as well, which last year raised twice as much as they raised the year before. And the secondaries fund, for those of you new to this industry, is a fund which is set up specifically to buy interests held by investors in existing funds. So rather than selling the assets of the existing fund, you buy the interests in the fund itself. So it's an alternative means of providing liquidity to investors in some of these funds. So that's been another area of great promise. And in response to some of these fundraising concerns, the one area which we're observing quite closely is people are increasingly, these large asset managers are increasingly looking to new sources of capital. So while some of these institutional LPs may have been over-allocated to private markets, people are increasingly looking at high net worth individuals or more quasi-retail investors and trying to find ways of providing access to those investors to the private markets industry, which, if we manage to find a way of unlocking that, that will open a whole new range of investors, which could be quite transformative to the sector as well.
Andrew, from a global standpoint, anything you want to round up with?
Yeah, maybe just a quick note, I guess, about China, because you were mentioning that. I think one thing, that we have seen is a lot of investors who historically have been putting money into China are obviously now parking that money elsewhere. And I think that India is obviously a great beneficiary of that. Just one tidbit I might share that I thought was rather interesting is there was an article, I think, in the FT a few weeks ago. It was about PAG, which is a fund which has historically been heavily invested in China. And a lot of their US LPs want to get out of China, relatively early. So I think it was ADIC or one of the Abu Dhabi funds was basically offering to buy these interests early, because there is, I think, I guess a different allocation within Asia, which is moving money away from China into other places, and again, India being one of them.
Interesting. Ashley, can I, maybe bring you into this conversation from an India standpoint, right? So India's, in some ways, PE funds, VC funds have seen exits through IPOs, and maybe we'll cover IPOs, in some ways a little later in the panel as well. But it seems that, the exit cycle seems to have been better in India. Year on year, open markets have given PE funds, better returns. So can you maybe just bring this, scene setting, bring it down to the Indian context? Where does the industry stand from an Indian standpoint? We've had the benefit of Mr. Raman's comments, but as someone who's deploying capital actively, how do you see the scene?
No, thanks, Bharat. Thank you for having me on this panel. So from an India perspective, as Andrew also alluded, historically, when capital was coming into India, I know 20 years ago the conversation used to be with investors, it's either India or China, or at some point it was India versus rest of BRICS. I think today that conversation has moved on, right? Today it is, every investor looks at India as a separate decision. And some of it may also, actually the biggest competition that we face is actually people wanting to invest back in the US itself. So the comment that Avnish made about interest rates, etc., it's an interesting time that you're actually competing with the US themselves, where they're looking at what's risk-free or risk-adjusted return, where India sort of centers. But that being said, India clearly is at a bright spot, has been a large recipient of foreign capital. As Mr. Raman also alluded, 70-80% of the money going into private equity today is still foreign, right? I mean, that's a separate issue. I think as a country, we need to build, a more domestic capital basis to be insulated from the rest of the world. And some other countries, there are lessons to learn there. People like China have actually done that. You've seen them sort of being able to do that. But definitely from an opportunity perspective, the macro is extremely strong for India, right? I think the fact that, we have a large young population, where the spending power has increased, so the consumption has increased. We've also been able to be smart and catapult as a country beyond the logical levels. I think that there's an anecdote that India sort of skipped the whole landline phase, right? Just moved onto mobiles. And now today, we're at a phase where you're using technology. The concept of UPI, for example, is something that is very unique to India, created in India, and I think globally people are just amazed at the way UPI works. It's so easy to have, some person sitting in a tier 3, tier 4 city, very comfortable making payments, of very small sums, using UPI. So when you've been able to leverage some of these technology aspects, I think India has been able to jump up the ladder by using some of these aspects, and that's what makes it so interesting. So from a deployability perspective, the universe, and we're an India focused fund, and we often asked ourselves, should we be looking at broader than India? And the simple answer is, for the next 10 years, we think India is going to be very, very interesting, and we need to stay focused only on India. So I don't know if that answers your question, but in our mind, we're bullish, as the rest of the world is, on India for the next 10 years.
But Bharat, can I just sort of come in and just to bring a very different perspective? So I myself have sat in a couple of, startup pitches, and especially in the, what we could call as a deep tech area. So these were a bunch of guys doing something, sitting on a laptop and looking at outer space. So it is really fantastic to see the kind of work that's happening amongst some of the startups. But I think we have a serious problem that all these guys are being wooed by US money. Frankly, the money is there in the US, so it is going to be US money. So they're saying that if you, do not get money in India, don't worry, just come, we'll give you 5 times the amount. Now, this is something which is a huge challenge. So really, we have a great panel here. I'd just like to throw it open and see whether, anyone has better suggestions of why we are so still risk averse. Is it the Indian mentality? Is it that our, LPs are saying, we don't trust you, so we want our money back in 7 years? Can we not look at a 15-year fund? Because a lot of these technologies probably need that sort of patient capital.
Yeah, no, I think I love the point on unique innovation in India, like UPI giving us a right to win. And we have a whole, series of questions on the reverse flip, because we're seeing people come back. But Avnish, do you want to weigh in on the, unique sort of India, where India is situated?
I think just to be, look, I think the ecosphere that you have, if I juxtapose in the startup world, Silicon Valley versus India, I think startup in India is much more difficult. 0 to 1 is very difficult. In the Silicon Valley, you have a confluence of great ideas, great ecosphere, a lot of capital, a lot of ability to take risks. In India, because of a lot of local regulatory challenges, local logistics challenges, local language challenges, risk appetite, all of that, 0 to 1 is extremely difficult, which is why it's generally 0 to 1, which is startup companies, it's generally been where promoters have a 10, 15-year horizon. As a private equity investor, I have not seen consistently money coming back to venture capital funds who invested in India. In the last 5 to 10 years, I've seen a lot of money coming back to private equity investors who are in the mid and upper range. The reality is any industry will benefit if money comes back to it. So I continue to be skeptical in venture investing in India for venture funds which have a 5-10 year horizon. You'll have to have a different model for that, I think. In what we do, what Ashley does, what I do, it's a fabulous thing. And the reason why I would say, look, the reason India is benefiting is not just the macro, it's the micro. And the micro in what we do in private equity and why you guys will get jobs there is because we give money back to our investors and investors make money in it, right? And the micro has been great because India has had 20 years of consistent growth. You look at any emerging market in the world, after 1993 crisis, we've not had a single major crisis. But also because we have got at least 7,000, we're talking about listed companies, but another 20,000 or 30,000 or 100,000 other entrepreneurial companies in the mid-market range, which are going bigger, right? So the opportunities in the micro. And then lastly, in the last 10 years, you've had great reforms which have resulted in a growth in control investments, which is what we do, right? So if you're able to, as a private equity investor, if you're able to buy a business, control in a business. So today, control is about 40 to 50% of the capital that goes into private equity's control. And that's been enabled because you've had a lot of reforms like bankruptcy reform, generation change, and so on and so forth. So look, I think partly answering your question, I think, yes, venture, you do need a different model. But for what we do in private equity, I think this is probably one of the best markets in Asia. And, I just came from a US trip, and everybody wants to invest in the sector in India.
Right. I mean, I want to attempt an answer to Mr. Raman as well, which is, if you look, let's take a look at a live situation, right? Because you can contextualize it. If you look at the mess that happened in Byju's, and ultimately when you needed rescue capital, it came in from Indian pockets. It came in from, the Dr. Ranjan Pai's family office. So that capital, that investor had deep pockets and huge risk appetite. And I think when you have that kind of capital accumulation taking place, you will have I think Indian pools of capital which are able to stretch themselves and take those positions and provide a very unique Indian solution towards some of these situations that will also pan out. So hopefully we can compete for our best startups and our best technology and the opportunities. But maybe and Avnish, I might stick with you for the in terms of moving this forward, because I think one of the areas where India has fared better, and I was not through exit, but as an investor, when you're looking at exit, right, how do you differentiate between strategic and IPO exits? And is the industry maturing, right, from a regulatory standpoint? Mr. Raman, you've been with SEBI, maybe you can weigh in on this as well, where funds are now comfortable being classified as promoter. And how does that play into the decision-making? So maybe over to you.
So I think I just come back to what I said. The reason why the sector is doing well in India is because we've returned capital to investors consistently over the last 5-10 years. The reason we've been able to do that is because what we call selling to other private equity funds is very robust in India, and you have all sizes. So that's been, I would say, pretty reasonably good element to it. And then the public markets. I think where India has lagged is the strategic side. I think Indian strategic investors as well as global strategic investors have hesitated from paying up for assets. I just sold a hospital business to a Canadian pension fund for 14 times EBITDA when Max and Fortis, who were also running for it and they were trading at 20 plus times EBITDA, were not willing to put their hands in their pocket to pay up for it. And you know about that situation, Bharat, which is amazing. And just the mentality element around Indian trade buyers is that I can buy this or I can build it for zero. Why should I pay up for it? I think there's a lot more evolution that needs to happen amongst Indian trade buyers. Foreign trade buyers have been burnt. You've had the Rand-Baxi situation. You've had entity, loads of situations that they are slowly trickling back. So the two pillars of exits will continue to be the public markets and private markets. And I think in the public markets, the big change has been, one of the, in my previous fund, we took a company, we were in a public company, Crompton Greaves, and we actually became a promoter-less company. So the whole concept that you have in the Western markets where you actually don't need a promoter, a well-governed company can be a promoter-less company. I think that concept coming in, and more companies, I think that's going to be, again, a big change. I think the reason that's happening is because public investors have seen that private equity-owned companies have good governance, and they're able to have a sustainable momentum of growth as opposed to, hey, private equity fund is taking this public, they'll dump it and go away. No, they have seen actually those company owners. So, but I think it's still early stages. I think as that develops, this second leg will come up as well. We just sold 35-40% in Burger King in the market in 1 week. I mean, that was, dropping a big stake. We sold SJS, which was, again, listed company, 30% stake in the market. I think Blackstone has dropped a lot. Chris Capital has dropped a lot. So I think a lot of right things are happening in the public markets.
Mr. Raman, do you want to weigh in on that in any way?
I think the point he made about promoter-less companies is a great one. So, we used to only talk about an HDFC and an ICICI, I think, which were completely promoter-less. If that is a trend that's coming through, it's very good, because at the end of it, it's really about governance. And if it's a board-led governance structure, that is something which is wonderful. And I would even go to say that as, private equity investors, you somewhere also need to sort of look at the governance of those, those startups or those now mature companies in which you have invested. So, the governance part I think is great. And if in the role of being a private equity investor, you could also sort of move towards that model of, where promoters are typically less than 24% and even lower, I think that's a good point made. Yeah.
Andrew, in your experience, I mean, when you're advising investors in India, would you just tell a fund that, look, don't take, promoter classification, or how would you look at this, IPO as a path through exit?
Sure. I mean, I think maybe just some context I would add is when I first started practicing, I think a lot of, particularly American companies looked at India and had some hesitation. And I think on some of the earlier deals I worked on, you would have sort of a put right, which was the right of a foreign investor to effectively sell their interest to the local Indian investor at sort of some pre-agreed price that was determined pursuant to a formula. And I think we've seen, over time, people get a lot more comfortable investing here, a lot more comfortable with, the IPO exit, et cetera. So I think it's been a real sort of evolution from what we were seeing maybe 10 years ago.
Super. I think just moving on, from public markets to maybe what is, solutions for exit and liquidity created by the industry itself. And, Mr. Raman, you mentioned about, the call auction process for secondaries and, the importance of a secondary market. But there is this industry-sponsored type of solution for liquidity, which is a GP-led secondary. So maybe, Shantanu, you could just explain, for our audience at least, what does that mean, from a conceptual standpoint? And then actually, if you could weigh in terms of, what are the considerations when you're looking at implementing something like this very practically as a fund that has exposure to Indian portfolios? So maybe Shantanu, to you first.
Sure, no, happy to do that. So as I was sort of alluding to at the start, a classic private fund structure would have a fixed term, and at the end of the fund's term, the GP is expected to sell the assets and return cash back to investors. Now, what that does in certain types of markets, if you're not going to get the right valuations for your assets, or if the GP believes that there's more value to be generated from the assets, it's in the GP's interest to continue managing those assets and continue having it within their portfolio. And so that's what gave rise to this idea of a GP-led secondary, which is basically the GP of the fund setting up a new continuation fund, which buys the asset from the existing fund. And then the new continuation fund either has some investors who are willing to remain invested, or you'll have new investors coming in alongside the existing investors. And then the GP can continue getting some of the upside from the asset going forward. Now, although that's a pretty neat way of generating some liquidity when you don't want to sell the underlying asset, it does bring with it problems like conflicts and valuations, because ultimately it's the GP of one fund selling it to another fund of which it is also the GP. And so some of the concerns which LPs have with this sort of construct is what's the price at which the asset is being sold, and is the GP sort of underselling or overselling depending on which side of the funds it's representing better. So I think that's a GP-led secondary. And as I was mentioning at the start, fundraising for these sorts of secondary transactions has been a bright spot last year. A lot of funds have been raised to carry out these sort of transactions. Deal volumes have also been pretty large. And to a point which was made initially as well, I think what we are also seeing is a lot of public markets are looking at whether we can use public market mechanisms to generate greater liquidity in these secondary transactions. So one of the announcements made by the London Stock Exchange last year was they're looking into whether they can set up some form of private market auction every 3 months. Private funds in the UK can try and sell some of the interest in those funds on technically a London Stock Exchange recognized market. It won't quite be a public market, but it is still, it has the LSE label, which lends it some credibility, and then it's also public in the sense of people can participate more than those who would have been involved otherwise. So this is an area where there's been a lot of focus, at least globally, and interested to see what the Indian scenario looks like.
No, so adding to Shantanu, I mean, this is a concept that's relatively new globally, but definitely in India. I don't think there have been too many India-focused secondaries that have occurred. I know we were chatting earlier. We've been investing for 25 years, and there've been
3 companies where we've actually exited and invested back again. The reason to exit was because the prior fund was running out of time. We maybe sought a couple of extensions, but then eventually, we owe it to those investors to return their money. They had given us money for 10 years. Maybe you can get it for 11, 12 years, but then ultimately we've got to return money back to them. But because the asset is interesting and we feel there's a lot more juice, a lot more potential, you want to invest again. So then we've had situations where one fund is buying from another fund, right? Which is again fraught with a lot of conflict. We've had situations where we sold and invested 3 years later at a significant multiple to what we sold at, and get back that same stake at a higher rate. We've had 2 or 3 instances. I think so. It's something that now today we have one situation where we have one of our older funds where we will be embarking on a continuation vehicle. And so it's interesting to have that option today versus not having that. Clearly, there are lots of conflicts. As Mr. Raman alluded earlier also, is it being sold at a 30% discount? And you can figure out some kind of auction process, but it's not going to be transparent. And I think as a GP, one of the things that we take very, very seriously is, what's my take on it? How do I deal with the conflict? And if there is a real good case outcome, there'll be some investors who have exited will have an issue, saying that, oh, we got out. If it's a bad case, the new investors coming in will say, hey, hang on, it didn't get priced well. So it's fraught with a lot of risks. So the way we've tried to do that is, again, how do you wear that hat to be completely, well, not completely, but as much, as transparent as possible. Clearly, as investors, as managers, because we typically will roll over all of our economics into the new fund. So the new investors coming in know that, oh, these people are actually putting in their real money. They're not really capitalizing and taking money out. So they're in, and therefore price validation for the buyer is somewhat done. How do you ensure that the sellers have that option or not is a lot more tricky. So what we did in this instant case, for example, was we actually made it very lucrative for all of the sellers to continue. So effectively, we said, look, you have an option. You can cash out, but you have an option to come in. And in fact, we'll waive off your fees and carried interest, etc. if you come in. So it makes a lot of sense for them to do it. We were sort of, we didn't have to do it. I think we're hurting ourselves on that. But we just thought, throwing a lot more carrots out there to make it interesting. And so therefore, we will be a lot more comfortable with that ultimate pricing decision that somebody says, oh, you underpriced it, but we gave you an option which is better than a new investor who's actually taking risk and coming in. So you didn't take that, so at least then we are being fair on people. So that's one way we sort of handled it. But I think it's interesting. The dynamic is interesting, and I think it will evolve over time, I suspect.
I think that's very very interesting, Ashley, and I think it's from a perspective of an investor in your fund. Maybe you're writing the playbook in terms of how this works in India, right? By being one of the first to go ahead and do this. And the fact that you didn't treat it as a transactional cram down of the LP to say, look, it's in or out, but actually created positive incentives is perhaps the way the playbook will be written. But of course, Mr. Raman, I can't resist putting this back, at you, because I know this is a topic that you've commented upon when you were giving us the keynote. What do you think are some of the best practices? And I heard Ashley's point earlier that the auction may not be the most transparent one, but nevertheless, any reflections on how this should be written up?
Yeah, more than a reflection, I think I'm still a little confused about the way the income tax authorities would look at it, because I don't know how successful you've been in these transitions, but frankly, it's one legal vehicle to another, and therefore the taxation will come on to me. And as an LP, I should worry about, I think it's 164 something, where fair value is really something which is it's as good a guess as mine as yours. So have you faced that sort of a situation? Because the point being made is that even if we were to not and all call auction mechanisms will strictly be not in the public market. It will be the private market, but even in the private market, it's very easy for you to create something or to call auction. But the minute you get a regulatory blessing to this construct, then you can easily avoid a lot of these tax issues. The only thing you cannot avoid is, the benefit of an STT, which is fine. I mean, you're doing an off-market transaction.
To Mr. Raman's just answering the question, in this particular case, luckily we don't have that problem. Tax is a huge complication. In this particular case, it was an FDI which was availing of the double taxation treaty for the sellers. So there's no tax problem there. But yeah, I mean, what view? So I guess another stakeholder between the seller and the buyer to ensure the price is right is also what's good for the tax man. So I think that's a different issue, which I don't know if this forum is competent to address.
Yeah, maybe just talking a little bit about the issue that Mr. Raman raised earlier, and Avnish, maybe you can throw some light on it, which is, this tendency amongst Indian founders to say, look, at least at some point in time that, I will not find the right valuation in India. I need to go and set up abroad. I'll get, earlier path to my Series A. And, I'll be able to get a stable cap table. Negotiations are much easier because it's all sort of tried and tested. NVCA terms, that's the National Venture Capital Association terms of the US. And then people have found that, look, hang on a minute, actually, ultimately, when you've raised all that capital, you have to list. And in the US, if you're doing $1 billion listing, you'll be scorned at and forgotten very easily, and people will dump and run away. And, there have been very, very, there have been examples of companies like Yatra.com, which have, done that and suffered and, then had to come back. And several Indian companies are now looking at coming back into India to attempt a listing in India, which is, for those of you who've been reading about this, the reverse flip. So, what are your thoughts on that? And, the risks involved for the managers who are saying that we should reverse flip, because ultimately, there's a huge cost to it. And ultimately you then have to find value. So what are your thoughts on this?
Look, I mean, I guess at the heart of it, it is a question of where is the asset best priced, right? I own an asset. It could be gold. It could be a house. It could be a company. Which market understands that asset best to give me the best price? That's what you're trying to solve in terms of that. Now, not all assets can be incorporated in any part of the world, but there are certain assets which can be. The nature of those assets, generally those which have some global connect to it, right? So again, IT assets and healthcare assets leads itself well. So when we look at a company and we just bought a business, I'll give you two examples. We just bought a business in the business process outsourcing space, which has a lot of people in Hyderabad and does work for the media customers in the US. It was India incorporated, and at the point of buying the business, we flipped it into a Delaware incorporated, US incorporated entity. The reason was that basically it's a lot more efficient to raise debt in the US because debt is cheaper and you have various deductions. Secondly, when you have a company of that size, a lot more buyers can come to it. And so that was the original piece. Now, what's happening right now, which is the reverse flip, companies like this, exactly like this, which are coming back to India, is simple phenomena that in the mid-cap sector in India, particularly, there's a huge supply of capital coming largely from systematic investment plans and all, and there's a dearth of good companies in certain sectors. And so you have a phenomena where chemical companies, are trading at 15 times EBITDA, and IT companies, which have never traded consistently above 20 times EBITDA, are trading at very high multiples. And so people are saying, hey, I'm leaving an arbitrage on the table, so let's flip it back again to India. I think the issues, obviously, you have to think about is taxation, right? That's a big issue because if you're going to take it back to India, what is your cost base? It's not your original purchase cost base. I think the second is the liquidity. If you flip it back to India and then you list it and you own 100% of the company, how long will it take? That's a second part of it. And thirdly, if the Indian capital market, certainly in the mid-cap universe, there's a correction of 20, 30, 40%, it may not be that attractive. Again, so this is not a straightforward one because it takes time, right? And we are in the midst of a couple of situations like that, but I can see the logic of it, but because there is so much friction cost to it, people have to be really clear that, they will stay with that. Otherwise, it can be very, very detrimental.
Yeah. I mean, I have one question. Maybe I'd love, Andrew, for you to weigh in, and maybe Shantanu, you as well. Which is, if you have these assets which are typically well suited for the reverse flip, but you've got these tax issues, and then you've got value discovery issues and commercial risk. What happened to the to the poster child of a couple of years ago, which was the SPAC. And why aren't these like classic, de-SPAC cases where you can just go ahead, de-SPAC that asset and, give liquidity to your investors? Or is that just totally off the table now because of market dynamics? But maybe, Andrew, you're closer to the SPAC space, and we had a discussion earlier on SPAC, so maybe you can kick us off.
Sure. I mean, look, I think the short answer is, SPACs became popular for whatever reason. And maybe just for the benefit of the audience here, SPACs were sort of a listed vehicle in the US that had no assets other than essentially a bucket of cash from its investors. And their sole purpose in life was to go out and find a company to buy. They also have a set lifespan. So the typical SPAC in the US had a 2-year lifespan. You could then seek shareholder consent to, extend that to 3 years. But essentially, let's just say you had max 3 years to buy an asset. And I think what we saw was there was this huge sort of uptick in the number of SPACs, all searching for, essentially a finite number of good assets in the world. I think if you go through the number of SPACs that did eventually find a target, a lot of those all went, way down price-wise after they listed. So it was good for the target companies in the sense that they got cash, but it was bad in the sense that the share prices have collapsed. And I think as we've seen, these companies struggle to find targets, and actually a number of SPACs liquidate. And I should point out, liquidating a SPAC does not come sort of cost-free. If you're the sort of promoter or sponsor of one of these SPACs, you've put in a lot of your own capital, and the only way you're going to get that back really is if you do a deal. So if you're in the liquidation context, you end up, carrying these costs on your own. And so a lot of people, I think, have looked at that history and decided this really isn't just worthwhile for us anymore. So, I don't want to say that the SPAC trend is dead. I mean, I just closed one at the end of last year. But I think there's a lot of SPACs now which are really reaching the end of their lifespan. And the US SEC will only allow you to do it for 3 years max. And so I think the remaining ones will probably liquidate, which is not to say that this boom won't come back. I mean, I actually worked on a SPAC in 2014. A lot of people think that SPACs were sort of new. They actually weren't. They'd existed for a long time. Just the other sort of quick footnote to this, which I think is really going to put the nail in the coffin, is the US SEC finally, I think about 2 months ago, came out with some revised rules, which essentially made it a lot more expensive for your SPAC sponsor to sort of, manage these vehicles and really promote them.
But can you raise a SPAC in India? Because I guess it would make this reverse flip into India a lot more easy. I guess that was the core of your question, right? I mean, is SPACs allowed in India?
Well, we have companies which which are slightly infamous because they're several of them are listed on a particular stock exchange in the eastern part of the country that are essentially companies with no operating business, but still have a listing and public shareholders who are very difficult to track. But there are rules which are coming out to allow SPACs in India. But as of now, you would not be able to do a simple blank check company which has no business but is just essentially publicly listed in order to do a forward acquisition. But there are still some companies which are meant to have a business but don't really have one. So that's the unique sort of backdoor to an exit. But that's a very different conversation and requires a very different panel, I think, a whole other panel. But I guess Ashley, wearing your investor hat and Avnish wearing your investor hat, I guess I have to ask this question. You may do buyout deals, you could do sort of significant minority or basic minority, but is there a governance discount when you're looking at Indian startups? And I ask this, or maybe mid-sized companies, even growth companies, late-stage companies, and I ask this specifically in the context of the lawyers in the room, because a lot of these a lot of our colleagues here will go on to take jobs as in-house counsel, as GCs. They will be driving some of these decisions that these startups will take. So I think it'll be great if we could get some of your comments, which would be relevant for them as they practice, whether in-house or in law firms or individually.
Thanks, Bharat. Just as Avnish said earlier, I think the benefit that larger late-stage firms like Avnish and us do is you've seen the startups go through a journey for some time, you've seen them grow, you've seen how they've performed, it gives you a better sense of what they are. You pay a significantly higher price and a premium to it. That's fine, right? But to your specific question on governance, at least, our motto is very clear. I don't want a discount for governance. I just don't want to do the deal. Because, in good times, and we've learned this the hard way, in good times, everyone's your friend. So in good times, you're going to make money even with, the worst of promoters, right? If there's no alignment, nothing, right? But in bad times is where things will really come to play. And I think that's where we want to invest in people. So it's important, from our perspective, to have a partnership. So if it's a control deal, we are in full control. You still want a management. You just want CEO, CFO, all of them to be people that you can trust. You're not going to be there running the shop, day to day, right? There is somebody out there. And so you need to be able to repose your faith and trust in that person to be able to do the right things. And unless there's that basic sense of governance, and it need not necessarily be the case. We've invested in large businesses which were very family owned and controlled, but through the conversations, it was clear that they were willing to do more. They were willing to learn more. And so how do you bring in a professional CEO? How do you bring in a professional CFO, right, to run the business? I think those are basic flags that, if they are red, no discount, walk away. That's at least been our thesis. I don't know, Abneesh, if you've had a...
Yeah, no, a lot of interest in India and a lot of capital flowing to India vis-a-vis some of our other esteemed neighbors is because actually the perception is we're a lot more transparent market. It's a lot more open market. We've got a lot better levels of governance in this country than particularly in countries like China and all. Maybe it's because we speak English, but maybe because we have historical legacy of law. I think our experience at least has been that, we found it very difficult to, even despite all of those, drag promoters into doing things which we think are not great, and hence we just don't do minority investing, we only do control investing. But even in that case, I completely agree with Ashley, you don't want to touch any company which has got any kind of gray element to it, because eventually it catches up. And even if you are in control of a business in India, there are a lot of elements which you cannot, which a promoter who even has a minority stake may be able to do. So we spend a lot of time, doing a lot of forensic work around understanding not just the forensic on the financial, companies we're investing in are clean companies.
Thanks, Avnish. I can also see the time's running out or run out. I would just request the audience to please put your hands together to give a round of applause to this very, very insightful panel. I'm truly grateful for your insights. I think I've learned a lot, during this session. And thank you all very much. Avnish, Andrew, Mr. Raman, Ashley, Shantanu, thank you so much. Thank you, ABA,
Thanks,
India
Bharat.
Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Esteemed panelists, please. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, as we navigate through the dynamic landscapes of law and technology,
considerable experience across industries as well as in competition-related matters. She has held leadership roles in diverse sectors, including tourism, telecommunications, financial services, power transmissions, and education. Joining the Competition Commission of India in May 2023, Ms. Kaur brings the wealth of experience to competition law enforcement in India. This is exactly the type of person that the drafters of the competition law had envisaged as heading a dynamic agency such as the CCI. Ms. Kaur was also a member, more recently, of the Committee on Digital Competition Law, which published a report on the new draft Digital Competition Bill. Her tenure has also begun with the implementation of various key provisions of the Competition Amendment Act, including settlements, commitments, and changes to the penalty regime. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Kaur, whose insights and expertise are sure to enrich this afternoon. Ms. Kaur.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests. I have been requested to talk on the issue of the vision of CCI. Where does CCI see itself now and in the near future? Whenever we talk about the vision of any organization, we have to understand it is very intricately aligned with the market realities, what is happening on the economic front, and also the aspirations of the stakeholders. So when we look at CCI, we see CCI in a framework where the country is moving towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. That is a developed nation in the year 2047, a nation which is focused on economy, environment sustainability, social advancement, and also the objective of effective governance. Now there are these 5 themes of Viksit Bharat, and I see each one of them is very closely linked to the work that we do at CCI. Whether you talk about the thriving and sustainable economy, empowered Indians, or innovation, science, and technology. So all these areas are very closely linked to the work that we do at CCI. The aspirations of all Indians is that we would be a developed nation with a $30 trillion economy. So let's talk about where we are today. We are a nation which is growing at the fastest rates among major global economies. We are also a country which is having the world's 3rd largest startup ecosystem. So we have 100 unicorns valued at more than $350 billion. Not only the unicorns, let's talk about startups as a whole. The number of registered startups in India is more than 1.17 lakhs. And interestingly, for the ladies in the room, 55,000 of those startups have women directors. So this is the way we are looking at growing in the future. We look at our digital public infrastructure, which is the envy of the world. In our digital infrastructure, the mobile penetration, the internet penetration levels are very high when you look at absolute numbers. We have 120 crore mobile users, 80 crore internet users. So that's an area where we are looking at the growth of digital markets. We would like to have more innovation. We would like to have more startups. And we would like to have more unicorns. So that's the way the Indian economy would look at growing in the future. Now, talking about what we have achieved so far at CCI, I'll come to that. We firstly began our journey about 15 years ago. We finished 15 years on 20th of May this year. So CCI has come a long way. And in these years, it has made a name for itself. People have stood up and taken notice of the way the organization has been run and the interventions which it has made in the market, which have all been commendable. Recently, in 2023, the Competition law was amended, and it was a very comprehensive set of amendments. So these amendments involved various areas, and we've had a very detailed stakeholder consultation process. And as you are aware, we have these new regulations in place, which is the settlement commitment framework. That is something which has happened for the first time in India. That's a new thing. Then we further strengthened the leniency regime with the leniency plus. And then there are these changes which are on the combination front. And there has been more clarity now on the determination of turnover and income through both the regulations and the penalty guidelines. So this is what has happened in the recent past. Now coming to the recent past, in the last about 8-10 months, we've looked at, we passed more than 40 orders in various antitrust matters. There have been 20 investigation reports which have been examined by the Commission. Commission has considered them and initiated action on them. And as you're all aware, mergers and combinations continue, and we have been looking at some very important mergers in the recent past. Now, where we are going to move in the immediate future is something which I would like to talk about. One is the intention that we're going to review all our regulations. So all the regulations which have still not been looked at, we are looking at comprehensive amendment of the general regulations, and there are some other regulations as well, which the Commission would be looking at very soon. And let me mention that we're going to go through a process of public consultation, because that's where the commitment of the CCI is that we would look at a regime which is transparent, which is objective, and which also takes into consideration the concerns of various stakeholders. So we are going to be starting that process very soon. The other aspect which of course I would like to touch upon is the digital competition bill. There was a committee which was set up last year in February, and of course I joined midway as the chairperson, as a member on that committee as well. So we have a draft digital competition bill which is now in the process of public consultation. So we are eagerly waiting for your comments, and I from my side would not like to say anything at this stage. So we'll keep our comments for later once we hear you. We've now put it out, and it's a quite comprehensive set of regulations. It's a little bit of a move different from what we have done so far in the last 15 years. Because our focus on antitrust has been on ex-post regulation. So now this is a move towards ex-ante regulation. And the other thing is that there is a differentiation that we are saying that we're not going to look at all sectors. This is only for digital markets. So that's one difference between what we have done so far. We've done some ex-ante work in the combination side on the mergers and acquisitions. So it's not as though the Commission is not aware of the work. We are aware of the nature of work, which will be coming upon in case it passes in the current form, what will be the requirement. For that, another aspect that we would look at is a manpower strengthening, because it's going to be taking a lot of time, especially ex-ante regulation would have continuous monitoring, of what are the principles, firstly, which the gatekeepers and the platforms need to follow, and whether they are following the same. So there is going to be a continuous lookout from the CCI side on the markets as to how they are performing and how the players are interacting and taking the market forward. So that's going to be another thing coming up in the near future, so to say. Coming to the vision of CCI, I think that the regulations that we've done recently are very good because they are opening a front where you can come in for commitment and settlement. So you don't need to wait now for the investigation to be undertaken and for the commission to come to a finding. It's a situation where the markets can correct much faster. People can come forward. The various market participants can come and offer commitments. They can offer remedies. And we can look at CCI becoming more effective in the future. That is one area from where I have a great deal of expectation. And interestingly, we've seen some movement on the leniency plus already. Within a few days of the regulations coming out, we've had some interest on leniency plus regime. I'm hoping that with the regulations, we have clarified a lot of things. Whatever still remains, of course, we have the time to review them as we go along and see how it pans out. Now, coming back to the vision of CCI as a part of the Indian economy, as we move towards becoming a developed nation, the vision of CCI also is that we would like to be the global front runner. We want to be in front in terms of the enforcement and advocacy of competition law. We would like to foster an ecosystem where people understand the value of competition, and through our advocacy efforts, we are able to convince and get more and more people to be part of the competition compliance program, rather than to look at only enforcement. The third area where we look at is that how can we safeguard consumer interest? Because it's becoming very important when you look at the digital markets, the way technology is being changed, it is being leveraged in various markets. Looking at AI, the way AI is being adopted by companies. So we would like to look at markets being fair, competitive, and inclusive. That is where the consumer interests will get safeguarded. And of course, to be a part of this journey of the Indian economy by creating an environment where the CCI works as an effective economic regulator, and it provides an array of options to people at various stages, whether they want to come for settlement or they want to come for commitments, or even an ex-ante regime wherever it is required. The Commission would rise up to the occasion and be part of this journey. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaur. I would request Mr. Chopra to present a token of appreciation. Would you like to deliver a vote of thanks?
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaur, for those enlightening remarks. I think the vision for a thriving economy that you shared is very heartening, especially as you head a very significant market. I wouldn't want to use the word regulator, but an authority. Especially recognizing the importance of innovation, the startup economy, as well as creating an enabling environment. What is very clear is that with you at the helm, the CCI does believe in a market-based economy and competition on the merits. Ms. Kaur also touched on what I would call game changers that she's introduced, that being the settlement and commitment regime, and I'm confident that it will be a success under her leadership. It's also heartening to note that the Commission is open to and will be reviewing all existing regulations. And the public consultation process that Ms. Kaur talked of is very critical to this. All of us started as babies in this field 15, 16 years ago. And I think there is a lot of collective knowledge that will enhance competition law enforcement in India. I'd like to thank Ms. Kaur for being here and addressing this audience, and for everyone present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chopra, and a heartfelt thank you to Ms. Kaur. Now let us delve deeper into this subject with a discussion that promises to be equally engaging. Guiding our journey through this intricate discussion is our moderator, Mr. Yaman Verma, partner at Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas. Can we please have him on stage? Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Verma. And joining him on stage will be our distinguished panelists who bring a wealth of expertise from the front lines of competition law and digital markets. Please welcome the first panelist, Ms. Hiranmayi Ralabandi, General Counsel and Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer, We Work India. Big round of applause. Please welcome the second panelist, Mr. Kanishk, Director Legal India and South Asia at Uber. Our third panelist is Ms. Payal Malik, Senior Advisor, Econ One. And please welcome our last panelist for this session, Ms. Shilpi Bhattacharya, Professor at Jindal Global Law School. A big round of applause for all the panelists here. And the stage is all yours, Mr. Verma.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the panel discussion on competition law in digital markets. We've got 4 distinguished speakers on the panel today, each bringing a wealth of experience and expertise to our discussion. I will briefly introduce them, and then we will get right to it. First, we have Ms. Payal Malik. Ms. Malik is a senior advisor at Econ One and a visiting professor at ICRIER. She's an economist specializing in competition law and antitrust regulation and public policy. She has considerable experience in economics of digital and e-commerce markets. And most recently, she was the economic advisor and head of the economics division at the Competition Commission of India, a position she held for 10 years between 2012 and 23. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Malik. We've also got Ms. Hiranmayi Ralabandi. Ms. Ralabandi is the General Counsel and Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer at We Work India. With over 2 decades of experience, her expertise in corporate and real estate laws has earned her numerous accolades, making her a pivotal voice in legal and regulatory matters. Our third panelist is Mr. Kanishk. Kanishk is the Director of Legal India and South Asia at Uber. He's been at Uber since 2022, and before that, he was a partner at Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas for 6 years. With extensive experience of more than 16 years in navigating regulatory challenges and critical transactions, his insights into the technology and transportation sector will undoubtedly contribute greatly to our discussions. And lastly, we have Dr. Shilpi Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhattacharya is a professor at Jindal Global Law School. She received a PhD in competition from Erasmus University, Rotterdam. And before joining academia, Shilpi was admitted to practice law at the New York Bar and spent a few years as a practicing lawyer at Linklaters LLP. Please join me in giving everyone here a warm welcome before we get to it. Thank you. As a general housekeeping announcement, can everyone put their phones on silent? Mine just went off. And, right, so just as we start, I think we've got quite a bit to cover here, especially given what's happened in the last month in the space of competition law and digital markets. So we'll get right to it. And I think the first question I have is for Ms. Malik. So, ma'am, from your experience in this space, you know that there is a lot of complexities associated with data and platform markets. How do you think the data and platform dynamics influence the application of traditional competition law principles in digital markets?
Thanks, Yaman. A lot is happening in this space. So being an economist who has practiced this law for now almost 13, 14 years, it is very important to understand the economics which then dictates the law. The economics of these markets are such that it is the businesses are interdependent on the platform, and these interdependencies are such that businesses as well as consumers gain a lot of advantages, be it lower transaction costs, be it information flows, be it the matching of the users with the business users, reduction of cost for consumers, that there is no argument that these markets have brought in loads and loads of demand-side efficiencies. However, the economics of these markets are such that it has resulted, and there is no way that it could be a more market with many players. So it has resulted in setting up cohorts of intermediaries who have yielding a lot of economic power. And herein lies the rub, or herein lies the dilemma, because the competition law's old principles were premised on consumer welfare. And when we talked about consumer welfare, even as economists, and I can go back into the history in 2012, the idea was low prices, range of goods and services available to consumers' lives becoming easier. So what went wrong? That there is so much of interest in regulating it and so much of interest in enforcement of competition law. The multi-sided nature of these markets also meant that there were loads and loads of business users who were dependent on these markets. And through these digital interfaces, these intermediaries were collecting real-time data. Now, data became a very, very important reusable input for these intermediaries, and the data which was collected from the business users. And the business users and the intermediate platform were creating value for each other, but in the process, the data which was being generated was being stored, being analyzed, being run through algorithms, and now artificial intelligence by these intermediaries. So they became the quote-unquote owners of the data without very well-defined private property rights. And inherent in these business models was the ability to use this reusable input, that is data, across markets. So not only one market, but across multiple markets, adjacent markets. And this has been my favorite example. Who would have thought a search engine would get into driverless cars? So once that happened, it was becoming clearer over the period of time that they are not restricted to a few sectors. These intermediaries, platforms which are dominant, are now having an impact across sectors. Coming from the knowledge which now I have as working for this think tank, India's digitalization and the pace of India's digitalization has been tremendous. India is the third largest digitalized economy. So the dependencies on these platforms is important. Now, why did competition law had to struggle? Because the competition law had not dealt with these ecosystem operators. What are ecosystems? Ecosystems are precisely where many economic activities are orchestrated by a single economic actor and platform in this case. And all standard definitions of time, bundling, leveraging, etc. had to be restructured and reframed. Having said that, the competition law also leveraged its legal principles to be able to adopt the multi-sided market economics and many new dimensions, therefore, and not just price, came into consideration under the same set of provisions under tying, bundling, leveraging, etc., by bringing in principles such as quality and even privacy when it comes to data collection. So antitrust principles were challenged. Definition of consumers was challenged. Who is the consumer? Is it the end consumer or the business user? And new theories of harm were developed. Competition law, both in India and world over, took some time. But once these new novel theories of harm were cleared, such concerns were accommodated very quickly within the existing antitrust frameworks. The challenge, therefore, was for the authorities to be adaptive, to be quick on their feet. And I think, by and large, across jurisdictions and even India have stood up to this challenge.
Thank you, ma'am. Sort of a lot on data there, and I'll pick up that thread as I come to you, Dr. Bhattacharya. So there's been significant debate about the use of data by big tech companies, as Ms. Malik also mentioned. We've got the recent bill which sets out detailed data-related obligations. Do you feel that these obligations may end up impeding the benefits of such platforms, especially for smaller users? So you've got your small and medium-scale enterprises who might be advertising on some of these platforms. How do these sort of restrictions impact them?
Thank you very much for that question. So Dr. Malik I'm sorry about that. So Dr. Malik gave a very sort of comprehensive exposition of the frameworks of digital markets. Now, when it comes to the use of data, data has a wide variety of uses, including advertising being one use, but data can also be a building block for the creation of new and better products, which can be great for consumers. It can lead to innovation. But at the same time, as Dr. Malik mentioned, the two-sided nature of most digital markets means that there are various benefits as well as various harms that arise from the way that these business models work. So it's a very complicated discussion to have, because the same kind of business practice could have certain benefits for a certain set of players and might also harm another set of players. So broadly speaking, the Digital Competition Bill sets out a number of obligations, such as the obligation for fairness and transparency, which I think will have significant impact in terms of how data is used, because one of the challenges that digital markets has brought to us is the fact that we do not know, as consumers or business users, we do not know how data is being used by big tech because of the black box that is the algorithm. So fairness and transparency, those kind of obligations might allow business users and end users to understand how their data is being used. But then there are other obligations as well, including the obligation related to platform neutrality for data usage, which I think is broadly great for small and medium enterprises, because basically that obligation is saying that if a big tech platform is using the data of a smaller seller on their platform to compete with them on that very same platform, then that cannot be done. So I think that kind of usage of data by big tech players hinders innovation by small and medium-sized enterprises, because they are not sure how their data is going to be used by larger players. So I think this would be definitely beneficial for smaller and medium-sized players. And then there's another obligation in the bill, which is very interesting to me. So that's an obligation that says that you must take the consent of end users and business users to use and process their data, so intermixing and aggregation of data by big tech players. It can be done. They're just saying you need to take consent. And the meaning of consent will be as given under the data protection framework in India. To me, that's interesting because it doesn't really address the competition law issue. The competition law issue, as the CCI has laid out very clearly in the WhatsApp prima facie order, in the privacy case, is that excessive and unreasonable collection of data can be an exclusionary abuse of dominance, because it can exclude players, who do not have access to that data. and it can also be an exploitative abuse of dominance because it can exploit consumers who cannot give valid, whose consent is not ever going to be valid because they don't really have an effective choice when they say yes. There's an absence of choice between using a WhatsApp and not using a WhatsApp. So when the bill says that you take consent for collection of data, I don't really think it addresses the competition law issue there. So to me, that's an interesting kind of provision in the bill. But broadly speaking, I think that, and it will also not address the advertising-related collection of data. So I think most people will give their consent to data. So from a practical perspective, I don't think it will really hinder big tech's ability to collect data and use it for advertising. And I think just given the level of data that big tech has now, there has to be maybe sort of a very different kind of obligation coming from the digital competition bill to really change the way that the advertising business works. So just in terms of whether the provisions in the bill will impact small and medium-sized enterprises' ability to advertise, I don't really think so. I think the technology is pretty advanced, and I think they will still be able to serve very precise ads to users.
Thank you. Just sort of switching tack a bit to businesses and seeing how they would react. So Kanishk, for you, we've seen the CCI act quite regularly in the digital space, and most recently, of course, there's an investigation into Google, there are investigations into Apple, and several other cases in the past. How does this sort of regulation impact the way that you as a company in the space conduct business? Do you look at this when strategizing new lines of business, adopting new technology or developing new technology? And do you think the answer from you would be similar for smaller companies or sort of maybe more less sort of developed enterprises as such?
Thanks, Yaman, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. That's an interesting question. I think there are multiple questions within that one. So how do we look at competition law generally? How does that impact big tech, and what is the difference when it comes to smaller enterprises? See, if I zoom out, the first thing that I would like to point out is that generally looking at digital market, or even looking, if you look at big tech, we should not put all of them in the same bucket, right? It's not a monolith. There's a huge variety when it within that grouping. And what, at least from what we appreciate in coming from the mobility space, we really appreciate how in India at least the regulator has taken all facts into account, any investigation or any case, and you mentioned some of those, has taken those specific facts as opposed to trying to look at it from a high level or using the same criteria for everyone. So the way, it would be an understatement to say that we consider competition law in all of our decisions. It could be launching of a new product or entering into a new transaction, or just a simple business contract, right? In all of those things, competition analysis is carried out. Of course, companies like ours have centralized teams who do it across the globe. So we try to maintain the same standards all across, especially in those jurisdictions where antitrust law is developed, right? Also now, how does this impact us versus other enterprises? I think it ensures a level playing field at a level, right? It ensures that the market entry barriers do not exist, or at least are controlled within reasonable levels. And it allows everyone to not only enter market, but operate in a level playing at the same level, right? Having said that, I think, and Ms. Scott spoke about it in her address, I think one of the objectives is also to foster innovation, right? So what the regulator needs to be really careful about is to ensure that any regulations do not restrict innovation beyond the level, and whether it's big tech or otherwise, the specific facts, whether they are entrenched players, dominance, all of that needs to be really taken into account before any decision is taken.
Thanks. And I think just taking from the last point there, going to you, Hirnmai, most companies today are using technology fairly significantly in their operations, even if they're not tech companies in the standard sense. In that context, how would you view antitrust enforcement impacting your business and the technological aspects of your business?
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting question. Probably prior to the pandemic, if you'd asked us, would you really have thought of digitization or these antitrust in digital markets affecting you as a real estate company? I think my answer would have been, I don't think so. But post-pandemic, I think we've reached a stage where we are trying to go digital in every manner, right? I think it's become, the pandemic actually transformed about how people started working and their outlook towards their office spaces, and flexibility, accessibility, being able to strategize their workplace has become very, very important, and actually even maintaining and retaining talent. For that, digitization has become extremely important. So what we at WeWork are also doing is that we are trying to see how best can we cater to a consumer's requirement by probably keeping their office workspace at a click away, right? Whether they want to take up a space in a co-working space or a flexible space anywhere across, and also trying to cater to other needs of the customers where we want to be a one-stop shop for everything, whether it's their video conferencing, whether it's bundling of services, right? There are quite a few things that we are trying to do for our customers, and we're becoming innovative. We are also trying to come up with digital ways of probably companies trying to look at their spatial analytics, right? How productive are their teams? Are they really going to come to office? So these are things that we are innovating. So when I talk about, now look at all these antitrust regulations or the DCB that's coming in, the first thing that comes to my mind is, look, I am trying to cater to them from a digital perspective. Now, do I really have to be mindful of all these things, right? I want to grow. I'll be using data. Now, if there are these regulations in place, will it affect me, right? How do I look? Do I tell my teams that each time that you're trying to come up with a new product and maybe you're trying to bundle something, will you go ahead and see, do I come into these regulations? I mean, I'm trying to probably curb them, not letting them think, where I'm trying to, in some ways, I'm trying to move their ideas into actions, but do those actions really have repercussions? Should we not grow beyond a threshold? Or when even I'm looking at probably acquiring other companies, I know the mergers and acquisitions part is out of the DCB right now, but tomorrow if I have to really go ahead and acquire someone, these are things that will come to my mind. From that perspective, I think we are now being more mindful, and this will to some extent affect us, especially the thresholds that are being prescribed right now.
Thank you, Hirnmai, for that perspective. And I think especially when we talk about the digital competition bill and sort of the unintended consequences of it, I think that's probably the next set of questions that I have and that we'd like to go to. So first again, Ms. Malik, do you think ex-ante regulation is necessary in the Indian context in the form that we have it in the draft bill? How do you see ex-ante and ex-post working together, and especially given the kinds of conduct that we've currently seen listed out, see a significant overlap with the existing provisions of the Competition Act? So in that context, is this necessary, and how will it work?
Yeah, thanks. I think the question is framed very properly in the sense, and it's very pointed, what should be the nature and form of ex-ante? So I would just take a step backwards and say whether or not in ex-ante some kind of rules are required in order to, quote-unquote, regulate. So there are basic differences between regulation and competition. and competition regulation, because competition regulation happens sporadically. It is driven by informations. It is driven by suo motu cases as well. Now, what has happened over the past so many years, certain known practices which have been established as anti-competitive, not only in the Indian jurisdiction, but across jurisdictions, and it is stemming from the way data is used and repurposed to the detriment of the business users who are engaging with these platforms. Because if you look at the digital competition law, the schedule identifies which are the core digital services. And most of the core digital services are the services which are platforms which are providing intermediation. So the shift has been, whereas competition law, as I said in my opening remarks, was very, very much concentrated on consumers, and that is the end consumers, and there was no way to fault the conduct of these platforms, and it was competition authorities were finding it difficult. New theories of harms were built because in no way they could relate it to the harms translating it to the end consumers. Having said that, the Indian Competition Authority in its very first orders against these platforms had talked about consumers not just being the end consumer but also business users, because the definition of consumer allows for these intermediate consumers. So once these practices are being known, so it may be good for an identified and known issues and practices, a case-by-case assessment may not be necessary, and repeating the adjudication process with respect to that practice for each production, for each service. So for instance, one practice has been found to be anti-competitive for one company. Well, should that same practice again go through a long drawn-out adjudication process to arrive at a conclusion which has already been arrived at? So that's one reason, and given resource optimization and the scarce resources of the regulator. So yes, whether or not a DMA style of ex-ante regulation is required in the Indian context, the digital competition law is in public domain. It is open for debate and discussion because, as was being said by the chairperson in her opening remarks, because DMA applies to firms with very diverse business models. And therefore, if the kind of a very expansive law would mean that it cuts across diverse business models and is applicable for a certain identified anti-competitive practices, it is by its very nature required monitoring. And that itself requires a lot of resources. And monitoring of the kind of bank supervision. So do we want to have an apparatus, a regulatory apparatus to do that? Or just pick up a few sore points, which are the sore points of the platforms qua the business users, and come out with certain very, very specific rules. And lastly, before the law gets implemented or discussed and is made into a law, there's sufficient time for other antitrust tools which have now been introduced, that is settlements, commitments, to be seen as a regulatory sandbox kind of a situation, and see how do they work. Are they working as ex-ante tools for speedy resolution? And so therefore, so there's sufficient time, a lot of deliberation is required. And why regulation? Because if you look at the preamble of this digital competition bill, and if you look at the preambles of DMA, the words like fairness, transparency, contestability. Now, these are objectives which fairness, for instance, may not be implementable through competition tools alone.
Thank you. I think one of the things you touched upon was similar to what Kailash said earlier, that maybe such a regulatory framework might look at big tech or tech as a monolith, which may not be ideal, and therefore you might need that directed and closely monitored system, which of course begs the question around the resource availability at the CCI. I'm going to just segue from that to you, Shilpi. How do you think the Indian authority has actually dealt with digital markets? Do you think they've done well? Do you think they've dealt with the limited availability of resources, and the lack of an ex-ante provision before this? How do you think they've dealt with these markets and avoided maybe false positives, or if you think they have? What do you think the experience so far has been?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Thank you so much. So I think the CCI has, as the chairperson was also saying, and Dr. Malik was also saying, adapted to the changing sort of environment and the novel theories of harm. So initially the CCI took I think a cautious approach, which was at that time needed because we didn't completely understand how digital markets would evolve. These markets were nascent. So CCI, in cases like the Ola Uber set of cases, even in matrimony versus Google, we see CCI constantly emphasizing on the fact that we should not be chilling innovation. We should allow these markets to evolve. But then a turning point came when CCI realized that digital markets are markets that can tip, and this phenomena of tipping means that any kind of enforcement in these markets will become kind of pointless after the markets tip. So the interim order of the CCI in the Make My Trip case, where they emphasize this concept of tipping, to me was a turning point. And then, of course, tipping has come into a number of CCI cases after that, including in the recognition of dominance of a number of players like Google, WhatsApp, etc. And from there onwards, we see that the CCI is taking a much more proactive sort of stance in terms of enforcement in digital markets. I think they've done a very good job of understanding how these markets work and the kind of impact that they can have on different players. But at the same time, there has been, I think, some muddling of competition law concepts in the process of doing this kind of enforcement. So for instance, in the Google Android order, the CCI says that we don't need to establish anti-competitive effects to show abuse of dominance. The NCLAT reverses that. And now sort of it's not entirely clear what the jurisprudence is in terms of Section 4 abuse of dominance. Do we need to establish anti-competitive effects or not? And even if we do need to establish anti-competitive effects, how should that be established? So I think that kind of jurisprudence needs to come out of the CCI's orders that we're not seeing currently in the CCI's jurisprudence. But I think overall they're taking sort of a good approach. So, and then other slightly problematic things to me seem like a Make My Trip case where deep discounting is kind of incorporated into the anti-competitive conduct of Make My Trip. We know that deep discounting is not in itself a competition law problem. So making deep discounting into a competition law problem, either under Section 4 or under Section 3.4, is slightly problematic. And the CCI is doing this kind of combination of clubbing of different conducts taken together, take a holistic approach, and then say it's anti-competitive. To me, that muddies the waters of how do we really read Section 4 and Section 3.4 of the Competition Act. So I think the CCI has to be a little bit careful in terms of its reasoning and analysis in these kind of cases. And then I think also the CCI has had some opportunities to kind of clarify its position on certain things. So I think, for instance, algorithmic collusion, I think it could have kind of explained what would be the jurisprudence on algorithmic collusion in the Sameer Agarwal case, which I think they didn't do enough to explain that. The hub and spoke collusion amendment in the 2023 amendments to the Competition Act, to me, will not address all the kind of issues arising out of algorithmic collusion. So I think that is an area where maybe more needs to be done to address competition law harms. And in general, I think the CCI is doing a market study on AI, but I think we do need to take a look at the kind of competition harms coming out of AI more carefully and then address them through the law maybe in different ways. So broadly speaking, I would say the CCI has done a pretty fantastic job in terms of understanding what could be the harms, but they haven't done a very good job of applying that into the law in a very clear way.
Thank you. I think that's quite a lot to cover in a very short 2.5 minutes, so thank you for that. Coming lastly to Kanishk and Hiranmai, on ex-ante regulation, with the sort of global trends, with the draft digital competition law bill here, how does that impact businesses like yours? Is it good in the sense that there's greater certainty, you're not worried about the kinds of things that Shilpi said, where you don't know what the law means, and are they going to come up with something new to incorporate as problematic like deep discounting? Or does it just add another set of regulation that you need to deal with and sort of deal with compliances, etc.? So first, maybe you, Kanishk, and then Hiranmai.
Thanks, Yaman. So if I could respond that in two different parts. So we generally look for, and I think I would speak generally on behalf of the industry, we are looking for predictability, but we are not looking for a regulation which can stifle innovation and growth, right? The chairperson spoke about Viksit Bharat and the vision that the government has. And that can be achieved only if there is intense innovation and competition, right? And I think they are complementary. So one needs to be extremely careful on how this law is being applied and to what sectors this is applied to. And let me just, I know we are short on time, so let me just quickly take a couple of examples, right? So in the mobility space, for an entity like us, for Uber, the market is hyper-local, right? So each city is different. There are different set of competitors at the country level, at pan-India level, there might be 5 or 6 leading competitors. Then there would be some medium enterprises, which again would be competitors, and then there would be obvious local city-specific or a state-specific set of entities would be competing, right? So if you just look at big tech as one, and again, if I could use the same phrase again, monolith, and apply it across the board without realizing that some markets are extremely competitive, there are a lot of players there, and then there might be other markets within the digital space where there are 1 or 2 clear leaders, right? That difference needs to be recognized and needs to be part of whatever law that we come up with. And interestingly, DMA does recognize that. So there's a very clear understanding of a gatekeeper. Anyone and everyone, especially in those markets where there's intense competition, is not identified as a gatekeeper despite the size, right? And I'll just close by saying that there could be massive global players who are really big everywhere, but we really need to look at the Indian market and the local market as opposed to using yardsticks that might really work elsewhere. And global size is not really a yardstick that works.
Hiranmai, to you.
Yeah, I think I just would agree with what probably Kanishk has to say. So I think Indian ecosystem, if I have to talk about, we are again the hub of probably innovation and startup economy here, right? And after China's downfall, I do see a lot of companies trying to invest here and us having a lot of unicorns. And from that perspective, I feel these regulations, depending on the sector that they apply to, may to some extent hamper competition. So for any unicorn or any startup who's trying to probably build up and innovate, being mindful of all these regulations each time trying to get it may actually to some extent actually not be feasible in this particular ecosystem that we are in.
Thank you for that. As we conclude, thank you everyone for taking the time to be here. We'll take 30 seconds across the room. One thing that you think the CCI needs to do differently.
Okay, I can go first. So CCI needs to, as I said, look at different sectors and take the nuances of those different sectors into account before implementing a law like this.
Some conflict of interest in my...
Okay, one thing they should keep doing then.
Yeah, in my response. But having been there, I think not CCI need to do differently. I think CCI should be given many more hands in order to bring out precisely only those regulations, as you're saying, and so that therefore regulations are sculpted to such that, because optimal regulation is a lot of hard work and it requires many hands and the investigation, especially the investigation arm. So the investigation arm needs to be strengthened such that the regulations coming out of CCI are the best and optimal. So it is more of a workforce problem than anything else.
Agree with that.
I think, I know they already have a DMU unit, but I think they need to have probably more experts, subject matter experts, and maybe some from the industry, some maybe academicians, and some probably even from the law firms who can probably understand how this industry works, who can probably get a global analysis, and then be able to take calls on the entire industry.
Thank you. And lastly, Shilpi.
So I think that there should be more guidance coming out from the CCI in terms of how it interprets sections like Section 19.4, Section 19.3 of the Act. I think these are very broad sections that the CCI has used very flexibly to kind of achieve ends in digital markets, but I think that we need to have much more clearer guidance both in the proposed Digital Competition Bill as well as the Competition Act on how the CCI will interpret the various factors in these sections.
Thank you, Shilpi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for attending, and thank you to all the panelists for an enriching and enlightening session. With that, I think we're done.
Thanks, Yaman.
To our esteemed panelists. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into a pivotal session on law and philanthropy, highlighting the intersection of legal prowess and philanthropic ambition. It is an honor to introduce our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice A.K. Sikri, a luminary whose contributions have profoundly impacted both law and philanthropy. A warm welcome to Justice Sikri. Big round of applause for Justice Sikri.
Good afternoon or good evening. We are at the cusp of afternoon and evening. This is the time. So it's my pleasure to be here, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. The last session was on competition and competition law, as I'm told. So therefore, competition in some sense commercial, and of course, it may be good for the society in one sense that when there is a competition among commercial entities, etc. But in this session, we go from competition to compassion, competition to cooperation, competition to empathy, which is very much required insofar as legal profession is concerned. Actually, as we know, law governs the society in various ways. And law is meant for the betterment of the society. Law is meant for the welfare of the society, for proper legal order or civil order, so to say. So in this concept, or in this background, or in this context, philanthropy is inherent in law. That is what my hypothesis is. And if you know, even historically, ever since legal profession evolved, it had been treated as noble profession. That is what we have been saying about all this. And noble profession means that it is, in this profession, lawyers, including judges, they are meant to serve the society in different ways. And that is where the philanthropy comes. If I may quote John D. Rockefeller, and he had said, philanthropy is the effort to promote the welfare of others, expressed especially by the generous donations of money to good causes. So this is what it is, to promote the welfare, including in the form of money, donation of money. And the legal profession or the legal system is supposed to do both. As I was saying, that the legal profession is treated as a noble profession. And if you see that traditionally the gowns which lawyers used to wear, and in India we still wear, it may not be now prevalent in many countries, but then these advocates' robes has its own historical development, if we may say so. These garments, rich in tradition, transcend not only mere aesthetic concerns, they embody a tangible pledge to the value of justice, fairness, and professional integrity. Beyond their role in maintaining decorum, these garments signify the wearer's commitment to carrying the weight of societal expectations and the trust of those they represent. Notably, the gown's design, especially the size of the bag at the back, carries a symbolic weight. And if you know, for maybe youngsters, they may not be knowing, that bag which is there at the back of the gown, what it was meant for. No lawyers in those days, I'm talking of lawyers centuries back, no lawyers in those days would ask a client or litigant for fee. It would depend on the capacity of that person, and that person, that the litigant or the client, would give that money or put that money in that pocket, whichever or whatever he could afford. So this was the kind of nobility which was attached to this profession. It is different thing that many times some client would be, if there's already some money, would be taking out that money from the pocket instead of putting it in. But we are not talking about that. But that is what I just wanted to highlight, that is what the profession is all about. And when we come to this law and philanthropy, I may say, after giving this introduction, that as I see this profession and I see the connect between the law and philanthropy, I examine or I admire it from two angles. Number one, how the lawyers have shaped societies, not in the courts, but outside the courts by giving their contribution. We talk of, in company law, we know that, and in companies' jurisprudence today, corporate social responsibility, CSR. I always say that when it comes to legal profession, we should coin the term LSR, legal social responsibility. And there are many lawyers who are doing so in so many ways. Right from freedom struggle in our country, where mainly those were the lawyers who spearheaded that movement. And it was not only in India, but in other countries as well. And to the present day and in the present scenario, if I may say so in few words, and because the time doesn't permit me to expand it, or elaborate it much, but I will be just stating the in what we call bullet points, is that there are many in our society, the lawyers who have contributed in the form of creating endowment funds for legal education or otherwise. We have the example of very recent example of in Global Jindal University, Dr. Abhishek Singhvi creating that endowment fund of 2 crores of rupees so that for the welfare of the students something can be done. Moot courts which are sponsored by the lawyers. We have KK Lutha moot court competition. We have Surana moot court competition. Apart from many international moot court competitions which are all sponsored by lawyers. So they happily give that money for the upliftment of the, or for the better education of the students. And we have scholarships which are again given by the lawyers in many law schools, many national law schools, from which the students who cannot afford fee otherwise are benefited, and they contribute for the medals which are given for the distinction achieved by the students in the universities. Then we have, again, many examples of lawyers and judges going to law schools for giving lectures, etc. And this is, if I remember, way back in in 80s when the National Law School Bangalore was opened, and initially they were the lawyers and judges, for want of much faculty in the beginning, they were going there, and I remember the example of Mr. Ram Jethmalani, who would go from Delhi to Bangalore on his spending from his pocket, will deliver lecture and come back. So therefore there are empty of such examples. And now, apart from this, I would say when it comes to this is one facet, and the philanthropy of the lawyers when it comes to the courts. Here, if you see, I have said it again I will mention some of the bullet points. One is public interest litigation. Public interest litigation, as you know, when it was started by the Supreme Court, it was for easing the principle of locus standi, that for those who cannot come to the court because of their illiteracy or because of their poverty, on their behalf, some public-spirited person can come forward and file a case. It was to give justice to the marginalized section of the society. And over a period around time, what has happened? Of course, there are NGOs, etc., who have been coming and filing such PILs, but many lawyers have started doing this and participating in this process, and which has contributed to, I may say, a rich jurisprudence insofar as PIL is concerned and access to justice. I'm not talking of, again, limiting it to keeping in view the concept of philanthropy to the social justice only. And if you see today, there are organizations who have worked for a specific section of the society. We know there are organizations who are working for and filing those types of cases for the rights of LGBT community, for HIV-infected community. We have person sitting here, Mr. Bhuvan, and his father, Kailash Satyarthi, everybody knows, who is a Nobel laureate in for peace, which he earned many years ago, have been fighting the causes for rights of children. And now they have started another mission, which we call globalized compassion, something for children. And so there are hundreds of cases which are filed throughout India and at various places, different kinds of cases for giving rights to or for ensuring the rights of the children. So this is a very, very phenomenal work of philanthropy by Mr. Bhuvan, who is himself a lawyer. We have the NGOs who are working for the welfare of the labor class. Or there have been cases filed for bonded labor to free them. Right in 1980s, etc., the cases were filed. There are cases filed that there are NGOs who are working for the rights of disabled persons. And these are, again, rights of lawyers. I know there is one group called Disability Rights Group. And it is managed by some lawyers who are themselves suffering from one or the other disability. They are either locomotor or they are visually impaired, etc. But they are devoting their life to the cause of disabled persons so that they are able to get their rights. And then there are entire jail reforms which have taken place. It is because of the cases filed by lawyers again. I go to the extent of saying about environmental law. And it is, everybody knows MC Mehta, who started that as a lawyer, who started that mission way back in 80s. And those cases are even still pending, a continuous mandamus which the court gives. And on right to privacy, Justice Puttuswamy, a retired judge who filed that case, and we have got that judgment, which is a landmark judgment, one of the best judgments Indian Supreme Court has ever given on right to privacy. So these are all the aspects and facets where lawyers are contributing to the philanthropic mission and are ensuring that there is some justice to the society. And apart from that, if we know, legal aid, NALSA is there, National Legal Services Authority. National Legal Services Act was passed way back in 1986. And there are many who work for the causes. On the panel of legal aid, they are not, they are paid something which is only pittance, but they do lot of work. This is again a philanthropic work for those who are not able to afford their case, fee, etc. of the lawyers, and then they do cases for them. There are many who are who come forward, and senior lawyers also, when the cases are such type of cases are filed, they become amicus for the court, and when they do this work, again I would rate it as philanthropic work. And another, only one last thing I would mention here is mediation. If you see mediation movement, the way it has taken shape in this country, it is again the philanthropic acts of lawyers. And I'm saying from my personal experience, in 2005, when the first mediation center was set up in Tisarari, it was a sort of, at that time, an experiment which was to be done, and there were no mediators at that time. I remember still when the Supreme Court Chief Justice went and inaugurated that, we had some mediators from America and other countries who came and started training our mediators. But in Delhi High Court, when the mediation center was set up in 2006 or 7, and from very beginning, I was put by the Chief Justice in that committee, and I headed that committee for a few years as well. How mediation has succeeded in Delhi in particular, from my experience, but elsewhere also. Most of these mediators have been doing this mediation work, which includes many senior advocates, and giving days in and day outs for the mediation without any fee. So this is again, but for this kind of the commitment and passion of the lawyers for mediation movement would not have taken place. And mediation, again, I say, and I am of the firm view, and I have written articles on that also, in many respects, mediation is the best form of access to justice. So again, doing something for the good of the society. So this is what I feel is the, in short, if I may say so, connect between the law and the philanthropy. And I may only end in conclusion by saying that philanthropy, particularly as it manifests in the support of educational institutions, plays a crucial role in advancing societal progress and enlightenment. The contribution of individuals like those discussed by me, and few examples which I have given, and they have a profound impact that generosity and commitment to social service can have on the world as we reflect on the legal profession's history and traditions, including the symbolic significance of its attire. We are reminded of the deep-rooted obligation of legal professionals to serve as guardians of justice and promoters of good, public good. In this spirit, the law transcends its function as a mere tool of governance, embodying instead of noble avenue of social service. So let us go back to future where we were a few centuries ago and make a better society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for high tea at the poolside as we have to vacate this hall right away for the security drill for the arrival of the Honorable Vice President of India. May I please request you all to step outside the hall, please. Thank you.
I was listening, my dear friends, brothers, sisters, from the legal fraternity as well as some of our colleagues from the outside world, from the media. First and foremost, thank you very much to the We for Her Foundation as well as Pratibha ji, Rima ji for organizing this today. Law plus philanthropy, I think, are not isolated terms. Law plus philanthropy is justice. When we are talking of philanthropy, we are talking about doing something for the other person. And law itself is the means towards the larger end of justice. About half an hour ago, I was listening to Honorable Mr. Justice Sikri. About 15 years ago, in 2009, in Delhi, about 30 young children had been rescued who had been sold into slavery to work in our homes through a placement agency. They had all been sexually abused. Many of them had been trafficked under the pretense of under the pretext of marriage, with the lure that you will be married off as a 13-year-old, as a 15-year-old. And you will be given a skill as well to continue with your life. When these children were rescued, they had not been fed for weeks on end. The case went to the Delhi High Court, and eventually trafficking was defined by none other than Justice Sikri. Eventually, trafficking became a law in India, incorporated as Section 370 of the Indian Penal Code. Just last year, with the support of lawyers such as yourselves and the police officials across India, over 28,000 such children, boys and girls have been rescued from situations of exploitation. Yet, just 2 days ago in Delhi, we found another such girl working in a similar situation, 15-year-old, on the borders of Delhi, beaten badly, abused by the family, trafficked from the northeastern parts of India. Why does this continue despite having the best legal systems in the world? One of the best laws that exist on trafficking in the world is in India. India is the only country where trafficking is prohibited as a fundamental right. It continues because of the impunity in the perpetrators who do not fear the law. And that, my dear brothers and sisters, is the biggest question mark on all of us. In 2022, India had 268,000 cases of child sexual abuse pending before various courts. In 2022, only 8,890 people were convicted for child abuse, child rape under POCSO. Why? Because some of the best lawyers are using their knowledge to circumvent and subvert the ends of justice and continue with this entire strategy of delays. That we need to change. So I am very happy and slightly honored and proud to announce today that the We for Her Foundation has partnered with Just Rights for Children as well as with the Child Marriage Free India campaign to support 161 NGOs across India in 415 districts, to support over 40,000 such cases of child abuse, and to ensure that the real forces of law and justice are fighting on behalf of the victim and not on behalf of the accused and the criminals. That perception that crime can continue sab chalta hai will change. And that, I believe, is the biggest or maybe the biggest success and a far-reaching success for all of us. A girl who is trafficked and sold and is abused and is right amongst us in one of the colonies on the border of Delhi, is invisible because we choose to ignore her. She is invisible because the people who have the knowledge are not fighting for her. And all I would like to say is that if we fail to protect the ends of justice, our knowledge of law does not matter, because a child raped, a child sold, a child trafficked, a child abused, a child devoid of justice is one child too many. And that, I think, should be one pledge that all of us should leave this place with. Once again, I would like to thank the We4Her Foundation. And once again, I would like to request all of you, use a percentage, a tiny percentage of who you are, what you know, your time, your energy, your effort, to fight for one child and ensure that she gets access to justice. I would like to end now with just one simple quote or a couplet that I had heard many days ago, that हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए। सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, मेरी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए, मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी आग लेकिन आग जलनी चाहिए। बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Mr. Ribu, for sharing your insightful thoughts with us. We now pivot to an inspiring theme that is close to every Indian's heart, pathway to Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat, or Developed India, is a visionary concept introduced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, aimed at outlining a comprehensive blueprint for the nation's prosperity. Rooted in a combination of social transformations, technological advancements, and economic reforms, this vision seeks to elevate India's standing on the global stage. This session promises to be a beacon of visionary ideas, charting the course to achieve government's ambitious vision for India's transformation into a developed nation. We welcome Mr. Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner at Cyril Amarchand Mangal Das, to moderate the session. Sir, please, if you could join us on stage. And now I would like to invite on stage a man who has played a pivotal role in shaping India's development narrative on the global stage, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India, sir. And of course, Mr. Uday Kotak, founder of Kotak Mahindra Bank, a trailblazer in the banking sector whose innovative strategies continue to redefine India's financial ecosystem. Let us delve into their visions for a developed India. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. It's my honor to moderate this amazing panel with Amitabh Kant, who has been a real visionary in terms of bringing a very forward-looking and executable vision to a lot of the themes that we see developing in India today, including the PLI scheme, Make in India, so many other revolutionary ideas as well. And I'm privileged to moderate this session with him. I had done something similar last year, so there's also a sense of deja vu with Amitabh ji. And on my right, I have Mr. Uday Kotak, who has been an extraordinary entrepreneur. He started his business not too long ago, literally from scratch, and has created this mammoth and exceptional institution, which is the envy of the world as well. And from anything else, Uday is one of the most articulate thinkers on economic and market themes, financial sector views, and he's relied upon a lot, not only by policymakers, but by the government when they have ticklish problems and things need to be done. Several roles that he has performed, including the Committee on Corporate Governance, and then the manner in which he was invited by the government to resolve the ILFS issue these are recent examples of many of the tasks that he has effectively performed by way of public service. So in the limited time that we have, I basically want to explore three themes with both of them together, and we'll keep it truly like a fireside chat. I want to start with Amitabh, and building upon the exceptional job that he did in the G20, where Amitabh was the Sherpa, and what emerged at the end of it was that India really became the voice of the global South. So Amitabh, I'd like to get your thoughts in terms of, how do you see India today in terms of global perceptions, and how do we stack up just now in terms of the broad, if you zoom out and look at India from outer space in a manner of speaking, how would we look just now?
So Cyril, first of all, it's important that we are the 5th largest economy in the world. We are poised to be the 3rd largest economy, surpassing Japan and Germany by 2027 end. The general perception outside is that India has carried out structural reforms in its economy, that it has rapidly digitized its economy. Thirdly, that it's done a vast amount of infrastructure work as far as its housing, water supply, toilets, building roads is concerned. And also that it is now emerging as a leader in climate action. The fact that we've done about 187 gigawatt of renewables, that we are pushing for green hydrogen in hard-to-abate sectors, demonstrates that we've done very well. Also the fact that during G20, India demonstrated great leadership, and the Prime Minister, under his leadership, could steer G20 in a manner that we were able to bring G7 emerging markets, Russia, China, all together, not merely on all developmental issues of growth and progress, but also on issues of reforms of multilateral institutions, digital public infrastructure, women-led development, and also on the Russia-Ukraine crisis, where even the United Nations had not been able to build a consensus. India was able to straddle all these worlds together and build consensus. But I really think that the challenge now is to accelerate the pace of our growth, because I'm a great believer that your external perception, your national power is a function of your economic growth. And India's got the capacity and capability of growing at much higher rates of 9 to 10% per annum year after year, year after year. And we need to do it over a 3-decade period, because it's not merely that we need to be the 3rd largest economy, but we need to raise the per capita income of Indians across. And there's a huge difference between growing at 6.5% and growing at 9.5% and 10%. The compounding power of growth is enormous, and therefore our ambitions must be much higher, and our ambition must be that we should have raised the per capita income of every single individual of India by the time we become 147 from $3,000+ to about $18,500. And that, to my mind, is very critical. And this would require single-minded pursuit of very huge reforms in a vast range of areas.
No, and I agree with you, and I think, like you, I'm a great India optimist as well. And I can see a number of these foundations being laid as we speak, and you've been a key part of many of them as well. 2 questions. In your stint as the G20 Sherpa, is there one kind of defining thought or defining memory that you have of that period, and which will cast a shadow over, a positive shadow over the emerging years? Is there any particular idea where you think that we really made a difference to the world and of course to India, which will play out over a long period of time. And secondly, I'm going to sort of come in a minute to something around the US-India relationships. And, we are both going to face big elections this year. So how do you see the US-India future evolving, regardless of what happens in either election?
So let me first start off with your second question first. And, if there's one country in the last 3 decades which has been able to retain its global share of GDP at about 25%, it's the United States of America. Europe GDP used to be 30%. It has come down to 15%. 30%. In the next decade, it will come down even lower. China accelerated it. US has been between 24 and 26%. China has accelerated it from about 3.5 to about 18.5, 19%. India is now accelerating the pace. So United States has remained constant at 25%. And it's done that because it's a highly innovative society. It's an innovative society. It excels in all cutting-edge areas of growth. And therefore, to my mind, if India's ambition is to grow at very high rates over a long period of time, India needs to build a very good relationship with the United States in many, many areas, particularly in global value chains and cutting-edge areas of growth. All these are critical for India. You can't be growing at 9 to 10% if you're not growing in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, chips, bio, pharma, technology. Many of these areas are all cutting edge, or electric mobility, etc., or battery storage. These are areas which will give you real value in the years to come, and there's a huge relationship which India should build up with these American companies, because the important thing is that what China is today is a function of what the United States companies have done to China. Yes. If you look at the top 25 companies of United States, 95% plus production is sourced from China. That's what China. China is a creation of the United States of America. It wouldn't have been where it is without the creation of the United States of America. And therefore, I've been a long-term believer in economic relationship with the United States, and that will strengthen us in our quest for economic growth. Second thing, to my mind, is about defining memory is one of locking up all the Sherpas to ensure that there is consensus, ensuring that they were not in Delhi but about 80 kilometers away from Delhi, locked up, and that we'd taken away their mobile phones also, so that they could do hard negotiation and nothing could get leaked to the media. And then pushing them really hard and failing over 16 times and then succeeding over 17 in the 17th draft. And that on one para of Russia-Ukraine negotiating for 300 hours of hard negotiations, and or doing over 250 rounds of bilateral meetings and then finally succeeding was a huge moment of satisfaction to me.
I think that deserves a round of applause. I think you really did us proud. Uday, let me now sort of come to you. And it has been said that this is India's century. There have been different versions of it from global leaders, whether it's India's decade or India's century. But I think there's common consensus that we are headed into a very prosperous period for India. All the factors are in favor, whether it's our democracy, the rule of law, our demographics, and all of that put together. So the macroeconomic fundamentals also seem to be falling in place. And you recently said, Uday, that you called it a kind of Goldilocks moment. What do you think we should expect in the next few years? And I'm being a little mischievous here and saying that if we're headed towards a Modi 3.0, what should we expect in terms of economic reforms from the next term of government?
So I think, Cyril, first of all, I want to take this opportunity about actually speaking about leadership and how India has transformed and is ready to take on a more important leadership role. No better example than the G20 and how India conducted itself. And I will strongly join in, on behalf of all of us, for outstanding role of Amitabh in demonstrating India's leadership and tenacity to a very successful G20. And it is a signal of what it's about, how ready and how open are we to dream, to be taking a bolder position, which enables us to at least try and get there. And again, taking on from what Amitabh said, just looking at some numbers. And since it's the American Bar Association, I will talk in US dollars for a moment. If India grew at 9% dollar, I'm not talking real, 9% dollar, from now to 2047, India will be a 30 trillion economy. If India grew at 9% real, we will be between 36 and 40 trillion dollar economy. Therefore, even if we looked at a modest 9% dollar, which is real India, assuming India's nominal goes to 11, real goes to 7.5, India gets into a 30+ trillion economy. Therefore, we must set our sights higher. Therefore, if I had to pick a number, I would say 35 trillion plus is what we should go for. However, it reminds me of the fact that we have to play a long-term game. This has to be a 20-25-year game and not a hit and run. And how do we, when we look at the future next 5 years, what are we going to do as policymakers and practitioners, continuing from all the good work which may have been done till now, to really put the pegs of some of the harder and the more difficult stuff which we need to do to take us to a 35 trillion economy in the next 25 years. And it is said that in the case of a company, and I think it's true for the country, you've got to be able to do both the short term and the long term. And India has to get that balance right. And some of the very tough structural things are where we need to get bolder on the structural economic side as well. At the same time, we must move to some very important competitive advantages compared to the US. I think over the next 20-25 years, India must build a framework and institutions where we have a shot at getting close to becoming a globally traded currency. The disproportionate gain US gets because of that and enables it to continue to be the dominant player in the world is the US dollar. I think time has come for India to at least make a shot at it, because on a relative basis, people will trust India compared to many other countries, including China. I mean, would I trust my money as reserves into a Chinese currency? What does it need for Indian currency to get that kind of trust and respect? If we get that stature, that itself will add a couple of 100 basis points to our sustainable GDP over a long period of time. So a rupee currency being traded in the next 10, 15, 20 years anywhere in the world is a very important structural part. And there's a whole host of things we need to do behind that. The second area is how are we going to internationalize? I believe one of the big advantages China got was Hong Kong. And the Chinese were smart. They let the British build it for 100 years and run it for 100 years. And this took it over from 97 till now. And they made full use of it to enable the mainland China to grow. India now may want to push on some of its offshore centers as well. Whether it's GIFT, whether it's something out of the box in any of the other islands. What can we do to do structurally different things for sustainable growth? It is not going to be a story of doing what we did to do better. We will have to do some things differently as well.
Absolutely. Amitabh, same question to you in terms of, I mean, and I don't expect you to reveal any secrets, but just in terms of what are some of the key strokes that we should expect in the coming 5 years?
So, Cyril, you know, one important thing is that the central government has carried out a lot of reforms, you know, from GST to IBC to RERA to ease of doing business to corporate tax, many things. I really feel that the next lot of reforms has to be pushed in the states. You need at least, to my mind, you need at least 12 Indian states to be growing at 10% plus. And also it can't be just the western part of India and the southern part of India growing at those rates. You need Bihar, you need Madhya Pradesh, you need Rajasthan, you need Jharkhand. These are all mineral-rich states from Chhattisgarh to Jharkhand. They need to grow at rapid rates. Here, They are all populous states. You know, one state which has shown that great willingness is Uttar Pradesh. You know, it's one of the most populous states. If it was a country, it would be the 6th largest country in the world. And therefore, the breadth of transformation is enormous in UP in terms of infrastructure. And I think you need about 6 states on the northern and the eastern part of India to grow rapidly. And their base levels are low. If they grow, then India grows. So you need about 12 states in India to fire on all cylinders. If they grow, India just leapfrogs enormously. And that, to my mind, is the really big push which India has to do, because these are populous states and the per capita income will jump up enormously with this. And the second thing is, you know, if we are able to improve learning outcomes and do a massive amount of skilling, because by the time we become 147, 30% of the skilled manpower for the world will be provided by India. I mean, you won't have hospitality managers will not come from the hospitality institutes of Lausanne in Switzerland. They'll all come from our training institutes of hospitality management. Indians will be traveling all over the world. And therefore, you need a whole range of new class of skills which India needs to provide, so that these manpower then goes and take over all the jobs across the world. I mean, that to my mind are 2 significant things for India.
Some of this is already happening, and I think in the world of technology it has already happened. If you were to sort of visit any of the global technology centers, you sort of throw a stone and you'll find 5 Indians there, regardless of which part of the world you sort of go. So I think some of that has happened, but I think there is a much broader, I agree with you, there's a much broader range of services that we could offer. Which takes me to a very interesting point, which I think both of you, and in conversations that we have had, discussed in the past, and you use different terms for it, but I think it's the same thing. Uday, you said that India can be the office of the world, and I know we had done a public conversation on it, and Amitabh, you had said India can be the tech garage of the world, both of which sort of are essentially based on the same idea. How do we make this happen? Because these are amazing ideas, and I think India is probably the only country in the world which has the soft power and the underlying framework that can actually pull it off. We've got the population, we've got a English-speaking population more than probably England, and the fundamental rule of law. So how would you, just 1 or 2 high-level ideas of how would we make, Uday, let me start with you, how do we make this whole idea of the office of the world a reality?
Cyril, I'm going to preempt you. Let's start with the legal profession allowing global firms come and open their offices in India without being scared of competition.
No, I'm going to come
so
to
that.
You
if you really want to be the office of the world, you should not be scared of competition. And I can say and share, we have seen it in our business, we have seen it in the investment banking business, we have seen it in the securities business. All the global firms are here. We have seen it in the private equity business. Every global firm in the world is here, and Indians have been able to sustain, survive, and grow. So open up the office, the legal office to the world. That is
My question was office of the world, not legal office of the world. But that being said, and I'm sort of going to come to that
the second point, I think, is I think India has done very well, including Indian business has done very well in terms of building its domestic strength, presence, scale. It has done well. But I would really like to see more of our success outside India by Indian firms. I think we can do more in terms of, if you're really at scale, you should be able to do it worldwide. And there is no doubt in my mind that even now, 60 to 65% of the global market cap is United States of America. The movement in the stock price of one company there called NVIDIA in a day is more than the market cap of India's largest company. So that is the difference of scale and size which we need
and
to
the depth of markets
thinking about, and the depth of markets, the liquidity in the markets. And I have no doubt in saying that there is only one truly deep and free capital market in the world, and that's the United States. And if India has to emulate any market for intermediation, it has to be the US. And in that context, also, India has done very well in the area of software services, but we need to do much better in the area of product. A lot of the product ownership is global. Market. It's not as much with India.
Absolutely. Amitabh, if I can explore with you the tech garage idea, and what does it actually mean? It means that we can be an innovation center of the world, and just like some of the biggest companies in the world, like Amazon or Apple and others, were truly founded in a garage. how can we think of some of those kind of the next generation trillion-dollar companies being founded from India? We have the brains. I think we have the entrepreneurial spirit. Indians are fundamentally entrepreneurial. We have just now all the tailwinds, national tailwinds with us. How do we make this dream a reality?
So Cyril, if you look at the last 2 decades, all the innovation has come from the big tech in USA, Google, Meta, Apple, Amazon, and in China from Tencent and Alibaba. What India did was something very different, and that is it created the public interest layer, and on top of which we allowed private sector to compete. And this was all open source, open API. This was globally interoperable. And, between 2015-17, we opened 550 million bank accounts. We started seeding them with Aadhaar and with mobile numbers. And today we do 46% of the real-time fast payment in the world. Last year we did 128 billion fast payments. China was next with 26 billion. And then you had many startups like MobiKwik, Lending Card, Pine Lab, which you started using payment history to do credit payment. And then you had many startups like Zerodha, Grow Upstock, which started doing wealth creation in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and in rural areas. And then you had another set of startups like GoDigit, Acco, which started giving insurance in a minute. So we do fast payments in 30 seconds, we do stock markets in 30 seconds, we do insurance policy in 1 minute. Nowhere else in the world does this happen. And I think we need to repeat the same model in green technologies now and in many other areas of growth. So nowhere else will you have that large scale of data, that ability to do machine learning. You have 480,000 skilled manpower for AI. We have the second largest skilled manpower for AI. So we have to technologically leapfrog in many of these areas.
Just to learn from that model. So we have a population scale market. Digital public infrastructure is an example. Does it also mean that we need to continue to create public interest layer of enabling platform and let the private sector do the rest?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've done in education with Diksha and Swayam, like we did with COVID. We need to do this in health. We need to do this in nutrition. We need to do this in many other areas of population scale impact. And population scale impact means that you are able to do this in large numbers at low cost. And that means your market is not the 1.4 billion people of India. It's the 5 billion people of the world who are moving from poverty to middle class. And the other point I want to carry on from what Uday said, that Indian entrepreneurs should never look at only the domestic market. Every time India has grown, it's grown on the back of exports. So the world is your market. We must learn the art of penetrating global markets.
Absolutely. Now, I just want to sort of add a sort of contra view, and maybe I'm going to be a little mischievous and provocative as well. Not that I believe in it, but I just want to sort of get a balanced view. So a leading international economist of Indian origin recently said that the greatest mistake that we can make is to believe the hype about the Indian economy becoming a developed country by 2047. Now, I continue to remain exactly in your camp of being an incorrigible optimist about India as well. But I'd love to get your thoughts about this, because this is doing the rounds a bit. And in terms of, is there any truth in that? And how should we really approach this thought that has been put out in the public domain? Actually, it's a question to both of you.
So, Cyril, first of all, the reality is that we've grown at 8.3% plus for the last 3 quarters. The reality is that we've carried out structural reforms. The reality is that we are the 5th largest economy. The reality is that we've done a lot of digitization. I'm a great believer in sunrise areas of growth. If you don't get into the sunrise areas of growth, and a classic example of that is all of us must read this new book by this Harvard professor called Chris Miller on the chip war. And he says if China pursues its policy of one China, almost 80% of the chip production will be in the hand of China and everybody will get dependent. So he says don't get into semiconductor at all. It's not possible for a large country like India. Your defense, your mobility, your electronics, everything will be held hostage to China. I mean, what is being talked about? Secondly, he's comparing the outcome of the central government on education with the allocation on semiconductor chip PLI. Now, one must understand that education is a state subject. You have to take into, states spend money on education to improve learning outcomes. You have to add on to that budget. So it's not a just fair comparison. And therefore, I feel that Raghuram Rajan in this particular case is totally off the mark.
No, he who shall not be named. But, I mean, Uday, what's your thought?
See, first of all, let's go back to the period of COVID. We had a lot of people around the world giving us advice. You should do this, you should do that, including some of us who thought about the challenges which we were facing. Finally, if you look at the policy which we followed, we did not go extravagant in terms of how we sort of blew up our finances. We did what is right for COVID. We made sure vaccination was provided to all, but we were fiscally and macroeconomically prudent. It is paying off today. And many, many global economists, in fact, had given us
I think
inputs.
we actually did the most brilliant thing in terms
and
of how
we executed well on COVID itself, but we also got a macro economy in pretty good shape coming out of COVID.
And now we are the envy of the world.
That's correct. Therefore, I think there is a lot of stuff which we have got right. But I am a believer that whenever any sort of criticism comes to me, I always internalize it. And I challenge myself against that criticism for us to get better. Therefore, that's what we need to do with any sort of criticism as a country. And that has to be internalized. We don't even need to talk about it that this is right or wrong. But what are we going to do to surgically keep on improving ourselves? When I was a kid, my grandfather used to say, when you see somebody else's line, don't try and shorten his line, increase your line. And that's exactly how each of us as Indians need to think. Make our line bigger, stronger, sustainable. Take criticism, internalize it, but do what you think is right with conviction.
That's brilliant. And Uday, having known you for over 40 years, I have seen you do that as well. I mean, what you said just now is how exactly I've seen you growing up. We have limited time, so I'm now going to move to the second theme, which is the rule of law, and I must acknowledge the presence of Tushar Bhai, who has just entered here. So two things. I actually wanted to talk about enforcement of contracts, the legal profession, and policy making. Let me first come to the legal profession. And Uday, I'm kind of building on that bait that you threw for me on in terms of what we need to do with the legal profession. And I know I'm speaking at a bar association and happy to go on record. I think the time has come for the market to liberalize. I think the time has come for us, if we want to achieve everything that Amitabh said, the legal profession has to move significantly from where it is today. And I think it will be for the better. But how are we going to make this possible? And are we talking about only a certain part of the transactional world, or are we talking about the contentious part of the world as well? I travel abroad a lot, and I've seen different legal systems and how different legal professions are actually supporting the larger growth of the country. And personally, in my view, not just because I'm a practitioner here, I personally would have a wish list, and Amitabh, I've discussed it with you separately also. If I would like to see one thing come out of Modi 3.0 government is a dramatic change in the rule of law and the state of the legal profession as an enduring legacy. I think he'll be remembered for centuries for these changes that he can make. But any quick ideas of how we should make that happen? I think we are ready for almost an inflection moment in terms of our profession.
So two things. One is, if you look at the last 10 years of this government, I think it's carried out reforms in every single sector of the economy, from ease of doing business, scrapping rules, regulation, procedures. We jumped up 79 positions on the World Bank ease of doing business. Only one place, only one area in which, instead of improving our position, we worsened our position was on enforcement of contracts.
That bothers us as Indians.
Yeah. So I personally, I'm of the belief that the next 5 years of this government, judicial reforms are an absolute must for this country. Because I'm a believer that common man is suffering a lot. It's an endless process. And secondly, I also believe that there has to be a process of alternative dispute resolution, and a lot of small cases need to be sorted out through use of technology with online dispute resolution, mediation, mediation, all this.
That's not the only, the small disputes are not, I mean, they add a lot to the number, but that's not the problem. I think the reputation that India has got of slow enforcement of contracts is actually in the bigger disputes. And what happens is we just export them. We send them here and there to different cities of the world by way of arbitration or whatever, but we don't resolve them over here. So I think we should use technology, use new systems and solve big problems rather than hundreds of small problems. But I had actually, it was a double-barrel question. One was the judicial reforms and enforcement of contracts and resolution of disputes, but also the profession itself. Because if you can't solve the legal system without solving the professional system as well. So that's a thought. I don't know what the way forward is, but something's got to change.
So I've been a long-term believer that if every sector of the economy is opened up, including the bureaucracy, I mean, the government has allowed lateral entrants to come in at the joint secretary level, and much against the wishes of the bureaucracy, the government did it. I mean, look at the restructuring of the army. The CDS system was brought in. Why shouldn't the legal profession be opened up? I mean, competition always helps you to improve. Competition is the one which will bring in greater efficiency. Protectionism will never do that. And therefore, much like the banking sector was opened up, all these are new kids on the block. Look at what Uday has achieved through Kotak Mahindra. These are all new kids on the block which gave a run for the money to all the public sector banks. And therefore, you will have much greater level of efficiency once you open it up.
So it is a to-be-continued conversation, but in my view, part of the reason is that attempts so far have been all botched up because of just lack of communication and lack of thinking through things in an institutional way. But I think we'll pick that up, but I'm putting it on the table at a bar conference that this is something which has at some point got to happen if we have to become the third largest economy. Uday?
No, I agree with a lot of the points which have been discussed. I'll just bring one other societal point. For a society to truly progress, the best of minds in the country should be looking forward to becoming teachers and judges. And these are the two professions which need to be really at the top end of society. And there is a need for introspection. Why some of the most successful solicitors and lawyers, if they are asked to take up the much prestigious job of getting into judiciary, why is there hesitation? What is it take for best minds to really think about a future in the judiciary? And what can we do to make that transition happen? So we get a very significant world-class quality continuously of the judicial brains and the judicial minds. And similarly for teachers, your future is dependent on that. So we are building a lot of hardware. The software is the teachers. How are we going to get trained teachers? How are we going to make sure that it is one of the most attractive professions for people to take? The society's future depends on people moving into the teaching and the judiciary profession.
And I think India has had a deep philosophical history as well. In fact, the greatest philosophies on the planet all have been originated in India as well and still continue to rule.
Guru Shishya, I mean, Guru was...
So I think we have all the basic ingredients. We've now just got to cook it and make it into a dish. So I think if there's anything that I would expect in the coming years to change, I think it is the state of the profession and state of judicial reforms as well, because otherwise none of these dreams are really actually going to realize. Foreign capital is not going to be comfortable with a system that is not truly embedded on a world-class conflict resolution system. And nor for that matter, Indian investors and Indian entrepreneurs who equally dream about big things. People like you who started off literally, I mean, in your own way, the financial tech garage, and have created this mammoth and world-class bank. I think we have about 5-7 minutes, so I'm going to move to a third and interesting topic and get your views on it, Uday, and get Amitabh's as well. So Uday, you and I were on the what was called the Kotak Committee on Corporate Governance as well. And one of the big themes today that is still playing out is the state of Indian corporate governance. I think on many things we've done well, but at the same time, we periodically read about big problems in startups or in, where, and you were sort of also involved in the turnaround of or resolution of a financial institution as well. So, and these are all examples of massive corporate governance failures that took place, which resulted in so much destruction of wealth. How would you characterize the state of corporate governance today in India? And if we are to create a truly deep capital markets like the one you mentioned in US, which attracts billions of dollars of capital, what is still required to be done? If you were hypothetically given the opportunity to do Kotak Committee version 2, what would you do?
I think we've made a lot of progress at the very outset, and we've really moved forward in the last 5 to 7 years. And a series of measures have been taken which have improved this governance. I think the challenge at times is between letter and spirit. And at times, the challenge of framing laws is if you frame the laws which are letter-driven and people meet the letter, the spirit is ignored. If you leave it as principles-based regulation, then there is a race to the bottom. So how do we get the balance between the letter and spirit, which is between rule-based and principles-based regulation, is extremely important. And another very important point in the context of that is there has to be a consistency and a pattern in the regulatory framework as also in its implementation. And that doesn't mean that corporate India is not at fault. But we have to be very clear that we make a few examples and really take it to task rather than making it excessively micro-detail oriented. So we need to be management by exception, but then go after it rather than making one rule which then affects a lot more people because you had one exception.
No, and what I find as a practitioner is that a lot of our policy regulation is basically rule-based. The principle-based philosophy is not there in the written word, but the enforcers and policy makers read into it from a point of view of bringing people to book. A policy, a principle-based approach. And what that does is very often create a lot of uncertainty, which then all lands up through the court system and creates endless delays. And at the end of it, the result is not achieved. So I think we need to be clear in terms of what that right balance is. And I don't think India has found that
And
balance.
I think it's simple. If a particular regulation is rule-based, then it has to be followed by the rule. And then if you bring spirit into that rule, that's where the challenge comes. Yes. Because how do you read what the spirit was there in the first place?
Many examples I have of where the rule says ABCD is okay or not okay. And then when you actually have a situation, there is an imaginary E and an F that is read into it. And that's where the conflict is.
So, I think Uday has touched upon most of the points, but I want to specifically speak about startups because they've been in the news recently. And I think it's very important that there is that government is still kept out. Despite all this, I strongly believe that as far as the startup movement is concerned, both the regulators and government must be at arm's length. And this is absolutely necessary if you want innovation, if you want disruption to happen. And when the Startup India policy was drafted, it was clearly meant that government will be at arm's length. We kept factory laws, labor laws all away from startups. And my belief is that today's startup is tomorrow's large company. Infosys was once a startup, so was Kotak Mahindra Bank. And therefore, self-regulation is very, very critical for all these young startups. Doing good audit, having a good CFO, all this is very, very critical. And the more self-regulation they have themselves, and that is what we need to embed in the minds of all young entrepreneurs today. Because if once government gets in, once regulators get in, innovation is always ahead of regulation, always ahead. Governments find it very difficult to keep pace with innovation, and therefore we must ensure that...
Especially when in a world where technology is such a big theme. I know, Amitabh, you're in a rush, but I'm going to have one last question for both of you, and it's a dream question. We Indians love dreaming as well, and I think all of India is dreaming about a Viksit Bharat, theme of the day. We are all dreaming about what Amrit Kal will give to us, and we are all dreaming about 2047, whether we are all there or not, but at least we dream about it. Give me your dream for 2047. What is India going to look like?
So, 3 or 4 critical things to my mind. One is we are going to see 500 million people in the process of urbanization. We must do sustainable urbanization. We should not repeat the kind of mistakes the West has made. We should make cities for cycling, for walking, based on public transportation. That's critical. Secondly, I have a very, very strong belief that we have too few large companies. Yes. You need another 10,000 large companies. Without large companies, you can't create the ecosystem for MSMEs and SMEs, and therefore you can't grow without manufacturing. And the third critical thing to my mind is that we need to focus on improving learning outcomes and health outcomes across, and there the role of the state governments is very, very critical. But the key is that we should be able to take the per capita income to about 18,000 plus to be called, our vision must be very clearly, it's not about 35 trillion or 30 trillion. It's about raising the per capita income of every single Indian so that
then it becomes a self-fulfilling process.
That will become the self-fulfilling process.
Uday, your dream, India 2047?
No, I think first of all, at 2047, I would want to dream of the Indian rupee to be a global currency in place of any other currency. I think that would be a big plus for India. Between now and 2047, what do we need to do to make the Indian rupee the currency of the world, replacing all other options as the first option? Therefore, any Indian or any foreigner anywhere in the world can trade in the rupee as the currency. The second is, I would like to see India as amongst the top 2 economies in the world in terms of absolute size. And third is, in addition to per capita income of $18,000, which is an average, the current situation in India is, while per capita income is $2,500, median per capita is $1,200. I would love to see the median income of every Indian to be in excess of $12,000. That is more than $1,000 a month. The median is as important as the average, because then we are growing the cake and distributing the cake also better. So 3 things: rupee as a global currency, India as the top 2 economy, and the median per capita income of Indians in excess of $12,000.
Thank you. On that happy and optimistic note, let me thank both Amitabh and Uday for a fascinating session. You've given us a lot to think about, and this is a to-be-continued conversation. And thank you, both of you, for so generously having agreed to spare your time with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Shroff, I'll ask you to present a token of appreciation to the guests, please. Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge honor and privilege for me to welcome the chief guest of this evening, the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji. And now I would like to invite on stage Ms. Pratibha Jain, Chair, India Committee AAB, Head of Strategy and Group General Counsel. Ms. Jain. And now please welcome on stage Shri R. Venkatramani, Attorney General of India. Please put your hands together for Shri Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General of India. And yes, please welcome on stage Dr. Lalit Bhasin, President, Society of Indian Law Firms. Ladies and gentlemen, I will request you all to please stand up for the national anthem. I would request you all to please join us for the lighting of the lamp. Thank you, everyone. Well, moving ahead, I would now like to invite the chair of the India Committee of American Bar Association, Ms. Pratibha Jain, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, Learned Attorney General of India, Mr. Venkatramani, Learned Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, and Mr. Lalit Bhasin, Chair, Self and Indo-American Chambers of Commerce. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the second edition of the American Bar Association India Conference. If you asked me after the last year's conference if it would be doing it again this year, I would have said an emphatic no. It's a lot of hard work, and quite honestly, I felt sick last time after organizing the conference. But then I decided this year to do it again, considering three important factors that convinced me to do it. It's in the theme of the conference, Harmonizing Horizons, Uniting Law, Governance, and Philanthropy in India and the West. First, this conference is a conference that brings together the public law aspects of dispute resolution and adjudication and the private law dimensions of business and corporate sector. It is only befitting that the Chief Justice of India was present last year for this and will be giving the valedictory address this year. Of course, we are also very fortunate to have the distinguished presence of Honorable Vice President of India as the chief guest. We are also fortunate that many sitting and former High Court and Supreme Court judges are participating in this conference, so mostly tomorrow. Second, this is the only platform I know where the top managing partners of the top Indian firms come together under one roof. Apart from ensuring I get billing discount at one place from all of them, it's an amazing opportunity to learn from their collective wisdom. We have 2 sessions today and tomorrow where they will talk about their journey till date and the future of the legal profession. Third, 6 of the premier law firms of the country have decided to come together and formally commit to create an Indian law firms pro bono club, including AZB, Keynote, JSA, Saraf & Partners, SNR Associates, NDA, and Trilegal. And since all of these are partners for this conference, we decided to use this platform to announce it. Third, I also felt it was necessary to highlight the importance of philanthropy in connecting our profession to the civil society in India and globally, and have a discourse on what more this profession can do. In 2020, sir, I created a foundation called We for Her Foundation that works on women empowerment and access to legal help. I'm happy to inform that 4 premier law firms, AZB, Khetan, NDA, and Trilegal, have already agreed to provide pro bono legal service for this cause. A huge round of applause for all these law firms, gentlemen and ladies. Last but not the least, the growing importance of governance and the critical role being played by our profession to help create stronger business and a robust economy needs to be discussed and debated, especially considering the growing advancement in technology. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the people that have helped put this conference together, but most importantly, the American Bar Association team in the United States, including the current chair, David Schwartz. Post our conference last year, there has been significantly more engagement within the Indian legal profession and the American Bar Association members. Last year, the largest delegation to the ABA annual conference was from India. This year, we are again planning on another delegation for the annual conference in May in Washington, and I encourage all of those who want to participate in that to please reach out to us directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jain. For the introductory remarks, I would like to invite here Dr. Lalit Bhasin. Sir, can we have you here? Thank you.
Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, the Attorney General of India, Mr. Venkatramani, the Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, Ms. Pratibha Jain, the Chair of the India-Asia Committee of the American Bar Association, my worthy colleagues here, Mr. Nishit Desai, Mr. Amit Kapoor, Mr. Mohit Saraf, Shweta Bharti, and other distinguished colleagues from the profession. The Honorable Vice President has come to inaugurate this very significant and important event. He has many claims on his times because he holds two very important constitutional positions, you see, that of the Vice President of India and as the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha. After a remarkable tenure as a designated senior counsel, he held the constitutional post as Governor of West Bengal with great distinction. As a senior counsel, as a legislator, as one holding constitutional positions, the Honorable Vice President is a shining example of extraordinary adherence to the constitutional norms, fair play, transparency, and above all, justice. Vice President personifies Bharatiya values. So friends, a big hand to the Honorable Vice President here. So he's here to inaugurate this important conference on breaking barriers and building bridges. Mutuality, reciprocity, and respect for law are basis for strong bilateral ties between any two countries. It is not more evident than the relationship between India and the United States. There can be aberrations, such as some unfortunate US stance on the recent developments in India, but these do not come in the way of continuing strong relationships that exist between the countries committed to rule of law. A reference was made by Mr. Uday Kotak and Mr. Amitabh Kant to the role of the legal profession. The Indian legal profession is second to none in the world, and we are in a position now to face the challenges which come from overseas, and we are not opposed to, and I put it on record on behalf of the Society of Indian Law Firms, on behalf of the Bar Association of India, and the other institutions, you see, with which I'm connected, that we welcome the foreign lawyers to come, but a road map has to be laid down, a level playing field has to be created, and that is where, you see, the role of the Bar Council of India, which is the statutory body, comes in, and I'm sure they will take necessary steps. So far as the India and the US legal professions are concerned, we have had traditionally very, very strong ties. Traditionally does not mean about 100 years, but about last 30, 40 years. And we have had the benefit of inviting delegations from the American Bar Association. We had also the privilege of visiting the American Bar Association's offices in Chicago, in New York, and in Washington, exchanging delegations. And as the first chair of the India Committee, as a founder chair of the India Committee, I can say with some daring certainty that our relationship has grown from strength to strength. And under the present leadership of Pratibha Jain, under her stewardship, this relationship has been further strengthened and it continues to grow. Therefore, it's a brilliant initiative and I compliment her and her entire team for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhasin. I would now like to invite Mr. Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General of India, to deliver a special address. Sir.
Honorable Vice President of India, our own Dhankarji, the learned Attorney General for India, Pratibha ji, Dr. Bhasin, Nishit Desai, I could never call him Mr. Nishit Desai, Mr. Amit Kapoor, and all my young friends. Today is a momentous occasion where law firms which are known for competing with each other are collaborating with each other, at least on one issue, that they must discharge their responsibility which the society has conferred upon it. Whenever a lawyer, be it firm or individual lawyers, agree to do something pro bono, it gives back to the society what the society has given to him. And that is something which is salutary and nothing less than salutary. It's not just praiseworthy, it's salutary. I can go on record and make a commitment on my behalf that if any of these firms want any pro bono services from me, I would be ready to do that, giving priority to the pro bono work over other paid briefs, as we call it. The topic of the day is the governance and the role of the bar in the governance of this country. Since last about 10 years, we all have seen that bar has been playing an important role in governance of this nation. We cannot govern directly unless we are either elected or appointed as government officials. But the government always constitutes committees with members of the bar to guide it, to steward it, and to help it frame policies which not only enhances the national image, it enhances the economy of the nation, but becomes easier for the common man to reach the doors of justice. There has been number of occasions where the bar has contributed in the governance of this country. But we have few challenges left. And in my view, in the next 5 years, the challenges which the government will face will be twofold. First is the challenges coming from artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can be used for variety of good works, positive work, constructive work, but it has its own limitations like deepfake and etc. When it comes to controlling or at least regulating the artificial intelligence, the government would need the assistance of our community while balancing the competing rights between right to express and right to privacy. That is where the lawyer's role will come. The second priority which the next government for next 5 years will be taking up is judicial reforms. As it was being discussed on the earlier program, our country is progressing day by day and we are jumping numbers in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of being the most digitized nation in the world, in terms of per capita use of digital medium, etc., etc. But we are going down on the question of enforcement of contract, and blame must rest not only on the judicial system, but on us also. We cannot run away from the fact that we are, whether knowingly or unknowingly, a part of that country's reverse journey. We on our own will do many things, but the government also is committed in the next 5 years to go for judicial reforms. And when I say judicial reforms, I necessarily mean the holistic reform which ensures that the image of India being a non-compliant country in terms of contract enforcement and particularly in the field of arbitration is improved. This would be the priority of the government. Slow enforcement contract can be attributed to many things. I'm not going into the details whether some amendments in the Arbitration Act or a Mediation Act can cure disease which we are suffering from, or some other method, some drastic method is to be adopted, because that is for the legislatures to do. But we can definitely give our suggestions, and we as members of the bar would definitely contribute constructively as to what the government can do in the next 5 years to ensure that India is a chosen destination for all international or other domestic disputes. Friends, we are all eager to listen to the wise words of the Honorable Vice President. Honorable Vice President, as has already been informed to all of us, and all of us are aware, is not just the Honorable Vice President, but someone all of us love, because he was one of us, and he was one of the eminent counsels of the country. Apart from, thereafter he chose to occupy the constitutional office of the governor, and thereafter he is adorning the chair of the Honorable Vice President of India. All of us are waiting to listen to his wise words, and therefore I'll not take any further. I wish this function a great success, and in any of the efforts being made by this association, if I can be of any assistance, my doors are open. Anyone can approach me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta. Inviting next on stage is India's Attorney General, Mr. R. Venkatramani. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Sir.
Honorable Vice President of India, your presence touched a very important anecdote in my life, that when learned friend Mr. Tushar Mehta mentioned about his being part of us. So let me start on a slight lighter note for the day, when we are all assembled here to think about building bridges in more than one unconventional way, if you put it like that. So I went for a matter in Jharkhand. We used to stay in a particular hotel, and when I went for that case, that hotel accommodation was not available. So my client, the Steel Authority of India, took me to another hotel. So as I entered the hotel, then the clients told me, showing at a particular room, this is where Mr. Dhankar used to stay. And so I was so delighted, and said, you're also going to stay today. I was so delighted, and then straight called the Honorable Vice President, and he said, you know where I am? And within a week thereafter, I came to know that he is where he is going to be. So that room was a very lucky room for me, and the room where he stayed, within a month thereafter, I also became the Attorney General for India. So thank you. So I have a room connection. But this room connection is very different. It's not merely a room connection in a hotel. It's a connection at a different level. So I think that's what brings us together on occasions like this. I thank for the invitation given to me today evening. We talk about uniting law, governance, and philanthropy. They may all look like isolated, unconnected compartments. Let me pick up at the last part of it, the philanthropy part of it. I think we have somewhere or the other started dissecting our mind, our conduct, our activities, including our professional spectrum, somewhere into unconnected pieces of matters. I think we have gone wrong there. If I understand philanthropy correctly, I understand it to be the core of every human being's ethical conduct. Philanthropy is not mere charity, but the ability, to the inclination and the willingness to reach out to the rest of the community in as many ways one can possibly do is philanthropy. And therefore, for the profession, philanthropy is not, again, though of course important, the pro bono part of it, is our mental framework to design our whole professional ethic and framework in a way that the totality of a professional conduct leads to utmost community fulfillment, if one may put it like that. And if Columbus had not probably traveled to and took the risk of traveling on the high seas and landing somewhere in America, thinking he's going to land in India, then perhaps several things would not happen in the world. So in a way, I think we are all Columbuses, and the great travelers on the high seas in the 18th and the 17th centuries, like Captain Cook and Magellan, who went all around the globe, connecting people across the shores. So if I am not wrong in saying that we are the Columbuses, the Magellans, and the Captain Cooks of the 21st and 22nd century, I will not be exaggerating that. Two things keep always coming back to my mind. One, look at what is happening at the global scene today. Those of us who have graduated from law schools in the 70s, we were looking at the world is seen from two bipolar, sharply divided components of the world. The one, the socialist bloc, another non-socialist bloc. And despite the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we had serious bloc, collisions across the world. Thankfully, for a number of reasons. I don't think there's an evening where we can get into those reasons. Thankfully, for a number of reasons, this collision is no longer part of human global history. For good riddance, this collision has stopped at one particular level. Enormous amount of human waste has happened. Wars, unnecessary aggressions and so on and so forth. Hegemony, colonialism and all that happened directly or indirectly because of those collisions. And therefore, we have given up forever this kind of collision at a particular level. The product is freedom to innovate. Freedom to innovate, create, both at an individual level and a collective level, domestic level, national level, and at the global level. So look at enormous amount of exchanges and sharing that take place because of the freedom that we have created for ourselves. But unfortunately, this freedom we thought, by being a freely innovating individuals, firms, market, etc., we still have another important challenge amongst us, namely the ability to create equal regard for all of us. Equality claims which need to be, realized as early as possible. On the one hand, therefore, we have a innovation and freedom and creativity, which I think each one of us would like to value. At the same time, our ability and our inclination to be able to fulfill the equality claims of large sections of the community all over the world. Therefore, there's two apparently conflicting issues, or matters we I think will keep, having our attention for a long time to come. And it's in the context when I got the invitation, I was just looking at the number of international bar associations, International Association of Lawyers. There are a large number of them. Spread around various, departments, subjects, continents, countries, and so on and so forth. And what are they doing for the past 30, 40 years? I still find there is a divide, some kind of a divide which probably is unnecessary. So if only are able to think that the large number of associations which are created domestically and internationally can come together in one common global platform where the sharing of innovation, creativity is for creating the global commons of resources. The global commons of resources. The global commons of resources means intellectual, mental, spiritual, religious, and all that one can probably innovate out of our ability to think and create. We therefore think of a global commons of resources, and that's where I think this kind of connection will make immense contribution. And I find, of course, the contributions cannot come just of its own. The barriers are still there. The barriers are national. The barriers are created by reasons of, a variety of reasons in the past, race, caste, etc. So how do we break these barriers? And unless we break these barriers, and the barriers can be broken not necessarily through governance efforts alone. The barriers can be broken only through individual and collective efforts of persons who are proficient in understanding what law can do. That's how the barriers can be broken. Let us try to break those barriers, and then we find governance will probably emerge in more than one meaningful way. So today, governance institutions, constitutions across the world, whatever difference they may have, one common element in all of them is to ensure that each individual human being is able to have a fulfillment in life by being free. And how do we ensure that? Therefore, the more we move towards that goal, governance institutions will become more and more accountable. And governance institutions becoming more and more accountable mean that we, through law, can make that accountability more nearer to each and every one of us. See, these are the dreams one can talk about. 2047 was told that you need to have Indian currency becoming the world currency. These are the very broad, what one may call the global map of bridging. So one end of that would be the hegemony, the neo-colonial endeavors being still pursued by different countries. How do we ensure that hegemony and neo-colonial pursuits will have to be slowly eliminated? How do we do them? And that perhaps may come only if people who are convinced about and with a commitment to the global rule of law, which has to be a non-violent revolution, through people like us participating in every way as possible to make the dream of a united globe where each one of us will have our equality, our individuals, dignity, etc., valued at the same level. Oh, what a wonderful world that will be. So these kind of associations, I think congregations, are meant slowly to move towards this goal. But when we do that, we'll always look about the kind of laws we have created, the deficiencies we have created in the legal frameworks, and the functional, faults, the lapses, etc. We'll always keep talking about that. But when we talk about it, we'll always keep in mind what are our goals. I think that's where I think this congregation is very important. And I feel very, very delighted to be here today evening. And with the Vice President, I'm sure we'll get more valuable insights on how this can be made closer to our hearts. And I thank the organizers once again for the opportunity in the evening. And I would like to be united with you as much as one can do in this global endeavor for our common human resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the main highlight of the ABA India Conference 2024. Well, he's someone who fits in very well with the legal fraternity because not very long back, he was himself a practicing advocate. Today, he's an important pillar of India's democracy who's playing a key role in guiding the nation towards fulfilling its goals for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India.
Good evening, all of you. And presence of young professionals is a great reprieve to me. I'll tell you why a little later. Sri R. Venkatramani, Distinguished Attorney General of India, Sri Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General of India, Ms. Pratibha Jain, Chair, India Committee, American Bar Association, India, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, President, Society of Indian Law Firms. There are many in the audience, some young, whom I know. Difficult to recognize presence of all, but I must make a mention of Mr. Nishit Desai and Amit Kapoor. My address will be primarily for young professionals. For reasons I can't figure out, for me, law firms were like Lutyens Delhi. They were impregnable. I could never pierce them. I came to know law firms' strength only from the other side, when I faced their lawyers in the court. There may be some exceptions. They engaged me because others were not available or not prepared to go to a far distant place. Now, my young friends, learn your lessons hard. My tryst with legal profession, the jealous mistress, started in 1979. In less than 10.5 years, I was designated senior advocate. The tryst ended, the painful parting took place in 2019, when I was nominated according to Mamtaji, appointed according to the Constitution by the Honorable President to be Governor of the State of West Bengal. So technically, and in legal sense, I'm no longer a fraternal member of this august profession. But then, my connect will there be always. That is the reason why I'm here. The parting with jealous mistress, young friends, was very painful. I miss my memos. They were quite useful. I had the pleasure. I leave it to you what kind of it. Because I used to take no more than one case a day. And the other side, senior lawyer, had multiple cases, was looking at the board, negotiating one court to another. I took longer time in my arguments to enjoy their helplessness. It was like extraction of a tooth taking longer. And therefore, I need not issue any disclaimer. Never had any association with law firms in particular, and the opportunity may not come. As I'm told, people who demit this office, that is of vice president, they normally don't appear in court. And I hate giving opinions because they are cited for purposes beyond their worth. Friends, it is an absolute honor to be a lawyer. It's a lifetime opportunity. I say so because having handled litigation of some of the world's largest multinationals, corporates, law firms don't know it. So I'm revealing the secret for the first time. I enjoyed my stay in International Court of Justice, International Court of Arbitration at Paris. I chaired 2 committees. I encouraged every young professional who came to Paris and met me. I inspired and motivated him. Been to 40 countries, and I normally don't travel without legal work. I am not much involved with tourism. So I can tell you, if a man like me from a village with that kind of academic credentials and going well, you need not believe in his crutches. The world is before you. Make most of it. Nishit and Amit, it is, you have strong goodwill. The law firms have great goodwill. I enormously benefited in the field of arbitration from his messages. Enormously. I read them every time. Even after I ceased to be a senior advocate by virtue of my position, the book that he gave me, a small book, but multiple quick responses, is very useful to me and my team, helping the nation. So lawyers as a community are well suited to contribute to global peace, harmony, development, and make, in particular, our country, Bharat, great. But this can happen only when we realize our spinal strength. Before me, if I'm not wrong, the participants are principally from America and India. A very powerful democracy, a very developed democracy, and India, home to 1/6 of humanity, is functional, vibrant democracy. The largest, the oldest, on the rise as never before. The rise is unstoppable. The rise is incremental. In the face of headwinds, where global economies have collapsed, the challenges, others have been decimated. India has marched ahead. From being part of fragile 5 economies just a decade ago, we are now amongst the 5. That's not important. What is more important is the journey from fragile 5 to big 5. Overcoming the economies of Canada, UK, and France. We had rough terrain, difficult terrain. No one knows it more than the lawyers in this room. We made it. And have it from me, my young friends. In 2 years, we'll be the 3rd largest global economy ahead of Japan and Germany. How it has been brought about? It has been brought about because there is mission, there is passion, there is fearless execution. It has been brought about because fundamentals have been changed. And these fundamentals matter to young men and young women more than anyone else. One fundamental that has undergone big change is equality before law. Enshrined in the Constitution, but we had flourishing, privileged pedigree. They entertained an idea they are above law. They are beyond the reach of law. They are immune from law. And that was a ground reality. I say so because I came to be exposed to public governance for the first time in 1989 when I was elected to Parliament and had the good fortune to be in the Council of Ministers. Patronage, nepotism, favoritism are matter of the past. Patronage no longer secures you a job or a contract. You are living in good times. You are living in times where there is an ecosystem where you can fully unleash your energy, expand your talent, realize your aspirations, fructify your dreams. You are lucky. People of my age were in turmoil, in cyclonic situation. How we had to travel long distance to go to a school. How there was no one in the profession to handhold us. How for years I came to be so away from Lutyens Club by living in Lutyens, Delhi. I was living just 500 meters away from Supreme Court, Sagar Apartments. So my message to you young friends is, don't be deterred by anything. There is nothing else any institution has worth only because of human resource. And I've always found that assistance rendered to me in global commercial arbitrations or in the highest court or high courts emanated from young minds. I always acknowledged it. They are source of inspiration to me, motivation to me. You are lucky that the law firms are hand-holding you. I wish they could be a little more sensitive Second big change, one is equality before law. Second big change, corruption is no longer rewarding. Power corridors once infested with middlemen, power brokers, they extra legally leveraged decision making, and certain professions engaged in a situation. They were deciding appointments even of ministers. Our system to that extent had got rotten. People were in a state of hopelessness. They were drifting from the main theme of this country. But now, power corridors have been duly sanitized. These elements have not been neutralized, they have been finished. You will never have the fortune of seeing how they worked, in what sinister manner they worked, because they will never be there. They are extinct. This is a phenomenon of last decade. And the third one, Indian passport a decade ago, and being Indian a decade ago outside India was a different game altogether. And now, if you are an Indian, they look at you. They wish to connect with you. Why? Our global image has taken a huge upsurge. I wouldn't say incremental, vertical upsurge, like a rocket. And why? IMF, World Bank. There was a time they were in a disciplining mood for India. In 1990, as Council of Ministers member, as a minister, I suffered the pain that our foreign exchange was between 1 billion and 2 billion US dollars. Our gold of Bharat, gold of that Bharat that was known once as Sone ki Chidiya, was taken in a plane to be pledged to 2 Swiss banks to sustain our credibility. Where are we now? 600 billion plus. There may be a week when there may be a jump of 6 billion, a billion a day. That's a big change. It was never before. IMF, what does it say now? India is a favorite destination, a hot spot of investment and opportunity. What does World Bank say? In digital penetration, India has accomplished in 6-7 years, which was not possible in more than 4 decades. I don't go by what they say. I go by ground reality. Our digital transactions, and mind you, in a country of 1.4 billion, we are 50% of global transactions. Our UPI is getting acceptability in countries that are developed. And look at availability of internet, accessibility of internet, usage of internet per capita. We are more than USA and China, with due respect, taken together. At this point, with this growth, a growth that is marked with economic rise, my heart pains. When someone who was in position of power in this country, in the field of economics, I don't want to name the individual, spread only pessimism. India cannot go beyond 5.5% growth. No one asks the question when the growth is more than 7.5%. Why this pessimism when we are in an era of hope and possibility? Nothing is beyond us. Chandrayaan 3 landing on the soft side of moon, South Pole, is just an instance. If you young boys and girls will care to find out, you'll know how much we have earned in billions by putting rockets of other nations from our delivery machines in the space. This is Bharat. Could you have ever imagined that our legislature and executive will work in tandem to that extent? The dream of having 1/3 women in Lok Sabha and state legislatures is fructified. My young friends, India is the only country in the world that has constitutionally structured democracy at all levels. You know it. Part 9 of the Constitution. Part 9, capital A of the Constitution. A constitutionally structured democracy at panchayat level, at municipal level. Which other country has it? And in that scenario, there are some countries from sovereign platforms, they want to teach us what democracy is. Young minds have to be activated. You have to subscribe to the spirit of nationalism. Nationalism is non-negotiable. We have to have firm commitment to it. You are discerning minds. You are intelligent minds. You must speak out on public platform, on social media. We are not a nation to get scriptures from others. We are a nation that has civilizational ethos for more than 5,000 years. Look at G20. What was the motto? One earth, one family, one future. We did not coin it for G20. It is nectar of our civilizational worth, embedded in our ethos. Vasudev Kutumbakam. The world gathered it. When we faced pandemic COVID, some of us, I would call them misguided souls, wanted to create hurdles. How can we look pandemic through partisan prism? How can we look growth from politics? How can we look at nationalism from gain in political arena? No. We overcame pandemic. We helped 100 other countries. They are grateful to Bharat for rescuing them from pandemic. And we are the only country, gentlemen and gentle ladies, only country in the world that made available the digital certificate on mobile. We saved paper. No other country in the world, mark my words, not even the most developed, made available that certification to its people. Now, when we are a nation like this, I am little surprised. How can an observation be made in ignorance of ground reality? Let me tell you a simple thing, the reaction has come. Citizen Amendment Act. You are lawyers. What does it say? We are taking into consideration humanitarian aspect, a reprieve to those who have been persecuted on religious grounds in our neighborhood. None is being deprived. And the narrative is so different. Why are you silent? Second, we are not inviting people to get benefit of it. Benefit of this is being given to whom? Are already in this country. They are in this country for over a decade because cutoff date is 2014. Are we doing it for the first time? Jews, Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, others, Parsis, they came to this country, flourished, blossomed, occupied top positions. And now someone from a sovereign platform, ignorance of what is the ground reality in this country, is trying to teach lessons to us that this is discriminatory. Let us rebuff their ignorance. Let us enlighten them to engage in due diligence. If you will not rise now, when would you rise? We are in Amrit Kal. Firm foundation is being laid for a developed nation at 2047. And what is firm foundation? I come from a village. There was no light. Every home has a light now. There was no gas connection. Every home has now. There was no tap water. Largely it is there. Exercise is going on. Toilet I could never think of. Every home has a toilet now. This big change has taken place. Those of you who are from villages, you can work from your home because internet connectivity is available in every village. People of my generation and little younger to me know. They used to take a day off from work so that they can pay their electricity bill, their telephone bill, their water bill. They can apply for a passport. Service delivery in a country of 1.4 billion is digitally driven now. Everyone is aware of it. Look at the success of it. I am not on a figure that a large amount, more than 2,75,000 crores has gone to farmers. The number is more than 9 or 10 crores, keeps on fluctuating. They receive thrice in a year direct transfer of money. Government has mechanism. But what is important is the farmer has the mechanism to receive it. Relate back to the time when I got into parliament. A year before that, India's Prime Minister, a young Prime Minister, Rajiv Gandhi ji, I knew him very personally. He had to lament. If we send 1 rupee from Delhi, fraction of it, 15 paisa reaches. No longer. It's 100%. So that's another issue. There are people in the world who want to lecture us on our judicial behavior. India has robust judicial mechanism, a judiciary that is fair, independent, firm, and ever ready. It is citizen-centric, institution-centric. I have on occasions indicated that our country will take a big leap when institutions work in their domain. They must work in tandem. But there will always be issues. There can be no day when there will be not an issue between judiciary and executive, judiciary and legislature. We'll overcome that by dialogue, deliberation, discussion. But can you look in the world around and find another judicial institution that is as independent, as enormously talented as ours? Trust me, you will not be able to find out. I have some exposure in that direction. It cannot happen. And look at the big change that is taking place in this country. I appeal to you also that you are young minds who can catalyze big change. You must persuade young minds that there are new opportunities available to you. They must come out of silos. They engage recklessly, driven sometimes by their parents to try only for competitive examinations. It's a highly stressful. I don't call it cutthroat competition. But if there are 100 seats, 1,000 people try, 900 will be disappointed. If it is 110,000 try, look at the frustration. And after people get into government jobs, they leave the jobs to make most of the private ventures. It is in that context I am telling you that there are people in this country and outside also who who find it very difficult to digest our growth. The world is stunned. Everyone is applauding. But some of us are setting afloat narratives that are sinister, pernicious, demeaning our progress, tainting our institutions. We must guard against them. Your silence on these issues will ever resonate in your ears. That there was a time when you could contribute to the growth of this great nation. You failed to do it. As coming to the governance aspect and harmony, the world is in need of harmony as never before. We have no rule-based order on high seas, but our Navy is contributing massively. You must be hearing every day, day in and day out. We had problems in various parts of the globe, but look at how our citizens were taken out using diplomacy, using our resources, and helping other nations also. So there is every reason for you to be proud Indians and take pride in our historic exponential achievements. Make most of it. I know there are certain issues. The issues will be resolved. We'll find way out. We are no longer in a tunnel where light can't be seen. There are tunnels around, but the moment you get into a tunnel, you see a light. It can't last long. My young friends, you know globe. You know global developments. Look at what is happening in other parts of the world. It was your dream once to be in that city, that city, that city, that city. Now you find, why not this city? There was an observation. There is no growth of arbitration in our country. Why? Simple. Arbitration in our country is a mechanism that adds one tier more to civil litigation. You get an appointment of an arbitrator, intervention of court, and then the act is so worded, the arbitrator at appointment may be independent. But who stops you from calling him that he is not independent now? You can go to court again. Then there is an award that is always Caesarean. It takes long and long and long, notwithstanding changes in law. When the award is there, it is not an award under challenge. It's a civil suit. Then there is a statutory appeal provided. And then we are a litigating mind, enormously talented and innovative in that area. Why does Supreme Court exist unless we don't access it? So we reach out to Article 136, make way to the Supreme Court. What was initially thought to be a small slit is the wall is demolished. You can reach any time. Sometimes we take pride that the Supreme Court is open to one and all. Good thing. But then what happens to high courts? What happens to district courts? Everyone has to do the job. While I'm extremely proud of our judicial institutions, we will have to also take care that institution of high courts is fundamental to judicial governance. It is high court that has power of superintendence over subordinate judiciary. That's a big change. All you have to do it. Well, I wouldn't take more time, which normally I take when my wife is not present. But I find Mrs. Venkatramani is present. I noticed her late. So there can be a direct communication. And when there is a possibility of a credible communication, best is discretion is the better part of valor. So my young friends, in particular, wish you great. You are living in a nation, you are lucky. All of you are, according to me, part of marathon march to a developed Bharat at 2047. I am sure I will not be around. Wherever I may be, I will be clapping for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering the inaugural address. And now I will request Ms. Jain to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guests, please. Mr. Venkatramani would like to present a token of appreciation to Ms. Pratibha Jain. And now I request you all to please stand up for the national anthem. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Honorable Vice President, and our distinguished guests. As day one of the Global Lawyers Summit draws to a close, I extend a heartfelt thank you to our speakers, panelists, and all of you, our esteemed audience and viewers on the live stream. Your engagement has made today's discussions immensely valuable. We hope today's insights inspire new perspectives and encourage further dialogue within our community. Please join us tomorrow for another day filled with enriching sessions designed to foster dialogue and understanding across continents. Share your thoughts and moments from today using the hashtag ABA India Conference 2024. Good evening, and we look forward to welcoming all of you back tomorrow. Thank you very much.